Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the biggest event in podcast history. This is the big one. This is possibly going to go down in history as the podcast of the year, the podcast of the decade, the podcast of the century, perhaps. The podcast of the millennium. Possibly the podcast of the epoch. That is Steven Seagal, the man, the myth, the legend, and according to some, the god. And we will be doing a deep dive. The most comprehensive, exhaustive examination of the life and times of the one and only Steven Seagal. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We are finally bringing the receipts. We are going to bring so many receipts that we are going to drown everybody in them. Prepare to be drowned in CIA receipts, in martial arts credentials receipts. Did Steven Seagal, in fact, fight Bruce Lee? We are bringing the receipts. Nobody has ever brought receipts in so many of Seagal's claims. They claim he's a liar. He is attacked by the Matrix on all sides. Everybody talks trash about Steven Seagal. Is that similar to the flat earth effect, where there is so much trash being talked? Perhaps there's something to it. Perhaps people are trying to obfuscate the truth about the greatness of the one and only Sensei Seagal. We're going to be examining everything from his acting career to his music career. I mean, how can he be that good of a blues musician? I mean, is it possible? I mean, is this guy more prolific than even David Hasselhoff? How is this possible that this guy has this many careers and he's this damn good at all of them? I mean, this is just unnatural, uncanny, mind-shocking across the board. So settle in, because this is going to be a long one. I mean, again, we are going to go from the CIA to Hollywood to the mob to the Yakuza to Bruce Lee, circling back around to Vladimir Putin and Seagal's dual citizenship. I mean, this guy is a Russian citizen as well as a U.S. citizen. I mean, how is all of this possible? We're going to be putting each and every claim Seagal has ever made and the claims against him under the microscope in typical MINDSHOCK fashion, with logic and reason at the forefront. As always, if you want to help support the podcast, help logic and reason return to a world that is quickly going extinct, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also be a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. Okay, hopefully Steven Seagal himself can be a guest on the podcast and give his reaction to our deep dive here. Obviously, this is MINDSHOCK. I'm completely objective. I will logically examine all claims for and against Steven Seagal's exploits. Let's put them that way. His accomplishments, his exploits, his abilities, everything claimed by him and everything claimed against him in a logical fashion, attempting not to fall for any logical fallacies. So let's just do a brief introduction. A little brief intro video on Steven Seagal from Steven Seagal's own mouth on his background. If YouTube allows. We might be getting shut down on this one as well. This might get controversial. We might be getting into the Illuminati. We might be getting into many, many things that the mainstream establishment might not want us to get to.
I was born Born clairvoyant. I was born clairvoyant. I grew up in a very, very dangerous area, an area that was all gangsters, yakuza. I was born and raised in the blues. I was raised in Japan under some of the greatest karate masters. I was the first and only foreigner to ever run a dojo. Being a cop, I think, is special. I have a lot of pride in being a police officer, someone who really and truly is there to protect and serve.
Have you ever done comedy?
Yeah, I used to do stand-up.
Stop, Steven. But you're not really a doctor.
Well, something like that, yeah.
But he told you he was a doctor.
It's a real sensitive subject with me because there's so much that I would be real uncomfortable to get into. You can say that I've worked with people who were in the CIA and worked for the CIA. I don't ever talk about what I've done, but a couple people have an idea. I'll talk to friends and they'll say, yeah, and then we got ambushed here, and there were this many shots fired, and I did this, and I did that, and I flanked. They remember every fucking move, you know? Stuff. I just go on automatic pilot, and I just react to everything that's happening. And afterwards I have a fairly clear recollection, but it's not, you know, very exact. I've been playing music since I was very, very young. I've been playing music since I was 5 years old, 4 or 5 years old. In the blues, like I said, there was no color. I was raised with them. I didn't learn from a record. I play with my fingers. And I play with my fingers because I saw Gabe Mount Brown play like this, Albert Collins play like this, Albert King play like this. And those are the guys that I was lucky enough to get to sit with and watch and play with. Those were my teachers. Those were my mentors. Hoodoo is the voodoo is the gree. I was the only one that wasn't black that I knew that played exactly like them.
Did you get involved with that while you were in Japan?
Absolutely.
Were you drafted by an agency or someone that wanted to take advantage of your fact that you were an American and a martial artist and someone who may have known the country?
Something like that.
Something like.
I was born clairvoyant.
So, a lot of claims made by Stevie Seagal. Now, Stevie himself has made quite a few different claims of his life and background. Let's look at another video and see him talking about his ethnicity to see if we can nail this down. If that's even possible. I mean, can you nail down a guy like Seagal? I mean, is he the greatest human Earth has ever produced? I mean, who is more accomplished in so many different fields as Seagal is? I mean, we don't even know when he was born. I mean, we'll go over the wiki in a second. But we don't even really know when he was born. I mean, some accounts say 1950, some say 1952. I mean, it's really hard to get any definitive information on Steven Seagal. Is that because he really is some kind of intelligence asset? I mean, is he an interdimensional intelligence asset? That would explain quite a few things. I mean, that would certainly explain a few things. So let's see if we can figure out Seagal's ethnicity.
Yeah, I have some Italian. Yeah, I have some Italian. I'm a little bit Asian and was raised over there. My grandmother surely looks pure Mohawk. I'm a Russian Mongol and I'm Russian. I don't know what color I am. I'm just a simple country boy trying to put one foot in front of the other.
Of Italian descent?
Yeah, I have some Italian. I'm a little bit Asian and was raised over there. My grandmother surely looks pure Mohawk. I'm a Russian Mongol and I'm Russian. I don't know what color I am. I'm just a simple country boy trying to put one foot in front of the other.
A simple country boy. So here's the thing. I mean, Haley in the chat is being a little bit blasphemous against Sensei. She's saying, why does he sound like a pathological liar? Well, here's the thing. He does appear to be a pathological liar. I mean, it appears all of his tales are just too tall to be true. Or are they? Like I said, we are beginning a multi-hour comprehensive podcast into finding the receipts for everything Seagal is saying. And let's do a little poll, actually. I'd like to see how many people think Seagal is telling the truth. And then we'll do another poll at the end after I have drowned everybody in receipts. We will see what people say. Welcome, Heracles, to the greatest podcast event of the epoch. Dub said John Leguizamo seems to hate Steven after working with him. A lot of people talk trash about him, and we'll be examining those trash-talking claims as well, including the infamous story about Jean LaBelle choking him out. Did that really happen? We will be providing receipts for every claim Seagal has made and every claim made against him. So, wow, okay, so we have 50% are thinking Seagal is not telling the truth about his claims. Now, you would think on the surface that so many contradictory claims cannot be true, but we will be examining maybe they can. Maybe they can. 43% think, oh, more people voting. 43% no, 43 too triggered to answer. Okay, now it's switching up to a trichotomous even split. 33% say he's telling the truth. 33% no. And 33% in the chat are simply too triggered to answer. So, pretty even trichotomous split here. All right, so let's get into it. Let's look at, well, actually, let's go through the wiki first. And then I will go into his life story through early articles, and then I will go into the so-called Matrix attack against Steven Seagal and everybody coming out of the woodwork to hate on Seagal. Steven Seagal has entire social media accounts dedicated to hating on him. So the wiki here, Stephen Frederick Seagal. Actually, while we're watching the wiki, let me bring up... I'll bring up his Aikido mastery. And one other thing, too. Like, let's stay in the Aikido lane for a moment. So, let's, how about everybody disregards what they think about Aikido one way or the other. So, let's...
You never know
one way
how
or
long
the
the
other.
battle's going to be.
Forget
You
about
always have
whether
to do that.
Aikido is good, bad, or effective. Within the
And the randori is the
Aikido
main thing
lane,
with the black belt test.
This
within
was
the
a lesson
lane
in
of
fear and
Aikido,
overcoming your fear.
Within the lane of Aikido, is there anyone better than Seagal? I mean, Seagal's the highest ranking non-Japanese Aikido tekka in history. And he's possibly still the only guy the only non-Japanese to own and run a dojo. I mean, Steven Seagal's Aikido mastery appears to be beyond reproach. Now, some people don't think Aikido is a legitimate martial art, and that's a separate conversation. There's also different types of Aikido. Apparently, the Aikido that Seagal does is the combat-style Aikido, which is far more effective than other types of Aikido. But let's go through the wiki real quick. Stephen Frederick Seagal, born April 10th, 1952. It's almost his birthday. Although other accounts claimed he was born in 1950. Very strange. Is an American actor, producer, screenwriter, martial artist, and musician. A 7th Dan black belt in Aikido. He began his adult life as a martial arts instructor in Japan, and eventually ended up running his father-in-law's dojo. He later moved to LA, where he had the same profession. In '88, Seagal made his acting debut in Above the Law, which is regarded as the first American film to feature Aikido in fight sequences. By '91, he had starred in four films. In '92, he played a Navy SEAL, counterterrorist expert Casey Ryback in Under Siege. During the latter half of the 90s, Seagal starred in 3 more feature films and the direct-to-video film The Patriot. that's probably where it all started to go downhill for Seagal. Subsequently, his career shifted to mostly direct-to-video productions. He had since appeared in films and reality shows, including Steven Seagal Lawman. Which depicted Seagal performing duties as a reserve deputy sheriff. Seagal is a guitarist and has released 2 studio albums, Song from the Crystal Cave and Mojo Priest, and performed on the scores of several of his films. He has worked with Stevie Wonder and Tony Rebel, who performed on his debut album. He has been involved in a line of therapeutic oil products and energy drinks. Seagal is an environmentalist, animal rights activist, despite killing a whole bunch of animals when he drove an armored vehicle tank through Jesus' house, which we went over on a previous podcast, the Lawman Show, and supporter of 14th Dalai Lama Tenzin Gyatso. Seagal is a supporter of Vladimir Putin, to whom he once referred to as one of the greatest living world leaders. That was back in 2014. He was granted both Russian and Serbian citizenship in 2016. In 2018, he was appointed Russia's special envoy to the U.S. From 96 to 2018, multiple women accused Seagal of SA. Early life. Seagal was born April 10, 1952 in Lansing, Michigan, the son of Patricia Ann Fisher, a medical tech, and Samuel Seagal, a math teacher. His mother was of Irish descent, while his father was Jewish, allegedly. His paternal grandparents were Russian immigrants. During an interview for the Russian talk show Let Them Talk, Seagal stated that he has paternal ancestors from the Siberian city of Vladivostok, as well as Belarus and St. Petersburg. He stated that genetic testing determined that he has Yakut and Buryat ancestry as well. When he was 5 years old, he's also claimed to be Native American also. When he was 5 years old, Seagal moved with his, and Italian. When he was 5 years old, Seagal moved with his parents to Fullerton, California. His mother later told People magazine that prior to the move, Seagal was frail and suffered from asthma. Quote, he was a puny kid back then. He really thrived after the move from Michigan. Whose mother refers to them as puny? Seagal's own mother said he was a puny kid. That's interesting. A lot of people are making some blasphemous statements about O-Sensei here. Alien Big Cat says too many women claim SA from rich men. That Seagal's cases are kind of unique. One of the women, I don't know if we'll have time to go over all the cases. This isn't a true crime show. At least one of the accounts seems to be BS. Not sure about the others. And apparently there was some possibly legitimate abuse with his wives. So that's a little bit different situation than random stories coming out after the fact. So I don't know what the situation is there. We're not going to be examining that. We're going to be examining pretty much everything else, though. Seagal attended Buena Park High School in Buena Park, California, and Fullerton College between 1970 and 1971. And here we are going to be getting another example of the smear campaign against Sensei Seagal. And what is the reason behind the smear campaign? I mean, look at this dapper individual here in high school. I mean, is it possible to be more dapper than Steven Seagal here? I mean, what does everybody think? If you look up dapper in the dictionary, will a photo of Steven Seagal show up here? So the smear campaign, alive and well in Wikipedia right here, Seagal has been described as a pathological liar, due to his propensity of making greatly exaggerated or outright fabricated statements about his personal life and achievements. So they're claiming that these are exaggerated or flat out fabricated. And we will be bringing some receipts here. Is it possible Steven Seagal was actually telling the truth about everything? I will be bringing receipts in typical MINDSHOCK fashion. Continuing the wiki here, martial arts. Oh, wait, we got a couple more things. For instance, Seagal claimed that he was a student of the founder of Aikido, Morihei Ueshiba, despite the fact that Ueshiba died in '69 when Seagal was 17, and 5 years before Seagal moved to Japan at age 22, when he moved there to allegedly avoid the draft for the Vietnam War by marrying a Japanese national. So there's a lot of problems with this propaganda here, because first of all, we're gonna attempt to track all of this down. But Seagal has made multiple trips to Japan. One of the stories was that there was a quick trip before he moved there permanently at age 22. Also, I'm going to go over the exact articles with these claims. Seagal does not explicitly state that he was a student of Ueshiba. He said he was a student of Ueshiba's students. And again, this is where the propaganda smear campaigns come into play, because it seems like they're clearly misrepresenting what Seagal even said or claimed. And Seagal obviously doesn't give one iota of a crap whether anybody believes what he says or not, so he never bothered to come up with receipts. But that doesn't mean they're not out there, and we're going to find them. Martial arts in Japan. According to Seagal's first wife, Miyako Fujitani, quote, I met Steven in California in the fall of '74. He followed me back to Japan in October. We got married in December '74. So they got married December '74. But the draft was between 64 and 73. That's interesting. That's kind of interesting. And for those that don't know, college students could delay being drafted anyway. So why would he run to Japan when he could have deferred anyway? And he didn't even get married till after the draft anyway. So that's another example of, again, the anti-Seagal propaganda. And we'll be seeing a lot of this propaganda. And why does this propaganda exist in the first place? Like, you got random goof comics, like even in the late 2010s and early 2020s, they're doing stand-up bits about Seagal using recycled, debunked propaganda, which we'll be getting into. Why would that be? I mean, it's not like he's A-list anymore. It's not like he's even that popular in the mainstream. So why is he such a target? I mean, this almost reminds me of, saying the Flat Earth Society or something. Or calling somebody a conspiracy theorist. Like, why is Seagal the butt of all these jokes? And even if he was, why not use accurate information instead of flat-out lies about Seagal to make fun of him? Because there might be plenty of legitimate stuff to make fun of. So why are they choosing the clearly false stuff to make fun of by pretending it's real? And Joe Rogan does this all the time as well. And a lot of the goofs that he talks to about Seagal. So let's continue going over this propaganda wiki piece. So they got married December '74. Fujitani was a second-degree black belt and daughter of an Osaka Aikido master who had come to LA to teach Aikido. After they married, they had a son, Kentaro, and a daughter, Ayoko. His daughter, Ayoko, actually did some acting as well. Seagal taught at the school owned by Miyako's family and earned his Aikido black belt in 1978. Interviewed in 93, Fujitani stated the only reason Steven was awarded the black belt was because the judge, who was famous for his laziness, fell asleep during Steven's presentation. The judge just gave him the black belt. And you know what else is interesting in a lot of these anti-Seagal propaganda pieces? First of all, this is obviously, his bitter ex, and maybe she's bitter for very legitimate reasons, and maybe this really did happen. But has any other person came out and corroborated the story that the judge fell asleep? And even if the judge did fall asleep, does that mean Seagal wasn't good enough to get the black belt anyway? Because he seemed to have no issue getting all the other degrees. So she's saying the first one may have not been legit. But then if he's that bad and didn't deserve it, how did he get all the other degrees? And how is he the highest ranking non-Japanese in history? I mean, even when he was a no-name, he was going through the second, third, fourth degrees when he was a complete no-name. I mean, he had no pull. So clearly he had to have been somewhat legit to get those. But again, this is just an example of the anti-Seagal propaganda. And this was from Spy, New York Monthly, July 8th, 93, and it's, again, anti-Seagal propaganda. Seagal has claimed that he helped train CIA agents in Japan. Quote, they saw my abilities both with martial arts and with the language. You could say that I became an advisor to several CIA agents in the field, and through my friends in the CIA, I met many powerful people and did special works and favors. See, he doesn't explicitly claim that, does he? And this was a People magazine hit piece, which we'll be getting to as well, and further because if you listen to what he actually says, I mean, everybody loves to kind of pretend, strawman him, and pretend he said what he didn't. He speaks very carefully. I mean, that's not a direct claim there. Fujitani has refuted these allegations. Well, how would she know if this were top secret in the field that had nothing to do with the dojo? And has also dismissed Seagal's claims that he combated Yakuza. There is no evidence that Seagal ever worked with the CIA. Well, here's the thing. I never understood this cope by coincidence theorists. If there's zero evidence, why would there be an expectation of public evidence presented of a top secret intelligence asset? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Now, obviously, that's convenient for people who claim they were CIA, like Seagal or Frank Dukes or whatever. We have a Frank Dukes podcast coming up as well. But regardless of convenient or not, like, how much of a goof does one have to be to think that top secret classified operations and assets and agents would somehow there'd be public evidence presented of that, unless they were declassified at some point. So you could say nothing has yet been declassified to corroborate Seagal's claims. You could say that, sure. But where does this hallucinatory expectation come from? I mean, how dumb is that expectation? Heracles says, everybody hates the truth, Bruce, and Steven is the truth. Mafe Martinez says, because he was rude to a bunch of peeps is my guess. Yeah, that's probably, yeah, I mean, I don't think we could deny that he may have been rude to a certain amount of people. Kill the Bank says, he was teaching MMA fighters, why not CIA agents? Not just teaching. I mean, he was mopping the floor. He was tossing around Anderson Silva and Lyoto Machida like small children with ease. I mean, it's crazy. Yeah, Kill the Bank says, now I did hear that Frank Dukes is a fraud, but I haven't really looked into it. Yeah, Dukes is actually a more curious personality. Because I have to do a dedicated episode on Dukes. Because here's the thing, within False Dichotomies, Dukes does appear to have made stuff up and produced fraudulent. See, here's the thing. Seagal never actually produced any evidence to back anything he said in any direction. Dukes seemed interested in providing evidence. So there's tons of evidence of these, I don't know about to the death, but there's tons of evidence of underground martial arts tournaments. Like, there's actually goofs out there who think the Kumite was not a thing. Now, obviously, just basic common sense would tell you that humans murder, humans do everything. Obviously, there would have been death matches somewhere, somehow. Now, did they include high-profile personalities? I don't know. But even Benny the Jet Urquidez, who provides receipts for pretty much everything, even he has a story about how he was involved in a Hong Kong death match. So, I mean, if they're underground and they're mostly nobodies, how would this information expect to be made public? And why would anybody believe it even when it does? It's the same thing with regular conspiracy theories. Whenever, like the MK Ultra files, the church committee, that gets all declassified, and a lot of goofs still hallucinate. It's all nonsense. So even when the receipts are brought, even when the whistleblowers come forward, there's a certain percentage of goofs, coincidence theorists, authority-worshipping cultists, bootlickers, they won't believe it anyway. So it doesn't matter how much evidence you provide for those particular goofs. Yeah, Lord Zed, I'm going to put the videos up of him manhandling Silva and Machida. So regarding Dukes, he might have made some fraudulent claims. He might have even provided fraudulent photos to back up the claims, but that still doesn't mean he didn't work for the CIA. Because if he really did work for the CIA and he didn't have evidence of that, and, he's got an ego, unlike Seagal, he's got a different type of ego. I'm not going to say Seagal doesn't have an ego, but Dukes has a very different type of ego. Because Dukes seems to care if people believe him or not. Seagal doesn't. Now, some people say that's a sign of telling the truth if you don't care whether people believe it or not. I mean, obviously that can go either way as well. Yeah, I mean, who would really be surprised by underground death matches? I mean, it's kind of a weird thing. Like, a lot of goofs just try to pretend that there's no chance that they were ever real. I mean, there's all kinds of illicit activity out there. Why wouldn't that have been real? Now, the reason why there's not a lot of video evidence of that, supposedly there were high-profile gamblers, possibly Epstein-type circle individuals. They wouldn't want those filmed. So, not that somebody couldn't have smuggled in the camera, and there actually are a couple of videos like that where they did smuggle in a camera. I'll save that for the Frank Dukes podcast. Oh, Justin Johnson with the blasphemy. The MMA fighters could defeat Seagal. Okay, I'll put it on the screen right now then, of Seagal just mopping the floor. I mean, yes, obviously it's not a real fight. But have you seen anyone else, like even in just basic training or seminars with MMA fighters, nobody manhandles Silva and Machida like Seagal did. And Seagal moves really well for such a big guy, too. I mean, that's just a testament to his skill. Other than maybe Sammo Hung, who else can move like Seagal with his weight? I mean, you gotta have some kind of technique. I mean, his technique really must be extraordinary to be able to move the way he does and as fast as he does with his size. I mean, he's got that bowling ball physique down to a science to still be able to fight with that bowling ball physique. I mean, he's handling Anderson like a child here. Yeah, Maeve Martinez, this is a deep dive. We'll be going over Seagal versus Van Damme. We'll be going over everything. I mean, you guys, like I said, this is going to be a long one. We are tackling absolutely everything Seagal related in this podcast. We're going Seagal versus Bruce Lee, versus Van Damme, versus Gene LaBelle. We're going through everything with all the receipts. Yes, kill the bank. Obviously, they weren't, what's Anderson going to do? But here's the thing. What could he do? Because even if he did try to attack Seagal look how easily Seagal's faster than Anderson. Because, Anderson's not going slow there. Even if Anderson wanted to do something about it, what could he really do? I don't know. Seagal's got a pretty big neck. I think he probably could take a punch. But you got to be good enough to land it. I mean, who's good enough to land a punch on Seagal? Possibly nobody. Other than Bruce. And we'll be getting into that. I mean, just look how easily, people don't understand. Obviously, a lot of this joint manipulation is illegal in MMA. Especially a small joint manipulation with the fingers and stuff. So, they're not used to a lot of this stuff. I mean, obviously some of it is legal, but I mean, come on, even if Anderson wanted to do something about it, I mean, I don't think he could. Lyoto Machida probably could do something, and I'll put up Machida in a second. I mean, I don't know if Anderson ever fully recovered from this sparring session, from this training, because his career went downhill not too long after this. So I don't know if Anderson ever fully recovered from, this session with Seagal. But let's look at his training with Machida. Is it a coincidence that after working with Seagal, all of a sudden Anderson's knocking people out with this front kick, and then after working with Seagal, Machida is also knocking people out with the front kick? I mean, that just seems like a coincidence. Is that all a coincidence, or is Seagal just that much of a master? And kicking isn't even a big part of Aikido. And then bam, all of a sudden Machida's knocking people out with the front kick. Bam! That was sheer perfection. All thanks to Sensei Seagal. Yeah, but neither Anderson nor Machida did that with a knockout. I mean, who else did... How many... I mean, Anderson was getting destroyed by unranked fighters in Japan before he came to the UFC. Yeah, Anderson, that was later. Anderson broke his leg. Should have worked with Seagal some more. What can you do? I mean, when you don't train with Seagal, I mean, it's tough to win. Okay, so I got one more clip of him working with the Machida brothers. Machida has a brother who's also really good. And you guys aren't going to be ready for this clip. I dug this one up. Check out Sensei Seagal here. And what he's able... Look how he teaches. I mean, he's not just a master of performing. I mean, this guy is a master sensei. Anderson was really 14-3. I thought he lost more than that. But two of those, actually all three of those 3 losses were against unranked fighters, I believe. Especially the 2 in Japan. He got wrecked by some small guys who were not even ranked. And then he got fed some really easy fights in the UFC. Also, I mean, people don't give him credit, but he's a master weight cutter. I mean, by his own mouth, he was walking around over 220 pounds. So Anderson's weight cutting skills, I mean, he was trying to eke out every advantage possible to beat up on these smaller guys. I mean, obviously in the later years, a lot of the guys at middleweight started cutting from over 200, but back when Anderson went on his first run, he was outweighing everybody by a lot. I mean, look at this chopping trees technique. I mean, just the mastery of Seagal is just out of this world.
I know that. And the monkey water that I use is not wood, yeah. It's tatami. Like this one.
Isso aqui estamos na casa de Steve Seagal, ensinando as técnicas de Aikido aqui pro Lioto. E ele tá mostrando ali o Mike Wara dele.
I mean, look at this. Seagal can even teach while on
Tonight,
the
I gotta
phone.
leave tonight, man. I never.
And look how classy he is, using a corded phone.
That's really hurt. I remember when he applied.
I mean, how many senseis can just teach while having a phone conversation on a corded phone? On a phone with a cord. I mean, we've never seen anybody on the level of mastery as Seagal, both in execution and teaching ability.
No doubt is very.
I mean, look how incredible this is. Not only is he on a corded phone, but he's not, and not only is he teaching, but he's also demonstrating the technique while talking. Justin Johnson says he was talking to Armstrong on the moon. You know what? Steven Seagal probably does have some moon stories.
Because get my bones here instead only the joke here.
I mean, look at it. Look how deadly Seagal is. Like, he could teach a whole class while on the corded phone. On a corded phone. We're not talking about a cell phone here. We're talking about on a corded phone.
For sure, I think it's very effective to MMA.
Yeah, because MMA, they use it as a cross face now.
And you know what's funny? Like, a lot of goofs, especially a lot of armchair goofs, they hallucinate that Seagal's like all BS. But here you have literal MMA champions praising how effective and helpful his instruction was for them in MMA specifically as well.
Not a choke itself, but it's kind of it can crack.
He's even got dance moves while he's demonstrating on the corded phone. I mean, look at this. I mean, who else can claim to be able to demonstrate effective techniques on literal MMA champions and demonstrate them while on a corded phone? I mean, maybe there's people who can do it on cell phone or speaker, maybe, but only Seagal can do it with a corded phone. So, the people that were blaspheming against Seagal's MMA efficacy, you ain't seen nothing. You ain't seen nothing. But let's get through this article here. Seagal, okay, so in the early 80s, Seagal had aspirations to return to America and become a movie star. Fujitani then scrimped and saved for years, even denying herself and her children necessities to help pay his way home. According to Fujitani, he then availed himself of her savings and hied off. So does this sound like a disgruntled ex-wife? Because this is all coming from a single hit piece article. It would be nice to hear from other individuals. But let's look at some more images here of Seagal in Japan. And also, by the way, Seagal actually returned to Japan. I mean, look at this guy. I mean, he's quite dapper. I mean, who wouldn't want to learn from an American with a fro in Japan? Like, if you're a Japanese guy in Japan, like, is there anybody you'd rather go to learn Aikido than this white guy with a fro? I mean, just look at that fro. If that doesn't spell martial arts mastery, I mean, I don't know what does. I mean, that fro is pretty epic. I mean, the legitimacy that the fro alone provides. I mean, how can anybody compete with that? Why would you go to another dojo with a Japanese guy teaching when you can learn from this white guy with a fro? So here's Seagal with his first family. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't look like they're scrimping. I mean, look at those fancy clothes. It's pretty fancy. I mean, he's quite the dapper dresser. I mean, look at that. He even has, like, Hawaiian shirts here. I mean, those are some well-dressed kids as well. I mean, I don't know. Maybe his ex-wife is just that disgruntled because he left her for Hollywood. I mean, look at this guy. I mean, look at how much of a dapper dresser he is. Yeah, she does look a little older. Apparently, they met in California, though. Well, my last name brought up Steven Seagal versus Karate Kid. Who would win? Wax on, wax off is pretty deadly. Well, now that you mention it, guess who Seagal learned from? Seagal actually learned from the real life Mr. Miyagi, and we'll be getting into that in a moment. But let's continue the story here on Wikipedia. Seagal returned to Taos, New Mexico. So Taos is a very spiritual and occult center in New Mexico. With his student and later stuntman Craig Dunn, where they opened a dojo, although Seagal spent much of his time pursuing other ventures. So Seagal starts a dojo in Taos, New Mexico? I mean, that's quite a location for a dojo. I mean, is that the #1 place you would start a dojo in? I mean, yeah, this is quite a wild ride here, the life and times of Stevie Seagal. After another period in Japan, so he goes to Taos, then he goes back to Japan. Now, for some reason, there's not a lot of information on when he went back to Japan. Did he not see his family when he went back? Did he not give them money? I mean, I have no idea. Seagal returned to the U.S. again in 1983 with senior student Haruo Matsuoka. They opened an Aikido dojo initially in North Hollywood, but later moved it to the city of West Hollywood. Seagal left Matsuoka in charge of the dojo, which the latter ran until the two parted ways in 1997. Seagal helped train Brazilian mixed martial artist Lyoto Machida, who credited Seagal for helping him perfect the front kick that he used to knock out Couture at UFC 129 May 2011. So now let's get to Seagal's Hollywood days. So, 1987 to 2002, Hollywood action star. In 87, Seagal began work on his first film, Above the Law, with director Andrew Davis. So here's the other thing. So Seagal made this bold, outrageous claim that he was friends with the head of Warner Brothers. Okay, so a lot of people think that's a bold lie as well, but how is Seagal just randomly starring? So he did work as a stunt coordinator on 2 films. Now, I don't know if people know this. He worked on The Challenge. That was back in the early 80s. So it is a little unclear on how he got those earlier jobs. We'll be getting into that as well. But in 1982, he did The Challenge, and then in 1980, actually, was The Challenge shot in Japan? Because this was, Toshiro Mifune was in this. I wonder if this was in Japan. I don't know if was this shot in Japan? It was shot in both. Oh, it actually was shot in Osaka, Japan. So perhaps there was some kind of introduction. I don't know if Seagal ever talked about that. But then he was also he was a martial arts instructor for the James Bond movie Never Say Never Again with Sean Connery. So let's see what Sean Connery has to say about this experience of working with the legendary Steven Seagal.
But a number of years ago with a guy who's become very successful, Steven Seagal.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, we're going to do a film called Never Say Never Again, and there was a possibility I was going to do Aikido and what have you, and I got a hold of Steven, and we had this training in the building where I had an apartment, and he was really very, very good and everything, and then I got a little cocky because I thought I knew what I was doing, because you know, the principle is it's defense, so it's a pyramid, and I got a bit flash, and I did that, and he broke my wrist.
Wow.
And, oh yeah, and it was so well put together here, I still have it broken.
Is it still broken?
Yeah, that's 15 years ago.
And it's still broken?
Yeah, I just found out last year. It's okay doing that.
I mean, only Steven Seagal can break people's wrists that remain broken for life. For life. I mean, Steven Seagal's abilities. I mean, who is still questioning Steven Seagal's abilities? I mean, this is just absolutely wild. I mean, this is really crazy stuff. And then he does nothing in the film industry for years, until all of a sudden, he's cast as the lead in Above the Law. Anybody find that kind of weird? So how is his story bogus from the get-go, unless that he's some kind of Illuminati interdimensional asset plant in Hollywood, which it's possible. I mean, just based on his abilities, both in the martial arts and in music. I mean, his guitar playing is just so incredible, not to mention his singing, which we'll be getting into as well. I mean, perhaps he is an interdimensional entity. I mean, being a mere mortal and accomplishing all of this, I mean, it does seem like a stretch. It seems like a stretch. He might have some kind of interdimensional attributes. Lord Zed says, Sean Connery ain't no cupcake either. Seagal sliced through him like butter. It seems like Seagal knew everybody. That's the thing. I mean, Seagal even knew Bruce Lee, and a lot of people say that was a bold-faced lie, and I'm going to bring so many receipts on that, everybody's going to drown in them. Okay, because when I first heard that Seagal not only knew Bruce, but they actually fought, I for sure, like, even as a Seagal fan, I for sure thought that was BS. And then I started doing the homework. I started, like, where they lived, how far they lived apart from each other, who was in their inner circle, how many other people were present in the company of both Seagal and Bruce Lee. And there are witnesses. So we'll be getting into that and more, but let's continue the article here before we get into the real stuff. So Seagal was asked to make the film by his former Aikido pupil, Agent Michael Ovitz, who believed that he could make anyone a movie star. Now, Ovitz supposedly has major Hollywood and mob connections, and we'll be getting into all of that later. Ovitz was also the president of the Walt Disney Company from October 95 to January 97. The president of Disney is Seagal's good friend and student. Like, you can't make this stuff up, people. Like, the goof's still denying that Seagal was firmly dialed into the industry. Seagal's student and friend was the president of Disney. I mean, you know, like the conspiracies are going to run deep here. I mean, we're going to get into other CIA assets in Hollywood. We're going to get into so much of the stuff that everybody thinks is BS. But there's a paper trail here. There's a huge paper trail. And nobody actually seems to examine it. They just want to pretend that Seagal just lies or embellishes on everything. It's really weird. And not only that, but Ovitz co-founded Creative Artists Agency. I mean, this is a top Hollywood agency. I mean, if not the top. Now, what is a little strange, so CAA was formed by 5 agents at the William Morris Agency in 75. So at a dinner, Michael Ovitz, Michael Rosenfeld, Ronald Meyer, and Roland Perkins and William Haber decided to create their own agency. Now, here's what's weird. So they were incorporated in Delaware with a $21,000 bank loan and a $35,000 line of credit in a small rental office in Century City. Within 1 week, they got a game show, Rhyme and Reason, The Rich Little Show, and The Jackson 5. Now, who believes that they aren't dialed into Hollywood? Like, how could this little startup already, like, the amount of work they did initially? Now, again, let's keep in mind Operation Mockingbird, the CIA in Hollywood. I went over that in the Britney Spears podcast. That's been well documented. Now you have Michael Ovitz, this huge Hollywood player, one of the top agents, if not the top at the time. Later goes on to be the president of Disney, one of the co-founder of, I mean, this is one of the co-founders of Creative Artists. I mean, I'm not even going to go through their resume because, I mean, it's one of the top agencies. So, I mean, this is just really, really crazy. And this is a buddy of Steven Seagal's who got him a lead role. So Seagal's claim to fame before that was breaking Sean Connery's wrist. Now, normally when you break a Hollywood A-lister, you break the lead, you break the literal lead in a James Bond movie's wrist. I mean, that usually spells doom for your career and you'll never work again. But not this guy, not Seagal. Seagal goes on to starring in these major theatrical releases. I mean, this is crazy. So the film grossed $18.869 million in the U.S., and Roger Ebert of the Chicago Sun-Times stated it contains 50% more plot than it needs, but that allows it room to grow in areas not ordinarily covered in action thrillers. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Isn't Ebert, like Ebert and a lot of those critic goofs, they usually hate action films that say there is no plot. Now an action film comes out with a plot and he says it contains 50% more plot than it needs. Following its success, Seagal's subsequent movies, Hard to Kill, Marked for Death, Out for Justice, all were box office hits and made Seagal an action hero. Janet Maslin of the New York Times wrote, Mr. Seagal is effective for both his novelty value and his ability to be both literally and figuratively disarming. Now, here's where we're going to get into more conspiracy here. I posted this clip from Above the Law. This might be the first Hollywood film to actually feature somebody whistleblowing the CIA's drug trafficking conspiracy. YouTube actually took this clip down. Make of that what you will. I'll play it again here. We'll see if the stream gets
4,000. Thousand acres in Costa Rica, beautiful place.
Beautiful place, huh? And tell me, was that bought with opium money from the Triangle?
And a ton of coke a week from other places.
Chief funnels here through Salvano. Company getting its cut, of course.
Legal tender.
Yeah. So war is still the greatest business, huh, Nelson? I mean, these guys have started and financed every war we've ever fought.
Has any other lead in a Hollywood movie in the 80s, like, he was allowed to say that? Financed every war we ever fought? He's talking about the CIA here. I mean, how was this guy not whacked? And speaking of whackings, we're going to get into his mob ties and his literal testimony in mob trials connected to the Gambino crime family. I mean, people think that Seagal's claims are so outlandish, but when you actually go and look at them, he was documented to have been involved in all of this. Like this is crazy.
You know something? Nobody would ever believe me if I told them. The bankers run the CIA.
Oh, come on.
Bankers run the CIA. Can anybody believe that a Hollywood lead in a theatrical film released theatrical just said those words?
Come on, Toscani, don't preach to me.
So the senator couldn't be bought, could he? He was going to expose your plans to invade Nicaragua with your fucking coke money. So the agency clears Seagal to camp his ass, right?
Just keep walking, asshole.
So tell me something, nobody.
Yeah, Real Offended in the chat said he gave the whole game away. Yeah, he did. He gave the whole game away when conspiracy theories weren't even mainstream. So this was released in 1988. In 1988. And it seems the rest of the world didn't catch up until what? Probably after 9/11. Like, who was seriously looking at conspiracy theories before 9/11? He gave the game away. That's a good way to put it, Real Offended. He gave the game away in 1988. Think about that.
We kill our own senators now.
Why not? The Romans did.
Are we the fucking Romans?
Let's watch
4,000 acres in Costa Rica. Beautiful place.
Beautiful place, huh? And tell me, was that bought with opium money from the Triangle?
And a ton of coke a week from other places.
Chief funnels here through Salvano. Company getting its cut, of course.
The company getting its cut, of course. Here's the other thing, too. How did Seagal know all of this? Most of this stuff didn't become public until the early 90s. Now, some of it, there was some talk of it in the 80s, but not in the mainstream. So if Seagal really did have some kind of CIA connections, because he has documented mob connections. He testified in a mob trial. And there's a whole bunch of documentation about that. What else was he connected to? I mean, the mob obviously intersected with the CIA in many things, including drug trafficking. So how are people so quick to dismiss any possibility that he could have maybe not worked directly for the CIA, but was somehow affiliated with individuals affiliated with the CIA?
Legal tender.
Yeah. So war is still the greatest business, huh, Nelson? I mean, these guys have started and financed every war we've ever fought.
These guys have started, not just financed, started every war? So this is crazy. He's saying this in 1988? Like, who was blowing the whistle in 1988? I mean, even Bill Cooper's Behold the Pale Horse didn't come out yet. I mean, he's saying this before Bill Cooper's book came out.
But you know something? Nobody would ever believe me if I told them. The bankers run the CIA.
Steven Seagal just said bankers run the CIA in a 1988 theatrical release. You know what's weird is he never really seemed to get the credit he deserved in conspiracy circles for blowing the whistle like this. I mean, this is crazy. Like, how did nobody give him the credit for exposing that bankers not only run the CIA, but started and financed every war? Not just financed, started and financed.
Oh, come on, Toscani, don't preach to me.
So the senator couldn't be bought, could he? He was going to expose your plans to invade Nicaragua with your fucking coke money. So the agency clears Zagon to camp his ass, right?
Just keep walking, asshole.
So tell me something, old buddy. Do we kill our own senators now?
Why not? The Romans did.
Are we the fucking Romans?
I mean, how Seagal didn't win. I mean, how Above the Law didn't sweep the Academy Awards. I mean, I don't know. That's weird. Obviously, the whole thing is fixed. Otherwise, Seagal would have more Academy Awards than anybody else. But, yeah, I mean, that's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. So, Seagal, I'm going to go over a Raw interview around that time as well, which is pretty interesting. I just wanted to finish up the wiki hit piece here before we get into the really interesting stuff. He achieved mainstream success in '92 with the release of Under Siege, which reunited Seagal with director Andrew Davis for what critics described as Die Hard on a battleship. Rotten Tomatoes gives the film a score of 79% based on reviews from 28 critics. The site's consensus states, quote, a well-directed action thriller that makes the most of its confined setting. Under Siege marks a high point for early 90s action, and it stars spotty filmography. What kind of blasphemy is that? Spotty? How is that spotty? Under Siege is the only film starring Seagal to receive a fresh rating on Rotten Tomatoes. So, okay. I mean, maybe I'm alone here, but Under Siege is probably my least favorite Seagal movie of his first big run, all the way through. I would say Fire Down Below. We talked about this in the Q&A where we talked about Seagal. So I like all his movies up through. I mean, he was also blowing the whistle on corporate polluters in On Deadly Ground, which he also directed. I Am Ion's Cat says David Musto was blowing the whistle in the 80s, but he was a writer, not an actor. Yeah, I mean, Seagal seems to have been the first guy that kind of blew the whistle on this huge stage. I mean, this is a theatrically released Hollywood studio film. Did I see the submarine Seagal movie? Oh, Under Siege? Under Siege. Wait, you're talking about Under Siege? That's my least favorite Seagal movie of the 80s through 90s, probably. Well, other than The Patriot. So The Patriot, it really started to go downhill. Exit Wounds, I think, was his last phenomenal film. Although I haven't... Well, Belly of the Beast was okay. That was 2003. And I haven't seen Attrition, or there was a couple of ones with DMX. I think he did one or two more with DMX that were supposedly good. I haven't seen those. Supposedly he's in the works for Under Siege 3, but I don't know if that's going to happen. Oh, you talking about the submarine movie with Dolph Lundgren and Van Damme? No, I haven't seen that one. That one looks bad. So yeah, let me finish this here. On April 20th, 91, Seagal hosted Season 16, Episode 18 of Saturday Night Live. We're actually going to be doing an analysis of that entire episode. I was able to find it, even though it's kind of been blacklisted. The series' longtime executive producer Lorne Michaels and cast members David Spade and Tim Meadows called Seagal the show's worst host ever. I mean, look at Seagal. He's got all these accolades. I mean, he's done what no other man has done before. Spade and Meadows cited Seagal's humorlessness, his ill treatment of the cast and writers, and his refusal to do a Hans and Franz sketch because the skit's title characters had obviously said they could beat up Seagal. Seagal has never been invited back to the show. Meadows commented he didn't realize that you can't tell somebody they're stupid on Wednesday and expect them to continue writing for you on Saturday. Or is it possible he realized how so many people are talentless hacks? And if Steven Seagal really is some kind of divine interdimensional traveler, perhaps he recognized some of these Hollywood parasite demonic scum for the stuff they do behind the scenes, and he treated them appropriately. Has anybody floated that theory? I mean, if you haven't checked out the Hollywood Illuminati Humiliation Ritual podcast on MindShock, if you haven't checked out the P. Diddy conspiracy, I mean, a lot of this stuff's coming out in the open about Hollywood. Some people think Seagal would have been involved in that, but if he's not, and he simply knew the nature of a lot of the people he worked with, why would he treat demonic Illuminati scum politely? I mean, these are the questions that need to be asked. John Leguizamo's a goof, though. I mean, he had some good performances, but yeah, it almost seems like Seagal, like, I don't know, he just obviously got rubbed the wrong way. But if Leguizamo's in the club, and Seagal wasn't, perhaps that's why they were all talking against him. I mean, there does seem to be this widespread smear campaign against him. Everybody keeps repeating that Jean LaBelle story, which we will get into and examine all the receipts of the people that were actually there when that encounter happened. SNL cast member Julia Sweeney later recalled that Seagal had this idea that he's a therapist and he wanted Victoria Jackson to be his patient who's just been RAPED. And the therapist says, you're going to have to come to me twice a week for like 3 years, because he said, that's how therapists freaking are. They're just trying to get your money. Is Seagal wrong? And then he says that the psychiatrist tries to have sex with her. Is he trying to blow the whistle on psychiatry and they just didn't like it? The cast and crew's difficulties with Seagal were later echoed on air by Michaels during guest host Nicolas Cage's monologue September 26, 92, season 18 premiere, when Cage worried that he would do poorly, that the audience would regard him as the biggest jerk who's ever been on the show. Michaels replied, no, that would be Steven Seagal. Seagal directed and starred in On Deadly Ground 94. The film emphasized environmental and spiritual themes, signaling a break with his previous persona as a genre-ready inner-city cop. On Deadly Ground was received poorly by critics, especially denouncing Seagal's long environmental speech in the film. Regardless, Seagal considers it one of the most important and relevant moments in his career. Seagal followed this with a sequel to one of his most successful films, Under Siege 2. In 96, he had a role in the Kurt Russell film Executive Decision. That same year, he filmed police drama The Glimmer Man 96. In another environmentally conscious and commercially unsuccessful film, Fire Down Below, he played EPA Office of Enforcement and Compliance Assurance Agent fighting industrialists dumping toxic waste in the Kentucky hills. And in Fire Down Below, it seemed like he was also trying to blow the whistle on corruption going on within the EPA and various government agencies. Lord Zed says, Against the Dark is about a virus and Cure 2009. I don't know if I've seen that one either. Well, The Patriot was about a virus too in 1990. I totally forgot about that. Huh. It's about a militia leader who injected himself with a deadly virus. And Seagal plays a doctor and former immunologist. Can you imagine, like, who's writing a script for Steven Seagal as an immunologist? I mean, that's interesting. Wow. I might have to rewatch that. I don't remember anything about that movie other than it was bad, but I don't, maybe it's not as bad as I remember. I don't know. Seagal produced this film with his own money, and the film was shot on location near his farm in Montana. After producing Prince of Central Park, wow, he produced that? That's interesting. It's some kind of drama with Kathleen Turner and Harvey Keitel. That's interesting. Steven Seagal produced. I didn't even know he produced big films like that. Seagal returned to cinema screens with the release of Exit Wounds, March 2001. The film had fewer martial arts scenes than Seagal's previous films, but was a commercial success, taking almost $80 million worldwide. It was considered at the time to be a comeback for Seagal. However, Seagal was unable to capitalize on this success, and his next two projects were both critical and commercial failures: the movie Ticker and Half Past Dead. Ticker was actually filmed before Exit Wounds. Half Past Dead was with, also starred Ja Rule. Okay. 2003 to the present, other than his role in as a villain in Robert Rodriguez's Machete, almost all the films Seagal has made since the latter half of 2001 have been direct-to-video. Seagal is credited as a producer and sometimes a writer on many of these DTV movies, including Black Dawn, Belly of the Beast, Out of Reach, Submerged. I think Submerged is a... Wait a second. Submerged appears to be a submarine movie as well. I don't think I saw that. Kill Switch, I did see. I think that was really bad. Urban Justice, Pistol Whipped. Did I see Pistol Whipped? That's a great title, though. Against the Dark, Driven to Kill, A Dangerous Man. I think I saw A Dangerous Man, too. That was pretty bad. Born to Raise Hell. Wow, did I see? I might have even watched that one. The Keeper. I think I might have also seen that. Wow. Beyond the Law. That's one I did not see. Wow, Beyond the Law was theatrical? Interesting, 2019. I think that's the one people said was his last good one. In 2009, A&E Network premiered the reality television series Steven Seagal Lawman, focusing on Seagal as a deputy in Jefferson Parish, Louisiana. In the what? How does he have a tie to Louisiana, though? I guess that's through the blues, probably, through music. In 2010, Seagal's direct-to-video films increasingly started to become ensemble pieces, with Seagal playing minor or supporting roles, despite the fact that he often received top billing. Maximum Conviction, Force of Execution, Gut Shot Straight, that's a great title, Code of Honor, Sniper Special Ops, The Asian Connection, The Perfect Weapon, Cartels, and China Salesman all exemplify this trend. So, I didn't watch the whole movie, China Salesman, but Steven Seagal actually fights Mike Tyson in China Salesman. It's pretty badly filmed, but interesting. Dub says, in my opinion, at the very least, Seagal could beat up 90% of men his size and weight, hand-to-hand combat speculation. I mean, is there anybody Seagal can't beat up? I mean, that's a better question. I went over Bruce Lee's death on the Bruce Lee podcast on MINDSHOCK. You can check that out. In 2011, Seagal introduced and starred in an American television action series entitled True Justice. The series first aired on Nitro, a TV station in Spain. It premiered in the UK on 5 USA. Okay. The series was renewed for a second season, airing on Reel's channel. Okay. Music, Seagal plays the guitar, and among his extensive collection are guitars previously owned by The Kings, Albert, Beebe, and Freddie, as well as Bo Diddley, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Buddy Guy, Howlin' Wolf, Muddy Waters, and Jimi Hendrix. In 2005, he released his first album, Songs from the Crystal's Cave, which has a mix of pop, world, country, and blues music. It features duets with Tony Rebel, Lieutenant Stitchie, Lady Saw, and Stevie Wonder. The soundtrack to Seagal's 2005 film Into the Sun features several songs from the album. One of his album's tracks, Girl, It's All Right, was also featured as a single in several countries alongside an accompanying music video. Seagal's second album, titled Mojo Priest, was released April 2006. Subsequently, he spent the summer of 2006 touring the US and Europe with his band, Thunderbox, in support of the album. And again, how many people are as prolific and talented as Stevie Seagal to be doing? I mean, who here hasn't heard Seagal's music? I'm going to put on the music video. I mean, this is just I don't know how this song and music video wasn't more popular. Oh, wow. It's not going to let me put up the video for some reason. This is weird. Alright, hold on. We gotta watch this music video. It's pretty phenomenal. For those that don't know, Seagal's music is pretty damn good. Oh, here we go. I found it. Okay, after we listen to this, I defy anybody to say this is not quality music. I don't think he uses auto-tune either, because he sounds the same live. Now, this is obviously going to get hit with copyright, but it's just too good not to play. It's just way too good not to play.
Tomorrow brings.
I mean, is there anything this man can't do? Like, all of the haters on Seagal, like, do they have even a fraction of 1% of the talent Seagal has?
Would it make you feel something so real? Like you could speak your own mind and whisper your wildest dreams. But girl, it's alright by me. Girl, it's alright. It's alright. Girl, it's alright.
And the production value of this music video, I mean, it's up there as well. I mean, how are people still talking trash about Steven Seagal? Like, how did this guy not become just a top music artist? Like, how is he not winning Grammys? I mean, does any of this make sense to anybody? Like, how is he seriously not winning Grammys for this? So, the album came out in 2004. I'm assuming the music video came out... Actually, I think the music came out in 2005. 1 year after. I mean, who can deny this man's talent?
Right by me. Oh, yeah. Once there was a king who lived in a foreign land. Had riches and gold, the envy of every man. But he somehow missed out on what I have now.
And the moral lessons, I mean, the moral lessons Seagal is preaching here. I mean, this is head and shoulders above anything coming out of Hollywood, anything coming on any of the music channels. I mean, how did this single not... I mean, how did it not win how is Seagal not sweeping all the award show, all the music award shows? I mean, can anybody make sense of this? Can anybody make sense of this? Like, how was he not sweeping all of the movie awards, all of the music awards? If this was a just system and the entertainment industry, the music and movie industries weren't completely handled by the Illuminati, you'd have true talent like Seagal rising to the top.
Cause a dream in this world ain't all that I'll ever need. Well, girl, it's alright by me. Girl, it's alright by me. This is the kind of thing one might see in a movie. This is the kind of thing that inspires one's greatest poetry.
Well, to be fair, Van Damme might be the better dancer at certain styles of dance. We'll be getting into Seagal. Seagal's actually a phenomenal folk style dancer. A lot of people might not know that. But in terms of ballet and just other types of dance, I don't think that's his daughter here. There might be some risque material coming up. I don't actually remember this. Kill the Bank says 5 out of 10. In my opinion, not bad for Steven, though. 5 out of 10. I mean, this is clearly 10 out of 10. All-time masterpiece. I defy anybody to find a better music video than this.
Out of a million chances, who would have thought?
And the moral lesson, if you're paying attention to the lyrics here.
I'd be this kind of lucky one. Girl, it's alright. Girl, it's alright by me. Yeah, baby, it's alright.
And the song is just so catchy. When's the last time you heard a catchy song like this? I mean, this is just mastery across the board.
It's alright. Girl, if I should die and have to go away, I know I'll be back.
I mean, Steven Seagal has the voice of an angel, does he not? Is he really an interdimensional traveler? I mean, how can he be this good at martial arts, acting, singing, guitar playing? I mean, is there anything this guy can't do?
To see you another day.
Lord Zed knows what's up. Kill the Bank says opinions vary, but Lord Zed says facts don't vary. This is the best song ever. I mean, it's tough to really metric. I mean, it's probably the best music video ever, only because Seagal didn't make music videos for his other songs.
'Cause there's love that we have is one that will last. So let the mountain don't cry, let the sky fall and die. We can't live in the past, and the future won't last. Well, if we live for today, it won't go away, so please know it's alright. Girl, it's alright.
Kill the Bank says an angel that got their throat ripped out by Patrick Swayze. BRKCHEY, Berkchi, is that how you pronounce it? Listen to Gibani Libar, kind of similar style. I mean, look at him hitting those notes. I mean, this is just phenomenal. I mean, how is he not getting recognition for just this unparalleled musician?
By me.
I mean, how phenomenal was that? How absolutely phenomenal was that? Has anybody seen a better music video or heard a better song? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it's out there. Alright, so let's continue here. Law enforcement work. Seagal has been a reserve deputy chief in the Jefferson Parish, Louisiana Sheriff's Office in the late 80s after teaching the deputies martial arts, unarmed combat, and marksmanship. Then Sheriff Harry Lee asked Seagal to join the force. So not only did he teach them martial arts, he taught them marksman. So how is Steven Seagal this phenomenal marksman with a gun? Like, when does he have time to master all these crafts? Because, I mean, the martial arts, yes, but apparently he's an expert marksman as well. Where did he learn these skills? Was it working with the CIA? I'm going to bring up this clip of Seagal's just incredible ability as a marksman. So apparently, and he had this ability in the late 80s. Like, when did he have time to become an expert marksman? I mean, again, this is why Seagal is the man, the myth, the legend. He might have to be some kind of interdimensional traveler. Like, how is it possible that he is a mere mortal with all of these abilities and talents? How is it possible? I mean, can anyone compete with Seagal in any single one of these fields, let alone all of them?
Once a year, every officer has to qualify with firearms in order to use their pistol on duty. And next week is Alex's test.
I mean, look at that hand control. I mean, look at that. I mean, man, Seagal's arms look really muscular here. Can you imagine having your wrist broken by a guy with arms like that? Not just the size of the arms, but obviously his Aikido technique is unparalleled as well. I mean, Aikido plus strength, I mean, that's a deadly combination.
See how it goes right where I want it?
Yes, sir.
Right there. I'd say it's hitting.
If I don't pass weapons qualification, I definitely don't want to be behind a desk. I heard Chief Seagal's a heck of a shot, and I'm going to ask him for pointers to help me knock off.
Does this guy ever miss? I mean, has he ever missed a shot? Is he like, I mean, what? Like, how is he doing this?
Off the Russ.
I'm going to start out close, shoot a bullet hole. He's supposed to try to shoot it in the bullet hole.
Put it in the same hole. Damn.
I'm trying to pass down some of the secrets that have made me a master shooter.
Look at Seagal. I mean, just what a nice guy. I mean, just openly sharing all these secrets that have made him a master shooter. I mean, where did he learn these secrets, though? Was it with the CIA? Like, how is he an expert marksman?
I don't want to just help Alex pass this test, but I want him to be a better marksman for life. All right, ready? Damn. Both in the same hole, buddy.
I mean, this is pretty incredible. That's not bad. That was pretty close. No way. People are saying this is edited. Ah, man. If it's not edited, though, it would be good to see it in one shot. I mean, they should have well, the problem with one shot is you'd still have to show the close-up because you wouldn't be able to see that tiny bullet hole off a really wide shot. So you'd still need the close-up. I mean, actually, I guess a way to do it would have been behind, well, no, if you had a camera with a bulletproof lens and you put it right behind the target, perhaps there. I mean, to shoot a bullet hole inside of a bullet hole, though, I mean, that's kind of crazy.
Here's you. I want you to do this.
Blade.
Right. Oh! I really didn't want this hole to get bigger than a silver. I want you to take...
I mean, obviously they have two cameras, but we don't really know. Okay, then, 22, okay. Did Seagal really poop his pants by that one guy? The guy's name is Gene LaBelle, and we'll be examining the propaganda there. I'm going to be bringing the receipts on whether that did or didn't happen by the people that were actually there. I don't know if you just got here, but we were talking about the propaganda campaign against Steven Seagal using blatant falsities.
Yeah, I want you to put... Squeeze. Same hole.
I mean, look at those directions. Squeeze, same hole. I mean, this guy's clearly just this incredible, magnificent teacher in every endeavor that he that he pursues.
Oh! See how it jerked like that?
Yes, sir.
Don't let it jerk.
Don't let it jerk. I mean, wow. Wow.
Guess who's buying beer tonight, boy?
Chiefs were all right there. I shot all of these. He knows what he's doing, and he knows how to put lead on target.
Let's do something else to warm up. Just like Zen archery or something. It's a kind of a meditation for some people, being able to, just really concentrate on being masterful with your discipline.
Being masterful with your discipline. I mean, were wiser words ever spoken?
You want to really build confidence in yourself. You want to show yourself what you can do ultimately. And ultimately, I think I can shoot the tip off these. When you're really a good shot, once in a while you can light a match. But that's some super shooting there, boy.
That's some super shooting there, boy.
There's your first one. Being a lifelong practitioner of the martial arts, I try to teach everyone not to fight the recoil of the weapon, but more to become one with the weapon. And
I mean, this is just so much wisdom here. Become one with the weapon. I mean, this is just absolutely incredible. I mean, Seagal doesn't just belong in the pantheon of greats in every single field that he participates in, and he's got so many fields. I mean, he deserves a pantheon all of his own, head and shoulders above every other. I mean, this is crazy.
let it be an extension of their body.
I mean, this amount of wisdom. I mean, everybody better be sitting down for this. Like, I don't know how to handle this amount of wisdom.
Let me see if I can start to get good here. I'm aiming for the match now. Blew the top of it off, but not good enough. I want to light it. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose.
Man, is anybody shocked? Did he actually light the match, but they didn't want him to appear so godlike that they actually edited it and had someone else shoot it and not light it? Because Seagal's just that humble. He didn't want to make everybody feel this bad. Like, this could be tricky editing. We really don't know. I mean, obviously we haven't seen these single shots. This could be tricky editing where Seagal is just, he's so humble that he didn't want to light it. Yeah, Mr. JSV 650, they might have not wanted us to think it was fake. Yeah. Yeah, this is tough. This is tough to really dissect because it's hard to believe that he would fail at anything.
After what I seen today, he could take a gnat off a fly's ass.
You're going to shoot good this time. Don't jerk the gun, just push the bullet out there.
Just push the bullet out there. I mean, like, how could you not be a better shooter with those kinds of words and wisdom and pats on the back by the great one himself? I mean, it's just hard to believe.
Oh, yeah. Just push it out there. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. From the time you started till the time we finished, I felt like he learned. Don't bend your knees too much. He stopped. He changed his body. Pointing better, and I think pulling the trigger better. You see the difference?
Yes, sir.
This is a much better group.
Expert, novice.
No, you're not a novice. You got the Asian kind of Zen lesson. You're not doing this anymore. You're doing this.
I mean, it's all about the Asian Zen for that grip on the gun. It's all about the Asian Zen. I mean, come on. Is anyone not convinced that Seagal is also the greatest marksman of all time? I mean, this is just incredible stuff.
Alex, that was a good range session, but let's get back on patrol.
I mean, this is really incredible stuff. Absolutely incredible stuff from the one and only Steven Seagal. So the other thing, Seagal's rank in Louisiana was ceremonial. Was that just because there was no accurate rank? Because he would be ranked so high in proportion to the other ranks, there was nowhere they could put them. So they just had to make it ceremonial because they didn't want anybody to feel bad. Steven Seagal Lawman, a series which follows his work in the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office premiered on A&E December 2nd, 2009. Seagal stated that I've decided to work with A&E on this series now because I believe it's important to show the nation all the positive work being accomplished here in Louisiana. To see the passion and commitment that comes from the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office in this post-Katrina environment. The series premiere drew 3.6 million viewers, ranking as the best season opener for any original A&E series ever. I mean, wow. Again, just this guy's he's this prolific and successful at literally everything he does. I mean, he must surpass David Hasselhoff. If you haven't checked out the David Hasselhoff podcast, I mean, this is absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. April 14th, 2010, the series was suspended by Jefferson Parish Sheriff Newell Normand due to a sexual trafficking lawsuit filed against Seagal. The suit was later dropped. So here's the thing. If this is all Illuminati related, did they try to frame Seagal because he really wasn't part of the club? And that's why they wanted to pin it all on him. Meanwhile, all these other bigwigs were getting away with it, like Weinstein. Because this was 2010, so this is pre-Weinstein-Epstein exposure, or major exposure and arrests. So were they all trying to pin it on Seagal? And we'll be circling back to that as we examine other sources. A&E resumed the show for the second season, October 6, 2010. Production on season 3 started February 2011 with a change of location from Louisiana to Maricopa County, Arizona. 2 episodes were scheduled to be aired beginning January 4th, 2012. Shortly before the episodes were to be aired, season 3 was suspended with no explanations given. Season 3 premiered January 2nd, 2014, but the show was not renewed for a 4th season. October 2011, Seagal was sworn in as the Sheriff Department's Deputy Sheriff of Hudspeth County, Texas, a law department responsible for patrolling a 98-mile stretch of the Texas-Mexico border. You know, here's another mind shock. If Seagal was still patrolling the border, we wouldn't be having any kind of crisis at the border. Because, I mean, Seagal knows how to control people. I mean, who could compete? Nobody would even be trying to illegally enter the Texas-Mexico border if they knew Seagal was patrolling it. I mean, seriously. Was this all some kind of weird plot by Obama and Biden to get Seagal out of the country by framing him with these trafficking lawsuits, just to get him off the border so that way they could facilitate the invasion? I Am Iron's Cat asked, Bruce, do you think Seagal designed that silencer for his weapon in that movie? The lines were that his character did, but it felt personal in a way that my vibe was it was the actor's own weapon. I mean, yeah, I mean, he probably has a lot of weapons we haven't even seen in his custom collection. I mean, his guitar collection is probably the best in the world. His weapon collection might be as well. So what does everybody think? Was there this Illuminati plot by Obama and Biden to get Seagal off the Texas-Mexico border? And they were, coming up with all these trumped-up charges on Seagal, so Seagal actually eventually left the country. And now supposedly lives in Russia, best buds with Putin. What's going on there? Like, how does a guy, nobody talks about how he's best buds with Putin. Does that make any sense to anybody? But continuing the wiki here, business ventures. In 97, Seagal was to be featured in an action video game for the Nintendo 64 and the original PlayStation called Deadly Honor, but it was canceled for undisclosed reasons in its beta phase of development. See, here's the thing with this. I have a piece on this. This is a great conspiracy because is Seagal just too deadly that the metrics in video games, they just wouldn't be able to accurately portray Seagal because he'd have off the charts attributes in every single category. NESworld.com has a write-up here. Announced early in the Nintendo 64 lifespan, Tech Magic was going to release a game called Deadly Honor, an action game starring no other than Steven Seagal. Tech Magic was originally working on a Steven Seagal game for the SNES called The Final Option, but it was delayed and finally canned. Work then began on the new N64 title and its PlayStation counterpart, but neither got released. Unfortunately, no info about the game seems to exist. No press material seems to have ever been released, so the game could have been canned even before development began. So what are the theories here? Is it simply because we know, like, all these other guys have had video games? Steven Seagal seems to be the only guy, because I mean, is his speed and strength, I mean, all of his attributes, are they just so off the charts that it can't be replicated in a video game? I mean, they tried Super Nintendo, N64, PlayStation. They just couldn't get his metrics correct because he's just too deadly. And, I mean, do you really want to play a video game where you just hit a button and you kill everybody? Because that would be an accurate portrayal of Steven Seagal in the video game. I mean, I don't know. What does everybody in the chat think? Is Steven Seagal simply too deadly for video games? What does everybody think? Is Seagal just too deadly for video games? I think he might be. I mean, is there any other video game that has been canceled that many times with no explanations even given? We're going to take a look at some of Steven Seagal's TV commercials next. I mean, this guy's just so prolific. I mean, absolutely prolific. Just give me a second. YouTube is obviously taking umbrage with this stream. I mean, they don't want to. Nobody. The internet just can't handle the bandwidth. Just can't handle. Even YouTube bandwidth seems like it can't handle the greatness that is Steven Seagal. There just seems to be this issue. I mean, never before has anyone even attempted a comprehensive analysis of the one and only Seagal. Heracles says it would have crashed the industry. Yeah, I mean, it's very possible. It's very possible they just couldn't take the chance of Seagal crashing the entire multi-billion-dollar video game industry. It's hard to blame them. It's hard to blame them. Does anybody remember the Steven Seagal energy drinks? In 2005, Seagal Enterprises began to market an energy drink known as Steven Seagal's Lightning Bolt, but it has since been discontinued. I mean, was that energy drink just too incredible at giving people Seagal-like powers? The Illuminati just couldn't handle that much power in the hands of the people. They had to even cancel his energy drink? I mean, wow. I mean, this is just absolutely staggering at how they keep trying to keep Seagal down. Okay, then 22OK said the frames per second couldn't keep up with Seagal's speed. That's also, yeah, that's very probable as well. Okay, so let's look at these energy drink commercials here. I mean, these are absolutely incredible as well. I mean, who could even handle a Steven Seagal energy drink? Or did people actually get sick from it because they just couldn't handle, the Seagal energy? It's not meant for mere mortals. Is that another possibility?
Hey there, we want to tell you about Steven Seagal's new energy drink. It's called Lightning Bolt. It's 100% natural and it tastes just great. In fact, it's so good, he likes swimming in it.
How's it going, baby?
Boss, I've got another 2,000 cans to go to fill this pool.
Man, I feel so sorry for you, but you know what? I really wanted to swim in Steven Seagal's Lightning Bolt with you.
Yeah, but you know I love doing it, because I love you.
I love you too, baby.
Lightning Bolt is a unique energy drink. It's the first of its kind, with 100% pure juice blends, and is the only energy drink to contain Tibetan goji berries and Asian cordyceps.
I mean, back in 2005, who was doing this combination of Tibetan goji berries and Asian cordyceps? I mean, where did Seagal learn all these secrets? Did he learn this in the CIA? And now he even released it to the public, and of course the Illuminati shut that down. I mean, the Illuminati seems to be trying to shut Steven Seagal down at every turn.
And it hits the spot every time.
Now we can both swim in Steven Seagal's Lightning Bolt pool.
Cool, baby. Thank you, man. You do the right thing.
Thank you, darling.
You are such a... Everybody just see that?
Steven!
Is Seagal doing the soundtrack for this commercial as well?
I forgot one! I found it at the bottom of the pool.
Lightning Bolt comes in 2 delicious flavors, Asian Experience and Cherry Charge. So why not give your taste buds a real thrill?
Привет, дорогая.
Привет, дорогой. Это тебе.
Спасибо.
Wait, what? He's speaking Russian here? Wait, is there any language Seagal can't speak? This is crazy.
Сестричка, я сейчас к тебе присоединюсь. Милый, могу я пойти и поплавать в лайтнинговой водичке?
Конечно. It's good to be the king, isn't it? And guess what? This could happen to you if you drank Lightning Bolt.
So is this why the Illuminati shut down the Lightning Bolt energy drink? Because they just couldn't handle, I mean, they can't even handle one Seagal. If people are drinking his energy drink and they're even getting 1% Seagal power, I mean, this is crazy stuff. This is truly MINDSHOCK.
Lightning Bolt. Try it today. It's electric.
I mean, that's just truly incredible stuff there. I wonder if anybody stockpiled it before it was taken off the shelves by the Illuminati. Yeah, let me double check. Let me see if you can get Steven Seagal's... I mean, I wonder if they had expiration dates. Yeah, it's on eBay. Let's see. Oh, wow. It's only $1,500 a can on eBay. So people were stockpiling. I mean, that's probably a deal. It's probably worth way more than that. It says not recommended for consumption. But the label says Tibetan goji berry, Asian cordyceps, B vitamins, ginseng, and guarana. Very interesting. So apparently some people have stockpiled them, selling them for $1,500 a can. That seems kind of cheap for what you're getting. Seems kind of cheap. I don't see if there's an expiration. I mean, do they just not expire? Yeah, man. Has anybody in the chat actually tried them? I don't remember them being widely available. I remember seeing the commercials when they first aired, but I don't remember seeing them at any actual brick and mortar location. But speaking of Seagal's mastery of all languages, I have a clip here of different accents of Seagal, which is quite incredible. I mean, this guy's just so prolific in so many different fields. I mean, it truly is mind-shocking. I mean, I'm going to have to repeat my question from the opening of this podcast. Has Earth ever produced a human as great as Steven Seagal? Is Steven Seagal the greatest human Earth has ever produced?
Foundation of all people has to be where we come from ultimately. And ultimately where we come from is the divine.
I played my fingers because I saw Gabe Brown play like this, Albert Collins play like this, Albert King play like this, and those are the guys that I was lucky enough to get to sit with and watch and play with.
I am a little bit Asian and...
How many languages does this guy speak? This guy's fluent in Japanese, Russian. How many other languages? I mean, a lot of CIA assets master many different languages.
I'm a Russian Mongol, and I'm Russian. My father was a Russian Mongol, so these people are Russian Mongols. Vladimir Putin.
Of Italian descent?
Yeah, I have some Italian on my mother's side, and...
He speaks Italian, too. I mean, is anybody surprised? How many languages can Seagal really speak? Killed the Bank says, I'd say he can speak every language. I mean, hasn't he spent a lot of time in Tibet as well?
Anybody know why Richie did Bobby Lupo?
I mean, he's got every accent down as well. Oh, the blasphemy of Matrix Decoded in the house here, saying Jackie Chan is way more of a legend than Seagal. Jackie Chan does have a prolific singing career as well. He is a great singer also. But Jackie Chan is no Steven Seagal.
I'm Russian. My family are from Vladivostok and Belarus and, you know, Vladimir Putin.
С наступающим.
Я дурак! Пидорас. Now you know, let's have a shot of rum. Then me can make you come.
He can do a Jamaican accent as well. I mean, is there any language Seagal can't speak? Is there any accent Seagal can't replicate? I mean, this guy might be the most prolific human that has ever existed.
With me to the ocean. That would be flat.
That would be fly?
You can be my bowcat. Nice ital breeze. Bring you to your knees.
I mean, this guy's just absolutely incredible. I mean, the diversity of music as well.
We're jamming. I'm a Russian Mongol, and I'm Russian.
What the hell is this? Is Seagal being honored in some kind of Russian-Mongol ceremony? I've never even seen this clip. I mean, look at this. He's got some kind of combinations, half Star Trek, half medieval, half Asian Mongol uniform on. And then he also has his do-rag and his sunglasses while riding a horse here. I mean, can anybody other than Seagal pull this off here? I mean, this is incredible.
I don't know what color I am, but I know one thing. In the blues, like I said, there was no color, but also I was the only one that wasn't black that I knew that played exactly like them, because I was raised with them. I didn't learn from a record. I played with my fingers, you know? And they know who all the other white boys that play with their fingers, you know, and if they do, it's, you know, it's something that is maybe just starting to do with some people, but most people don't play with their fingers, they play with their pick. And I play with my fingers because I saw Gabe Miles Brown play like this, Albert Collins play like this, Albert King play like this, and those are the guys that I was lucky enough to get to sit with and watch and play with.
Matrix Decoded, he didn't defect to Russia. He holds dual citizenship. I think he also has a Serbian citizenship as well. I mean, I don't know. Is Seagal just that much of a patriot that he did what he could while here? I mean, was there even a border crisis while Seagal was the lawman on the border? Didn't that came all after with Obama, didn't it? Well, it was in the middle of it, but because 2008, he was lawman 2011. I mean, there was a border situation, but was it as bad as it is now? And did anybody even make it across the stretch that Seagal was patrolling? I mean, I wonder what his rating was there.
Those were my teachers. Those were my mentors. I'm not special. There ain't nothing special about me. I'm just a simple country boy trying to put one foot in front of the other.
There you have it. Steven Seagal's just a simple country boy trying to put one foot in front of the other while mastering all these different fields.
Hoodoo, we say voodoo, we say gree-gree. Nothing to do with the old religion or magic. It just has to do with blues and that kind of swampy blues that came from Mississippi. Delta blues, Mississippi, Louisiana. I'm a Russian Mongol and I'm Russian.
I mean, I have another theory too. I mean, if Seagal, like, can they really unleash martial law and try to have a civil war, all this stuff, and unleash World War III in the U.S. while Seagal is in the U.S.? I mean, think about how many troops it would take to subdue Seagal. I mean, the amount of resources to just taking out Seagal alone, if the Illuminati were trying to plan something within the U.S., I mean, the chances of them being successful with Seagal inside the U.S. is virtually nothing, right? So they had to get him out of the U.S. You know, like, would any of this stuff have had? Would COVID have even been possible if Seagal was still within U.S. borders? Would all of these mandates and all of these lockdowns, could they have pulled it off if Seagal was still on U.S. soil? I mean, I don't know. I don't think so. I am Ion's cat. I will get to all the receipts. I mean, this is just the introduction, my friends. You thought I was joking when I was talking about comprehensive? I mean, this was just the 2-hour brief intro. We're going to be getting to all that. We're going to be getting to the CIA. We're going to be getting to the martial arts. This is just the introduction, people. What do you think this is? This is MINDSHOCK. This is the brief intro we're going through here.
My father was a Russian Mongol, so these people are Russian Mongols.
I'm an American. And to me, nothing means America more than America and Americans. So I decided to take a trip into the small towns of America to see what being American means to other Americans.
I think the foundation of all people has to be where we come from ultimately. And ultimately,
the foundation of all people has to be where we come from. I mean, have wiser words ever been uttered by any entity that has ever existed in this dimension or any other. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Ultimately, where we come from is the divine.
Pumarapong ka, Praja. Pumarapong ka, Praja.
Is that Thai? Can Steven Seagal also speak Thai? What?
Pumarapong ka,
Raja. Zodika.
You ever notice how clean babies smell like nothing in the world has ever?
I think the foundation of all people has to be where we ultimately.
Okay. I mean, we're actually not even done with the intro. We're almost done with the intro here. We are almost finished with the intro. I mean, it's not even time to get to the receipts yet, but we'll get to it in a moment. I just want to finish. This is just the wiki. Seagal also marketed an aftershave called Scent of Action. I mean, can you imagine how dapper someone can be with a Steven Seagal aftershave? I mean, I wonder if that's still available. Or did they shut that down as well? I'm trying to find out if you can still get them. There doesn't seem to be a lot of information on this aftershave. Was it swept under the rug? Yeah, apparently you can't get it either. I mean, the Illuminati seems like it really wants to shut down Steven Seagal and all of his products. Yeah, there's really not a lot of information here. It is very difficult to get any information on Steven Seagal's aftershave. I mean, this conspiracy runs deep. This runs deep. He also has a range of knives and weapons. In 2013, Seagal joined newly formed Russian firearms manufacturer Ursus, representing the company in both a promotional capacity, as well as lobbying for the easement of U.S. import restrictions on Russian sporting firearms. It was also announced that he would work with the company to develop a signature long-range rifle known provisionally as Ursus by Steven Seagal. I mean, you could tell why the U.S. wouldn't want that around. I mean, can you imagine a rifle designed by Seagal? I mean, that just seems too deadly. It seems like it would be way too deadly. I mean, I don't know whatever happened with it. Actually, it looks like there was a Russian sniper rifle designed possibly by Seagal in some capacity. I found an image of it here, so I'll put it up on the screen. I mean, can you imagine how deadly this rifle is if Steven Seagal had any input in its design? I mean, is there anything this guy can't do? I mean, I don't know if there's anything that this guy can't do. He's just too deadly. That's probably why the Illuminati wanted to get him out of the U.S. The guy's just too deadly. Personal life, Seagal has an extensive sword collection. Like, is there any collection that Seagal has that isn't the best in the world? He's got a guitar collection, a sword collection, a weapons collection. And at one time had a custom gun made for him once a month? What? That's pretty crazy. So Seagal was having custom firearms made for him every single month? I mean, this is truly incredible. Seagal owns a home in the Mandeville Canyon section of LA and a home in Louisiana. Seagal is a Buddhist. And in February 97, Lama Penor Rinpoche from Palyul Monastery announced that Seagal was a tulku, and specifically the reincarnation of Chungdrag Dorje, a 17th century Turtan, a treasure revealer of the Nyingma, the oldest sect of Tibetan Buddhism. So does that explain it? Is he some kind of reincarnated deity? Apparently officially recognized. I mean, by lamas. This is really crazy. We're going to get into that later as well. Seagal holds citizenship in 3 countries, the U.S., Serbia, and Russia. Born in the U.S., he possesses just solely U.S. citizenship. He was granted Serbian citizenship January 11, 2016, following several visits to the country, and has been asked to teach Aikido to the Serbian Special Forces. I mean, this guy really seems like he's the elite of the elite. Seagal was granted Russian citizenship November 3, 2016, according to government spokesman Dmitry Peskov. He was asking quite insistently and over a lengthy period to be granted citizenship. Various media outlets have cited Seagal and President Putin as friends, and Seagal has stated that he would like to consider Putin as a brother. Putin bestowed the Russian award of Order of the Friendship Medal upon Seagal in 2023. So, who thinks it's coincidental that this guy with a possible CIA background seems to be best buddies with Vladimir Putin? I mean, how do people rectify this? I mean, there are even official award ceremonies here between Putin and Seagal. I mean, how is this rectified? I mean, what is going on in Russia with Steven Seagal? I mean, this is really, really strange. Now, the theories that Putin is actually fighting the New World Order because Russia is the only country left without a Rothschild bank, similar to conspiracy theories in World War II going on with that. But if Russia's the last holdout that doesn't have a Rothschild bank, did Steven Seagal simply go to Russia because it was the last outpost in the First World that wasn't controlled by Illuminati banksters? I mean, he was blowing the whistle on the banksters back in '88. How is this rectified? Finn Hagen in the chat says, he's the chosen one, the last Lama of the apocalypse. I mean, is Steven Seagal the last hope in these revelatory times? I mean, I don't know. People give Chuck Norris a lot of credit, but, I mean, Chuck Norris is no Steven Seagal. Peskov has said of Putin, he's definitely seen some of his movies. Seagal declared himself 1,000,000% Russian and has lashed out against U.S. disinfo. I mean, let's look at another clip here of Seagal talking about gun control. I mean, obviously there's been this huge smear campaign against Steven Seagal. Is that all because he's standing against the Illuminati? And who would you rather have on your side other than Steven Seagal?
I believe in...
So let's watch this clip here of this interview with Seagal. I actually had this up as a clip. I think this was taken down by YouTube as well.
I believe in the Second Amendment and the Constitution more than anything in the world. The rights to bear arms wasn't just to protect the people from foreign invaders, it was to protect them against evil governments and anyone that would violate their inherent rights as a human being. So I believe in the Second Amendment, and I believe that, I hate to say this, a lot of these mass murders and all this funny stuff that's going on, I believe a lot of this is engineered.
And so there you have it. Steven Seagal saying that there's a lot of engineered events. Is this why there's this huge smear campaign against him? He's blowing the whistle on the banksters controlling the CIA, starting and funding every single war in U.S. history. Now he's going on the record stating that a lot of these events are engineered.
There's something has to be done about the gun situation within schools and universities.
The most precious gift we have from God is our children. Why can't we spend money and time to protect our schools and our children? They have armed guards at every bank, at every jewelry store. If you go around Champs-Élysées, you go around France and Monaco.
Champs-Élysées, I mean, can this guy also speak French? He said that quite perfectly.
In Beverly Hills, there's all these armed guards everywhere protecting money and jewelry. Why can't we protect our children?
I don't know, that's a good question.
I believe in the Second Amendment and the Constitution more than anything in the world. The rights to bear arms wasn't just to protect the people from foreign invaders, it was to protect them against evil governments and anyone that would violate their inherent rights as a human being. So I believe in the Second Amendment, and I believe that, I hate to say this, a lot of these mass murders and all this funny stuff that's going on, I believe a lot of this is engineered.
And that there's something has to be done about the gun situation within schools and universities.
The most precious gift we have from God is our children. Why can't we spend money and time to protect our schools and our children? They have armed guards at every bank, at every jewelry store. If you go around Champs-Élysées, you go around France and Monaco and Beverly Hills, there's all these armed guards everywhere protecting money and jewelry. Why can't we protect our children?
I don't know, that's a good question.
I mean, Seagal really does seem to be speaking out against the Illuminati in many ways, and always has been. Is that why he was targeted? Is that why there's this huge propaganda campaign against him? An attempt to smear him in every which way? So let's continue here. I don't know what to make of the connection to Putin, though. So let's continue with Seagal's personal life here. While in Japan, Seagal married his first wife, Miyako Fujitani, the daughter of an Aikido instructor. With Fujitani, he had a son, actor and model Kentaro Seagal, and a daughter, writer and actress Ayako Fujitana. Seagal left Miyako to move back to the U.S. During this time, he met actress and model Kelly LeBrock, with whom he began an affair that led to Fujitani's granting him a divorce. Now, I'm going to put an image on the screen here So if anybody's just listening, you might want to look at this image. This might be one of the greatest photos ever taken in American history. And it is, I mean, it's just absolutely stunning here. It's from Above the Law. I just remembered that he was posting with a rifle. He seems to really like guns. I mean, just the level of mastery of Seagal in just every single avenue. I mean, this is just really, really crazy stuff, is it not? There's a lot of photos of him with LeBrock. And this is another family photo here. Look at this wholesome family man. Now, it is kind of weird that he had a second family. So he had this family in Japan. Now he goes and marries Kelly LeBrock, who is a pretty big star in her own right. Seagal was briefly married to actress Adrienne LaRussa in '84. But that marriage was annulled the same year over concerns that his divorce had not yet been finalized. So this guy's quite the ladies' man, is he not? Adrienne LaRussa. I mean, wow. How did he get married to her? I mean, this is actually kind of crazy. I mean, are his rugged good looks just that irresistible? That he can marry stars like this? I mean, this is Adrienne LaRussa. I mean, this is crazy. So they married in '84. I mean, this was before Seagal was a movie star. How is he getting married to this supermodel actress? I mean, this is kind of weird. This is kind of weird. '83, she was on General Hospital in '83. I mean, it looks like she pretty much retired from television. The last movie she did was Uncle Joe Shannon in '78. She was in the Logan's Run TV show. She was in Beretta, Charlie's Angels, General Hospital. I mean, how did Steven Seagal get married to her before he was a movie star? I mean, this is kind of crazy. I mean, this is kind of crazy. I'd probably rank her as probably the best looking. Well, his current wife is, so wait a second. They got married and then their marriage was annulled. I wonder if she's ever done an interview regarding Seagal. And wasn't he already married? So wait a second. Was he still married to Fujitani at the time? Oh, it was annulled because his divorce wasn't finalized. So even though he got married, they weren't really married because he was still married to Fujitani? I mean, I don't know. Seagal seems like quite the ladies' man. I wonder if there's any information on their marriage. Wait, did they have a kid as well? How many families does this guy have? I'm going to put up an image here from '84. I mean, this guy's even prolific in marriages and families. So this is LaRussa, and I don't know, is that a kid? Who's that kid? Can anyone make sense of Seagal's families. I mean, how many families does this guy have? We might not even be able to nail this down. This might be too tall a task. I mean, Seagal just has so many wives and families here. There's just so many. I mean, is there even a definitive count on the amount of children he has? LeBrock gave birth to Seagal's daughter Annalisa in early '87. Seagal and LeBrock married September '87, and their son Dominic was born in 1990. Their daughter Arissa was born in '93. The following year, LeBrock filed for divorce, citing irreconcilable differences. Seagal is married to Mongolian Erdentuya Batsuk, better known as El. They have one son together, Kun Zhang. From an early age, El trained as a dancer at the Children's Palace in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. Wait a second. So he's involved in Mongolian royalty now? This is really weird. Man, how many families does this guy have? This guy's just so prolific, even in his personal life. This guy's prolific. I mean, this guy's just upstaging everybody in every single facet of life. I mean, look at this guy. I mean, this is absolutely incredible. I mean, no... My last name says he has to be a descendant of Genghis Khan. He might be. That would explain his conquering ability. That would explain his womanizing. That would explain his martial prowess. But was Genghis Khan a musician? Because I don't know if that explains his musical genius. I mean, how many families can one man have? I mean, this is just really crazy. This is really, really crazy. Dub says his life is like a fairy tale, isn't it? I mean, this guy's just traveled all the continents. He's done so much in every single field. He's like a video game character that's real. I mean, it's just absolutely incredible. After her graduation from high school in the Children's Palace, she pursued a career as a professional dancer. She won a number of dancing contests and was considered the top female dancer in Mongolia. So Steven Seagal married the top dancer of all Mongolia. Elle first met Seagal in 2001 when she worked as his interpreter during his visit to Mongolia. Wait, so Seagal apparently has been visiting Mongolia frequently since 2001? So he can't speak Mongolian? Oh wow, we see an issue. Wait, is there something Seagal can't do? I mean, he's probably mastered Mongolian by now, but it appears he couldn't speak Mongolian fluently in 2001. When did he even have time for all this? He's like David Hasselhoff. Like, where does he find the time? Between the record albums, the live performances, all the movies, the TV shows, the reality TV shows, all the different appearances, all the different dojos and the teaching and the seminars. I mean, this is just absolutely insane. Creating rifles for companies. I mean, what is going on here with Steven Seagal? Seagal has 7 children from 4 relationships, 2 grandchildren by his eldest son Kintaro, and 1 granddaughter by his daughter Ayako Fujitani. In addition to his biological offspring, Seagal is the guardian of Yabshipan Rinzhuangmo, the only child of the 10th Panchen Lama of Tibet. Wait, what? He's the guardian of the only child of the Lama? What? What? Seagal was his minder and bodyguard. A minder is the person assigned to guide or escort of a visitor or to provide protection to somebody. So, okay, hold on a second. So this llama that visits the U.S., his first call is to Steven Seagal to be his bodyguard? What? I mean, this is absolutely crazy. I mean, wow. I mean, this is truly is wild stuff. This is wild, wild stuff. I mean, his life really is like a fairy tale. He's the guardian. He's the legal guardian of the only child of the 10th Panchen Lama. Wow. Wow. Can anybody believe this? Dub says, if every man were a Steven clone, we would be constructing countries on Mars now. Mars in quotations. Those quotations definitely are necessary. Adam Bateman in the chat here. The man is generally responsible for progressing spiritualism through the arts. Alien Big Cat asks, but can he play chess? I mean, I don't know. Would anybody be surprised if Seagal was a chess grandmaster? It's a good question. Let's see. Let's see. I mean, he plays chess in a few movies, I believe. But let's see if he's an official ranking. Oh, wow. Apparently he is a chess player. I will, I'll put up an image here. I don't know if this is some kind of official tournament game or something. There seems to be a lot of, chess paraphernalia in this photo. Yeah, I wonder if he has an official rating, but given his talents, I mean, would anybody be surprised if he was an official grandmaster? I mean, look at Seagal here. I mean, they're just starting the game. Look at the background though. There's like a huge photo of a chessboard. Is this an official tournament or something? Would anybody be surprised if Seagal moonlighted as some kind of master chess player? I mean, is there anything this guy can't do? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if this image is... So, Seagal visited the Republic of Kalmykia, and he played chess with FIDE President Kirsan Ilyumizanov. I don't know if this is what it's from, but apparently this Republic of Kalmykia is a Mongol republic. Interesting. In Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe, Eastern Europe and Central Asia, somewhere around there. I mean, this is kind of weird. Is there anything this guy can't do? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. This is really wild stuff. Alien Big Cat says, NSA, I knew it. Yeah, this is pretty crazy. This is pretty crazy. I need to go get a glass of water because this is going to go on forever. So I will just put up the greatest music video of all time while I go get it. Just to leave you guys something just absolutely outstanding to listen to. Here you go.
If I were to say that now I have everything, and I want you to stay, no matter what tomorrow brings. Would it make you feel something so real, like you could speak your own mind and whisper your wildest dreams? Well, girl, it's alright by me. Girl, it's alright. It's alright. Girl, it's alright. Right by me. Oh, yeah. Once there was a king who lived in a foreign land. Lived in a foreign land. Had riches and gold, the envy of every man. Envy of every man. But he somehow missed out on what I have now. 'Cause every dream in this world ain't all that I'll ever need. Well, girl, it's alright by me. Girl, it's alright by me. This is the kind of thing one might see in a movie. This is the kind of thing that inspired one's greatest poetry. Out of a million chances, who would have thought I'd be this kind of lucky one? Girl, it's alright. Girl, it's alright. Girl, it's alright by me. Yeah, baby, it's alright. It's alright. Girl, if I should die and have to go away, I know I'll be back to see you another day. 'Cause this love that we have is one that will last. So let the mountain go cry, let the sky fall and die. We can't live in the past, and the future won't last. Well, if we live for today, it won't go away, so please know it's alright. Girl, it's alright by me. Alright by me. tomorrow brings. Would it make you feel something so real? Like you could speak your own mind and whisper your wildest dreams. Well, girl, it's alright by me. Girl, it's alright. It's alright. Girl, it's alright. Right by me. Oh, yeah. Once there was a king who lived in a foreign land. Lived in a foreign land. Had riches and gold, the envy of every man. Envy of every man. But he somehow missed out on what I have now. 'Cause every dream in this world ain't all that I'll ever need. Well, girl, it's alright by me. Girl, it's alright by me. This is the kind of thing one might see in a movie. This is the kind of thing that inspires one's greatest poetry. Out of a million chances, who would have thought I'd be this kind of lucky one? Girl, it's alright. Girl, it's alright. Girl, it's alright by me. Yeah, baby, it's alright. It's alright. Girl, if I should die and have to go away, I know I'll be back to see you another day. 'Cause this love that we have is one that will last. So let the mountains don't cry, let the sky fall.
Hello, Denise in the chat saying, wow, I had no idea he sang too. Beautiful song. Yeah, he's a prolific musician as well. I mean, this man, it seems like anything he touches just turns to gold. I mean, it's probably my pick for the greatest music video of all time. I mean, it's just absolutely incredible. So we're not even done with the intro, but we're getting done. We're going to be finishing up the intro shortly. Hope everybody enjoyed that quick intermission of this, the biggest deep dive in Steven Seagal podcast history. This might be the podcast event of the epoch. So, yeah, let's continue here. Political views and activism. Seagal lent his voice as a narrator for an activist film project, Medicine Lake Video. The project seeks to protect sacred tribal ground near Seagal's ranch in Siskiyou County in California. He also wrote an open letter to leadership in Thailand in 2003, urging them to enact a law to prevent the torture of baby elephants. In 1999, Seagal was awarded the PETA Humanitarian Award. I mean, man, this guy's just absolutely incredible. I mean, wow. This is a photo here from that night when he received the award. I mean, it really seems the Illuminati is just quite terrified of this man. Is there anything Steven Seagal can't do? In March 2014, interview with Rossiyskaya Gazeta, Seagal described Vladimir Putin as one of the greatest living world leaders. He expressed support for the annexation of Crimea by Russia. That's kind of weird. That might be kind of weird. In 2014, following calls for a boycott, I mean, unless you believe, I mean, depending on the theories of like Illuminati trafficking and all of these research labs in Ukraine, I mean, I don't know. Crimea seems to be a pivotal area for the mudflood Tartaria theories as well. In August 2014, Seagal appeared at a Night Wolves organized show in Sevastopol, Crimea, supporting the Crimean annexation and depicting as Ukraine as a country controlled by fascists. On November 3rd, Seagal was granted Russian citizenship by Putin. His views on Ukraine and Russian citizenship caused Ukraine to ban him from entering the country because he committed socially dangerous actions. Seagal visited the Republic of Azerbaijan in 2015 and met with the country's long-term president Ilham Aliyev. Seagal has expressed support for Azerbaijan's territorial integrity and dispute with neighboring Armenia over the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. I mean, wow. I mean, this guy seems actively involved in the politics of many different countries. No wonder the Illuminati is terrified of this guy. Seagal spoke out against the protests during the U.S. national anthem by pro-athletes, stating, "I believe in free speech. I believe that everyone's entitled to their own opinion, but I don't agree that they should hold the United States of America or the world hostage by taking a venue where people are tuning in to watch a football game and imposing their political views." He also expressed skepticism of alleged Russian interference in the 2016 U.S. elections. Not long after this, former two-time world boxing champ George Foreman would publicly challenge Seagal to an official 10-round MMA match in Vegas, which Seagal promptly declined. I mean, why do people think Seagal declined Foreman's challenge? So Foreman, a boxer, challenging Seagal to an MMA match. Now, a lot of what Seagal does in Aikido and everything, it's not legal in MMA anyway. It would be interesting whether or not Seagal would agree to a no-holds-barred match. But yeah, obviously Seagal would have made quick work of George Foreman. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he just felt bad for Foreman and didn't want to publicly embarrass him. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. In 2017, Seagal collaborated with a former chair of the Arizona Republican Party, Tom Morrissey, in writing a self-published conspiracy thriller novel, The Way of the Shadow Wolves, The Deep State and the Hijacking of America. So this guy's an author, too. I mean, again, just the prolific nature of Steven Seagal. Is there anybody who doesn't believe he's an interdimensional entity at this point? Some kind of reincarnated llama? I mean, this is absolutely incredible. I mean, I'd be shocked if anybody in the chat hasn't read this incredible book by now. I mean, why this isn't at the top of the bestseller list? I mean, I don't know. Clearly the fix is in regarding anything involving Seagal. The plot was a Tohono Shadow Wolf tracker working for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement to foil a plot by Mexican drug cartels and the deep state to smuggle in Islamist terrorists to the U.S. through the U.S.-Mexico border. So here you have, so Seagal blew the whistle in '88 on the CIA-run banksters funding all the wars. And then in 2017, Seagal is blowing the whistle on a deep state plot to smuggle in Islamist terrorists through the U.S.-Mexico border. I mean, is this why the Illuminati hate Steven Seagal so much? He's just preaching too much truth for them. Is that what it is? Now, apparently, Seagal is also very friendly with Filipino president. In October 2017, Seagal met with Philippine President Rodrigo Duterte while scouting locations in Manila for a possible film. During the visit, Seagal flashed Duterte's signature fist. In 2021, Seagal gave a katana to Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro as Russia's Foreign Affairs Ministry Special Envoy. So wait a second. So this guy's part of some kind of he's a political diplomat, U.S.-Russia. And then he's also a Russian diplomat, Russian Foreign Affairs Ministry diplomat. Now check this image out. So now he's involved in Venezuela as well as the Philippines. I mean, he seems to know all of these guys here. I mean, this is kind of crazy. Also note that Seagal's the only guy not wearing a mask here. He doesn't play that game. This is crazy stuff. So he's buddy-buddy with the heads of all of these different countries. What does that mean? He's part of special foreign envoys. On May 30th, Maduro referred to Seagal as my brother. May 30th, 2021, the pro-Kremlin systemic opposition party, A Just Russia, Patriots for Truth, announced that Seagal had received an official membership card to the party. Huh. That's a whole nother rabbit hole we won't be getting into. March 2022, during the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Seagal visited Moscow, where he organized his birthday party, attended by many people connected to Putin, including some affected by international sanctions. This has been criticized as a dissenting action that came amidst the growing international boycott of Russia. In August 2022, he visited Olenivka in Donetsk Oblast, the site of the Olenkva prison massacre, and the Donetsk People's Republic leader Denis Pushilin, who claimed that Seagal was filming a documentary about the war in Donbass. Seagal also met with Leonid Slutsky. That's an interesting name. He leads the ultra-nationalist Liberal Democratic Party of Russia. And on February 27, 2023, he received the Russian Order of Friendship Award from Putin for his major contribution to the development of international cultural and humanitarian cooperation. I mean, this is all really, really crazy stuff. I mean, Seagal seems dialed in to international politics as well. I mean, he's buddy-buddy with the leaders of all these countries. He's buddy-buddy with Putin in Russia, supposedly the last holdout of Rothschild banks in Europe. Boggin in the chat here. There does seem to be a concerted effort to slander the guy. The story that he shat himself is a good example with that judo guy, Gene something seems to be exact, Gene LaBelle. Yeah, I will be going into that as well. We're just finishing up the introduction here to the most comprehensive podcast in Steven Seagal history. All right, so let's go through the allegations and lawsuits against Seagal. Because are they actually trying to frame the guy? So, May 91, during the filming of Out for Justice, Warner Brothers employees, Rayanne Malone, Nicole Sellinger, and Christine Keeve, accused Seagal of sexual harassment. In return for remaining silent, Malone and another woman received around $50,000 each in an out-of-court settlement. Around the same time, at least 4 actresses said that Seagal made sexual advances, typically during late-night casting sessions. In another incident, Jenny McCarthy said that Seagal asked her to undress during an audition for Under Siege 2. Yeah, I don't know, man. Again, is it possible Seagal, with his rugged good looks and his just incredible success with women, made certain assumptions he should not have made in these particular incidents that got him in hot water? Is that a possibility? Is this the first time his advances were thwarted and he didn't know how to handle it? 1995 lawsuit. In 95, Seagal was charged with employment discrimination, sexual harassment, and breach of contract. Cheryl Schumann filed a case against Seagal, accusing him of threatening and beating her during the filming of On Deadly Ground. In August 95, LA Superior Court Judge Hiroshi Fujisaki dismissed the case, calling the claims repetitive and unintelligible. Interesting. 2010 lawsuit. That's actually kind of weird. That's quite a long time between lawsuits. So he's got 91, 95, and then nothing for 15 years? That seems... If he's a repeat offender, like, again, Weinstein, I mean, it seems like it was just a repeat pattern of behavior. Why wasn't there a lawsuit between 95 and 2010? That's 15 years without a single incident? That seems kind of weird to me. Again, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue regarding Seagal. That just seems kind of weird. In 2010, April 12, 2010, 23-year-old Kaden Nguyen filed a lawsuit against Seagal in LA County Superior Court requesting more than $1 million in damages. In her suit, Nguyen alleged Seagal engaged in sexual harassment, the illegal trafficking of females for sex, failure to prevent sexual harassment, and wrongful termination. Seagal denied the allegations, but his reality show, Steven Seagal Lawman, was suspended while his attorneys resolved the case. July 14th, 2010, 3 months after Nguyen filed her suit, she withdrew her claim without explanation. See, so if this wasn't settled, if she wasn't paid off, what does that mean? Were Weinstein and company trying to divert attention away from themselves and putting it on Seagal? Huh. Yeah, so there was no explanation at all, and apparently, I don't know if she's ever spoke out since then. Yeah, it just says she dropped her suit. She was an executive assistant. She claims there were 3 different occasions of SA. Where's the trafficking coming in? That's weird. Yeah, that's pretty weird. Now, if it is true, I mean, I don't know. You would think there would be a lot more. I mean, again, just look at Weinstein and just the countless issues there. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I mean, normally, like, look, they did announce the settlements in the 91 where these 3 employees accused Seagal of harassment. And they got $50K each in out-of-court settlements. So it's not like it's not announced when there are out-of-court settlements. So basically, she dropped the suit. No explanation given by any party on anything. 3 months later. Pretty weird. Okay, so now there's a 2011 lawsuit. This is connected to Steven Seagal running through a guy's house with a tank. This is rough. So he destroyed Jesus' house and killed his animals. The 2011 lawsuit, August 30th, 2011, Jesus Sanchez Lavera. His last name is Lavera. Jesus Lavera. Filed a lawsuit against Seagal over his part in a Maricopa County police raid with heavy weapons, notably including an Army surplus tank of Lavera's residence for suspicion of cockfighting. The incident was taped for Seagal's anti-reality show, Steven Seagal Lawman. Lavera was seeking $100,000 for damages caused during the raid and a letter of apology from Seagal to Lavera's children for the death of their family pet. Lavera claimed that his 11-month-old puppy was shot and killed during the raid. Lavera failed to file court-ordered paperwork after his attorney withdrew from the case, and the lawsuit was dismissed in January 2013. That's kind of weird, but that lasted 2 years before it was dismissed. I mean, that was always a weird one. So Seagal is suspicious that animals might be being harmed. So apparently there's no evidence. There's no evidence. However, I guess he thought there was, and because of that, so he destroyed this guy's house with a tank, killed a puppy and a whole bunch of chickens. I think it said it was like 100 chickens or something, a few dozen animals. Let's look at this video here. We played this during one of the live Q&As, but now that we're doing this deep dive. So there's a raid on this house for suspected animal abuse. Suspected. And he kills all these animals and destroys Jesus' house. He effectively runs a tank through Jesus' house because he suspects that Jesus is involved in animal abuse. I mean, this is really
130 roosters are safe tonight after the sheriff's department breaks up a
It almost sounds like an Illuminati setup, where he was set up to do this, to make him look bad.
130 roosters are safe tonight after the sheriff's department breaks up a cockfighting operation in Levine.
But it wasn't just the sheriff there and his deputies who responded to the scene. A well-known actor, again, spotted by the sheriff's side.
ABC 15's Eric English joins us live. And Eric, what's it look out there like out there right now?
Well, Steve, there are still a few deputies on scene, but we are waiting for animal control to come up and handle some of these birds. Take a look over here through this open fence. You can see a few of them still milling about out there, including a peacock over there showing his stuff right now. But when the media was alerted this morning to the raid, we showed up and found that cameras were already rolling and a production crew was already in place. But Sheriff Arpaio says this wasn't just a show for the cameras. Early this morning, the sheriff's SWAT team, complete with 2 armored vehicles, descended on a small farm in Levine to serve a search warrant on Jesus Sanchez Llavera for operating a cockfighting ring.
We have over 100 roosters. We have paraphernalia.
this related to cockfighting?
Llovera was on probation after being arrested at a cockfight last year. The sheriff tells us he was the only one at home at the time of the raid. Afterwards, the windows of his home were broken. His front gate stood bashed in, and there was a movie star in his front yard.
He's working with us just like 3,000 other volunteer posse.
Steven Seagal, the actor turned cop with the reality show, was along for the ride.
Animal cruelty is one of my pet peeves.
The former action star took a strong role in today's bust.
I came in the 150 and we were to...
Well, not only that, he won an award from PETA. And now he's killing dogs. He's killed a puppy by running a tank through a house.
We broke down the gate. Deployed out on the 2 side, and we're just sort of, trying to guard one side of the house and see if anybody would run out.
Sure.
Isn't it kind of weird to run a tank through someone's house, even if you suspect animal abuse? Like, is this typical of a raid on a house suspected, where a guy who's suspected to be involved in animal abuse? I mean, is that protocol to just let Steven Seagal run a tank through a house?
Sheriff Arpaio was quick to dismiss questions about the raid as a publicity stunt for Seagal's show.
His role is he's working with us just like other posse people.
He told me he would roll out his heavy gear for any situation that calls for it, including a rooster raid with a movie star.
And I'm going to protect my deputies. If I have to use a SWAT team, I'm going to use a SWAT team, ready for action in case something goes wrong.
And this morning it was action and then cut. The SWAT team left early this morning, then the film crew, and Seagal took off. As for the birds, well, you can see they are still out here. No word yet on when animal control will arrive.
So Seagal just runs a tank through this guy's property. They get it on video, and then everybody just leaves? Like, what?
To presumably take custody of them. As for Llovera, he is now facing 115 counts of raising birds with the intent to fight them. We're live in Levine tonight. Eric English, ABC 15 News.
So even if he was raising birds with the intent to fight them, I mean, how does that excuse having Steven Seagal running a tank through his house and killing the puppy? I mean, I don't know. That's kind of weird if that's true. I mean, did Seagal kill the puppy with the tank? Because other reports said they actually fired into the house. So were other deputies responsible for the killing of the puppy and not Seagal? It's kind of hard to believe Seagal would ever make a mistake, so I don't know if it was Seagal. We need to examine all the other people that were there with Seagal. So dozens of people get deployed with armored vehicles and tanks over a guy fighting birds? Now, obviously, I mean, I do not condone animal cruelty of any kind, but that seems like a weird response for that. Don't you need more wouldn't you want more intel first? Because if there was no animal abuse actually going on, I mean, did they even have a warrant? I mean, I don't know. This is all very weird. But there's never an excuse to hurt animals. I don't know. I think there needs to be a full investigation. It's hard to believe Seagal would ever make a mistake, but who was there with Seagal? Were they responsible for the dog being killed? Oh, wow. Kill the Bank says it's like an animal Waco. Too soon. Wow. Wow, what a comment. 2017 allegations. In 2017, actress Portia de Rossi accused Seagal of sexually harassing her during a movie audition. De Rossi alleged that during an audition in Seagal's office, he told her how important it was to have chemistry off-screen before unzipping his pants. Wow. That's an interesting allegation. So, she alleges this. She alleged during it doesn't have a, so, there's no date here for this allegation. Yes, she did not specify which movie the audition was for or which year the incident allegedly happened. Wait, this is Ellen DeGeneres' wife? Oh, wow. So Ellen DeGeneres' wife made this allegation against Seagal. So is this an Illuminati concerted effort? Yeah, it almost seems like there's this effort of propaganda against Seagal to divert attention away from people like Weinstein and Ellen herself. Because it's kind of weird, like these other actresses, at least they provided a year and some specifics, true or untrue. She didn't provide anything. She made this just very general statement. Again, I don't claim anything is true or untrue, but that seems a little weird. If it did happen, why wouldn't she? I mean, she's Ellen DeGeneres' wife. Certainly she has the clout and position to pursue charges, like as opposed to like a no-name actress who maybe believes she'll be blackballed and won't be believed. I mean, this is a huge, powerful person married to Ellen DeGeneres, you know, a major Illuminati player, Ellen DeGeneres. Why wouldn't she officially file a lawsuit? Kind of weird. April 18th appearance on Jimmy Kimmel Live, another Illuminati plant. Katherine Heigl alleged on the final day of shooting for Under Siege 2 that Seagal told her he had girlfriends the same age as the 16-year-old Heigl. Is it Heigl? Heigl? Kimmel responded by displaying a photo from the film's promotional tour showing Seagal's hand on Heigl's chest when they posed for a photo. So he dug up that photo in 2017, and that coincided with Ellen DeGeneres' allegation. Wow. Wow. I mean, if there was ever an orchestrated effort, I mean, that seems kind of blatant. 2018 allegations. Yeah, so as soon as Seagal, you know what's weird? So Seagal moves to Russia in 2016, and all of a sudden, all of these allegations are coming out as soon as he's out of the country and out of their jurisdiction. Does that seem weird to anybody? That seems kind of weird. That seems kind of weird. So other than the 2010 lawsuit by Nguyen, which she withdrew for no reason, there's really been nothing since basically there were 3 employees on Out for Justice in 1991 during that incident. Jenny McCarthy also says there was an incident in an audition for Under Siege 2. Then there's the 95 lawsuit, which was dismissed, where Cheryl Schumann said Seagal beat her up. I mean, you would think there'd be evidence if Seagal laid hands. I mean, I don't know. I mean, how would she still be alive? I mean, threatening maybe, but she accused of both threatening and beating. Apparently, so that was thrown out. So true or not, so 91 to 95, then there's nothing until 2010, and then nothing until after Seagal leaves the country in 2016. Why would you bring out these allegations when the guy leaves the country and there's nothing that can be done about it? I mean, that just seems kind of weird, especially if you're if you're married to Ellen DeGeneres or whatever, degenerate, whatever. I mean, she's a very rich, powerful individual in Hollywood, possibly part of the cabal, the club. And then 2017, 2018, all of these allegations are coming out. 2018, and this is right around the time, so is this to divert attention away from Weinstein? I don't know. January 15, 2018, Rachel Grant publicly accuses Seagal of sexually harassing her in 2002 during pre-production on Out for a Kill 2003, stating that she lost her job on the film after the incident. In February 2018, the LA County DA's office acknowledged it was reviewing a potential case against Seagal. In March 2018, Regina Simons publicly claimed that in 1993, when she was 18, Seagal raped her at his home when she arrived for what she thought was a rap party for the movie On Deadly Ground. All right, that's a very serious allegation. Is that might be the most serious allegation against him. Oh, this is the one. Yeah, this one is weird. I don't want to really go into this too much. This is the one where her female lawyer is standing right next to her laughing while she's making she's making these statements at a press conference. That was really bizarre. Why was what? Yeah, that's really weird. Her lawyer, yeah, very strange behavior. Again, I'm not dismissing any of this against Seagal, but the timeline and individuals surrounding those making these allegations are very questionable. Okay, here's another situation. 2020 federal. It seems like they went after Seagal hard after he left the country. 2020 federal securities violation settlement. February 27, 2020, the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission announced settlement charges against Seagal for failing to disclose payments he received for promoting an investment in an initial coin offering conducted by Bitcoin 2 Gen. Seagal was promised $250,000 in cash and $750,000 worth of B2G tokens in exchange for his social media promotions and a press release in which he wholeheartedly endorsed the ICO, which violated the anti-touting provisions of federal securities laws. Without admitting or denying the SEC's findings, Seagal agreed to pay $157,000 in disgorgement, representing the actual payments he received for his promotions, plus prejudgment interest and a $150,000 penalty. Seagal also agreed not to promote any securities, digital or otherwise, for 3 years. That's kind of weird, and this is the U.S. Security and Exchange Commission, so I guess they can still come after him for crimes, because he's not even living in the U.S. at this time. So, victim of attempted extortion. Seagal became embroiled in a legal case involving film producer Julius R. Nasso after Nasso attempted to extort Seagal. Nasso, that sounds kind of similar to NASA, produced 7 of Seagal's films, beginning with Marked for Death in 1990. The two became best friends, according to Seagal, and formed Seagal-Nasso Productions together. Their relationship became strained, however, and their partnership ended in 2000. Believing that Seagal owed him $3 million in compensation for backing out of a 4-film deal, Nasso enlisted members of the Gambino crime family to threaten Seagal in an attempt to recoup money Nasso allegedly lost. I mean, is it even possible to threaten Seagal? I mean, Seagal doesn't seem to be the type of guy that gets threatened or intimidated. This reminds me of that Chael Sonnen quote, "Send anyone you want, but don't send anybody you want back." Does anybody remember that Chael Sonnen quote? "Send anyone you want, but don't send anyone you want back." I wonder how many mafiosos went missing trying to intimidate Seagal. Gambino family captain Anthony Saccone first visited Seagal in Toronto. Or how do they pronounce it? Toronto? Is that how Canadians pronounce it? During the filming of Exit Wounds in October 2000. In January 2001, Primo Casarino, what a name, and other gangsters picked up Seagal by car to bring him to a meeting with Saccone at a Brooklyn restaurant. This is like a whole movie by itself. Seagal needs to make a documentary on his life. At the meeting, Saccone reportedly told Seagal that he had a choice of making 4 promised movies with Nasso, or paying Nasso a penalty of $150K per movie, and that if Seagal refused, Saccone would kill him. Seagal, who later claimed that he brought a handgun to the meeting, was able to stall Saccone and escape the meeting unharmed. So how do you think that went down? I mean, there doesn't seem to be a lot of guys who just leave a meeting without agreeing to terms. I mean, this is kind of, how many people went how many of the mobsters went missing during that meeting? Like, Oh man, if there was security footage from that meeting, that'd be interesting to see. In the spring of so then apparently nobody's going to kill him, because in the spring of 2001, Seagal sought out another mobster, Genovese crime family captain Angelo Prisco, to act as a peacemaker. He visited Prisco in prison at Rahway, New Jersey, and paid Prisco's lawyer $10K. Man, this is right out of a movie. So Seagal's getting extorted. He gets taken by car to this meeting. Somehow he escapes the meeting unharmed. Now he's going to visit another mobster in prison and getting his lawyer. On March 17th, 2003, Casorino, Ciccone, and others were convicted of labor racketeering, extortion, and 63 other counts under the Racketeer Influence and Corruption Organized Act. Seagal testified for the prosecution about the mobster's extortion attempt. Nasso pled guilty to the charge of extortion conspiracy in August 2003. In February 2004, he was sentenced to a year and a day in prison, fined $75,000, and ordered to take mental health counseling on release from jail. In January 2008, Nasso agreed to drop a $60 million lawsuit against Seagal for an alleged breach of contract when the two settled out of court. So throughout these years, who believes that Ciccone or these other mobsters never sent anyone after Seagal? Again, was it a Chael Sonnen situation where they sent anyone they wanted to, but they didn't send anyone they wanted back because nobody comes back from trying to execute a hit on Steven Seagal? What do you think Steven Seagal's true body count is? Who thinks Seagal's count is higher than John Wick's? Between the CIA and these mobsters that might have been sent to kill him on multiple occasions. I mean, look at all these years between the trial. Like, how many people can actually testify about against mobsters and not have to go into witness protection? I mean, Seagal openly testifies in court against these connected mobsters. And he looks like he sleeps perfectly fine. Here, according to the wiki, John Leguizamo's triggering seems to have occurred during rehearsals on Executive Decision. In retaliation for laughing at him, Seagal caught him off guard and knocked him into a brick wall. So apparently Leguizamo laughed at Seagal over something, and Seagal knocked him into a brick wall. I like how Leguizamo had to pretend that Seagal caught him off guard. As if Leguizamo would have been able to prevent Seagal from pushing him into a brick wall under any type of circumstances, off guard or not. Okay, so that's the introduction, people. We just completed the introduction here on Steven Seagal, man, myth, legend. So it only took about 3.5 hours for the intro. So now we're going to get into the receipts. So, oh wow, Heracles says that Seagal's body count is higher than the Jeb. Wow. Wow. Okay, so let's go into the smear campaign. So, Here's a whole documentary put together. In an attempt to smear Seagal, going over all of the, this is kind of all of the smears in a nutshell that we will go over here.
You're about to witness the most lethal mixed martial artist in the world in action. If the other man wants to live, he better tap. Good. Here he is in his prime. Admire the precision, the speed of his movements. See how they all fall like flies. Maybe you're thinking, hey, I've seen this man before. Because just like me,
You grew up watching him on TV. He was so cool. I never seen someone fight like that. Run like that.
Get him, man!
Talk like that.
I'm gonna take you to the bank, Senator Trent.
What bank?
To the blood bank.
Whoa. I thought he was only an actor.
but I knew nothing.
He is an expert in everything.
A police officer, acupuncturist, musician, Secret Service agent, UFC guru, mobster, Buddhist god. Or was it all a cover for something much darker happening on our screens all along? A journey so twisted that it takes us to the very essence of one fundamental question. What is truth?
This is the most difficult thing for me to talk about because I could make something up that would sound better. The truth is just too hard to believe for everybody.
Wow. Crazy words from Seagal. So Patrick, what's this guy's name? Gavia of Fight Films put this together, this so-called documentary, which is basically a propaganda smear campaign. We're going to examine it every step of the way, and then we're going to get into the receipts for all of Seagal's claims.
I was born from a mother who was found in a shoebox when she was born. My mother was American Indian.
Are you of Italian descent?
Yeah, I have some Italian on my mother's side and some French.
My mother was a Mohawk. I think that my mother's side is probably Irish. My grandmother surely looks pure Mohawk.
Here's the thing, though. It appears that he could be lying on all this, but is it really that surprising that people have multiple ethnicities? I mean, is it really that surprising? Like, how many people are truly pure-blooded with only one background? Especially if Seagal is Genghis Khan-like. I mean, he would seem to have his seed all over the place.
And I'm pretty sure she is.
Grandmother in your lineage that is Mongolian?
They look like Russian Mongols, but I don't know what they are, but they're something Asian. Fathers are...
Something Asian. Is he playing into his own legend, or is he simply that legend factually? Is he some kind of interdimensional entity that us mere mortals just can't comprehend?
Russian Mongol.
Part of his family are from Texas, so
Let's put it this way. I'm Russian. I'm a lot more Asian than I am American. I'm a Russian Mongol, and I'm Russian Mongolian, and we don't really know which tribe it is, and all of those people are dead now, so I can't ask.
Lord Zed says, most have all types of ancient warrior blood. Seagal did his research. Yeah, I mean, Seagal might be one of the greatest researchers as well. We haven't even looked into his researching capabilities.
I'm Asian. I don't know what the hell I am, but am I allowed to cuss on this show? Or?
I'm a Russian Mongol.
Texas, so
a lot more Asian than I am.
American.
Where were you born?
Michigan.
Great state, Michigan.
Not too many people out there from Michigan, huh?
Wow, Seagal calling out the audience there.
But in Detroit, everybody had come out of the Deep South to work in the steel mills. In my neighborhood, it was all Delta people from the Deep South.
You talked a little bit about being exposed to the blues growing.
But wait a second. If his dad's from Texas and he moved to Michigan, how is any of this, like, is it really that outlandish?
Yeah, I mean, I started playing music almost before.
So if his dad who originally came from Mongolia or Russia, because a lot of that Russia's kind of big. I don't know if some people don't know this, Russia's kind of ginormous. And the eastern part of Russia, I believe, actually has a border with Korea. A lot of goofs might not know this, especially the anti-Seagal goofs. The North Korea and Russia share a border, and there was also actually a Russian-Korea war. I'm actually going to be doing a dedicated podcast on that. So, is it really that outlandish that Seagal's father, whose ancestors came from the Mongolia, Russia, Korea area, that same general area, they went to Texas and moved to Michigan. And his mother might have had some Italian and Native American ancestry. I mean, is it really that hard to rectify that? That's not that outlandish. Kill the Bank says Seagal might be the last of the Tartars. Yeah, very, very possible. Very possible.
I started anything. And, I've been playing since I was a baby. B.B. King was like a father to me. B.B. taught me a lot about life. I was lucky enough to meet and play with most of the great blues legends of America.
I don't know what color I am, but I know one thing. I was the only one.
Alien Big Cat 23 says he probably does genetic research on the weekends. Very possible in between the chess games with the chess masters. Very possible.
That wasn't black that I knew that played exactly like them.
Because the essence of blues is story. Any great director, the first thing they have to learn is how to tell a story. And that's the first thing a blues man have to do, is tell a story.
I was born clairvoyant. I was born a healer. I was born very different.
I never, ever thought I was anything special. I just thought I'm just a simple country boy.
I mean, does that not look like a kid who had a dad from Texas? I mean, come on. It's not really that outlandish. And we'll look at this hit piece, and I'm gonna be bringing the receipts hard. And I don't think anybody's gonna be ready for the level of receipts I'm gonna bring. Justin Johnson in the house, gifting the MINDSHOCK membership. Big appreciation to Justin Johnson, longtime dedicated MINDSHOCK listener. Here, gifting those memberships on one of the most historic podcasts in MINDSHOCK history. A podcast that will probably go down in history as the greatest podcast this entire epoch.
Just a guy.
In an interview with People magazine, Steven's own mother described him as a frail, puny kid who suffered from asthma.
Steven, has anybody ever bullied you, like from when you were a kid? Do you have any memories of that happening?
Can you beep what I say if I...
Yes, honey. Yeah.
I've had an ass whooping once or twice when I was young.
Oh, there you go.
Until one event
I wonder if he was talking about Bruce Lee there. We'll be getting into that later.
would change the course of his life.
When I was young, I saw the martial arts being demonstrated at a football halftime.
And during the halftime, they had these Japanese masters come out. And I saw this little old man throwing people around like they were, you know, feathers.
And I looked at my father and I said, Daddy, that's what I was born to do.
My dream was to be one of the best martial artists in the world. In America, there are very few dojos in the 50s.
Asian masters are usually cooks in hotels and restaurants and stuff like that, and so sort of lied about my age and got a job washing dishes at a restaurant. One of the cooks there was a guy called Sakamoto Sensei, and he saw that when I was washing the dishes and moving around that I moved very fast. And I said, do you know karate? And he said, yes, I do. Why do you ask? Is there any way you would teach me karate? And he said, yeah. And he started making me do something called the makiwara. And you just punch that makiwara and you learn how to punch for about 2 years. And I kept saying to him, I see you have other students here. I want to fight them. And he said, why don't you learn how to punch before you want to fight? And when you fight, you will fight to destroy. And if they die, that's fine.
Wow. Seagal dropping the secrets of his deadly training. I mean, the CIA would obviously want to recruit a guy like this. I mean, this guy just seems way too deadly.
So I just thought, nobody's gonna beat me. And nobody did.
How old were you when you went to Japan?
Probably when I went to live there, I was about 17 years old.
Wow.
I wanted to study the martial arts and the mysticism and healing arts.
And did you have a job there, or were you just there studying, or a little of both?
Started out studying martial arts, acupuncture, herbology, bone manipulation, things like that.
And started studying mostly Aikido.
And there's a reason why I chose Aikido as my art, and I have, because it is, movement that is in harmony with the universe. The founder of Aikido was also a mystic, He developed an art where there was no punching, kicking, blocking, and he believed that he could develop this art in such a way that you could redirect the attack of someone, put them down and pin them without, beating them up or breaking their neck or their bones.
I was able to meet one of my closest friends, Isoyama Sensei.
彼と会ったのは愛木神社で初めて会ったんですけども。
And look at all these receipts too. We have these Japanese students verifying every claim, every step of the way. And then we're just getting started here. And keep in mind, this is a propaganda hit piece, and there's already receipts within the hit piece. I didn't even get to my receipts yet.
その時彼はね、若いにもかかわらず。
I grew up in a very, very dangerous area, an area that was all gangsters, yakuza, fighting every day.
ああ、よかったんだな。ね。重曹面白かったね、重曹。バレました。
Hundreds of times we've had to use this in the streets, and that's how you know what works and what doesn't.
But the thing is, Seagal was a legit Aikido specialist. He's good, man. I mean, not good. He's outstanding.
Enters Steven's wife. The first one.
I think he was married to the daughter of one of the main senseis or somebody. So he was like...
Also, keep in mind, how good would Seagal have to be for a strict, traditional dojo master owner sensei in order to even allow this foreigner to marry his daughter? Think about the level of skill Seagal must have possessed to even get the blessing of this master dojo owner. I mean, Seagal must have truly been above and beyond. Not once in a lifetime, once in an existence talent.
Deep in the culture.
Oh yeah, I became the first non-Oriental to teach over there.
Steven teaches at the gym of Miyako's family. They have 2 kids together.
And then for the first couple of years, people did come from all over Japan, as I said, to challenge me.
For a non-Oriental to teach them their arts.
You know what's kind of crazy? Steven Seagal's like the inverse of Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee comes to America, teaches non-Chinese. Seagal goes from America to Japan teaching Japanese. I mean, the parallel here between Bruce Lee and Seagal is just uncanny.
Sure. I mean, that was an outrage to them.
There was one time, this guy says, I would like to sign up for a duel to the death with you. I thought, me, man, this is the guy. This guy gotta be a master. And then I thought, I'm gonna kill him. And I attacked. And I was in the air flying. And I got closer to him, and I realized he was just a drunk. And I'm already committed, and I'm kind of trying to put the brakes on.
Wow, is Steven Seagal saying he can control the laws of physics here? I mean, so he does a jump kick in the air, and he stops mid-air. I mean, this is really incredible stuff here. I mean, this is really incredible stuff.
And then hitting him, and he was in the air, out the door, and tumbling for 20 fucking feet, and then he's unconscious. And my wife thinks I did kill him, and she screamed, "You killed him, you killed him."
He kicked this guy 20 feet. Now, see, Seagal's a humble type of guy. So if he says 20 feet, was it really like 40 feet? I mean, what's the deal? A lot of people think Seagal plays it up, but what if he actually plays it down because he's just that humble? I mean, keeping in mind the propaganda campaign against him, would it be surprising if Seagal was actually downplaying his abilities this entire time?
Those 15 years or 18 years or 19 years, whatever it was, those are the greatest years of my life.
But a certain secret American organization had other plans.
Were you drafted by an agency or someone that wanted to take advantage of your fact that you were an American and a martial artist and someone who may have known the country?
Something like that.
Something like that.
Did you or did you not work with the CIA?
Well, you know, it's kind of a personal thing, Dave. It's a little tough to talk about.
You can't talk about it? So that means you were with the CIA.
The kind of stuff that I did, you know, which wasn't for the CIA, was just, you know, I did special security operations and bodyguarding and investigations.
Special guided tours in bad areas and stuff like that. And so I had learned how to act then in order to stay alive.
Did you ever kill anybody?
Oh, man.
Did you ever take anybody out?
Wow, he can't answer that question. I mean, that laugh right there, is that the laugh of a man with a triple or quadruple body count? I mean, would a man who's killed a lot of people, like, it's almost like there's a range. If you've killed one guy, you might react kind of nervously, right? If you've killed 10 or 20, kind of same deal, you might not want to talk about it. If you've killed hundreds or thousands to the point where it's literally funny to you, would you laugh like this? Because there's definitely a scale here. There's definitely a scale.
Dim the lights. Face
Lord
down in the
have
grave.
mercy, you are...
Lord have mercy is his answer to that question. Wow. 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 That's his answer.
I'm just wondering.
You're on my hit list now.
Wow. He wasn't laughing when he said that, though.
After completing several assignments, Stephen convinces his wife to empty her life savings to help him return to America. Little did Stephen know, his involvement with the CIA would lead to something much bigger.
Well, here's the thing, too. While he was in Japan, he did do security operations. So he was involved in something, whether it was just regular run-of-the-mill private security for, you know, actors like Toshiro Mifune in the Challenge movie, or just like local select. He did some kind of security work. And then he seemed to have platformed off of it, with or without CIA involvement. But how did he know all the details? If you watch Above the Law, that opening scene almost looks like a Phoenix program, like mind control and torture program. I mean, look at that man. That is a dapper young man there.
In 1985, I came back to America. That's one date that I remember. I'd come back to America and
Killed the guy?
Also teaching
Wow, that looked like a guilty face there.
martial arts.
All right.
And
So you came back here as a teacher.
Stephen opens a dojo, but also starts working in Hollywood as a fight choreographer.
We're going to do a film called Never Say Never Again, and there was a possibility I was going to do Aikido and what have you, and I got a hold of Stephen, and we had this training, and I did that, and he broke my wrist. Wow. And, oh yeah.
broken.
And keep in mind, it was still broken for the rest of Sean Connery's life. I mean, Steven Seagal's Aikido ability here. Can you imagine breaking a guy's wrist, an A-list Hollywood multi-millionaire with all of the money and resources in the world, and he still can't get that wrist repaired? And the funny thing is, not funny, but the thing is, Seagal probably wasn't even trying when he snapped that wrist. Can you imagine if Seagal was actually attempting to break the wrist? I mean, it probably would have snapped right off.
Wrist and elbow you can heal, but the broken neck is what you really worry about. One day, a guy called Michael Ovitz came over to my dojo, and I found that
So that's the guy that went on to be the head of Disney right there, Michael Ovitz. Now, if Operation Mockingbird and the CIA's infiltration of Hollywood is all true, you'd have guys like Michael Ovitz in the mix. So even if Seagal didn't work directly with the CIA, did Michael Ovitz give him CIA intel regarding the Phoenix program, MK Ultra programming in Vietnam, regarding the CIA drug running. Like, how did Seagal get all that info about the banksters and the CIA drug running? So whether he did or didn't work for the CIA, it seems like Michael Ovitz might. YouTube does not want Seagal info out there. What the heck? Are we back? Is everybody back? What is going on here? Yeah, it's showing some serious lag, buffering, and drops on my end as well. They do not want these truth bombs out here regarding Seagal.
We found something that was marketable, that wasn't out there, that people really respond to, and they keep responding to it.
I loved Above the Law, that Steven Seagal movie. When he people up in a bar, like you believed it. He's cracking people over the head with pool cues and breaking their arms.
I was like, oh my God, this is so cool. Like, when have you ever seen this in a movie?
Yeah.
Never seen anything like it. It changed action cinema forever.
It was a huge box office success. It's unprecedented.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Seagal's pretty legit. Seagal's pretty legit.
Yeah, it's never been done.
Never been done and never been repeated.
And I never was an actor either.
Above the Law was part.
Dub, are you, I think everybody's back. It looks like the signal's back. Dub, you're not back? Just refresh it. Refresh the page.
Autobiographical in segments.
Well, I'm not going to get into that, but I will say that I believe it was based on a true story which had to do with the Iran and Contra.
What would people at, say, the agency, if they saw this film, what would they think about it?
You're talking about the
CIA? Or the security agencies right now? Would they look at it and say, well, that's pretty good? Or would they be mad?
You were compared, though, after the first film to Stallone and Schwarzenegger, which I guess I can understand in this town. What's the difference in you and those kind of guys?
Truthfully, I don't know. I don't know Steven. I've only met him once. Jean-Claude's pretty good.
Do you know Van Damme? No. You heard of him? I mean, he was like a champion somewhere, and right? I mean,
I think that that's a matter of opinion.
It's not a matter of opinion. The Jean-Claude Van Damme haters, again, Steven Seagal might have bought into the haters because Van Damme's not his real name. His name is Van Varenberg. So you can look up all his martial arts records. They're all there under Van Varenberg. And Van Damme didn't make any bones about it. He was open about his real name. But what kind of goof journalist is going to look up the wrong name and then claim Van Damme never actually had any competition?
That he was a champion anywhere.
Steven Seagal is very boring.
He's what?
Boring.
He looks boring. That menacing, rotten
I totally don't remember this video of Van Damme making fun of Seagal.
guy image that he projects is carries over. Largely acting, is it, or not? I see what you're trying to say.
Oh, Chuck looks absolutely terrified of Seagal.
Carries over in his whole life.
Really?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Please say hello to the one, the only, Steven Seagal.
I mean, look at that swagger. You can't fake that kind of swagger.
I mean, it's not like I hate Hollywood as much as it's just I love honor.
Wow. See, just from these audio clips alone, it's not like I hate Hollywood, I just love honor. I mean, obviously the Hollywood Illuminati cabal was going to go after this guy. I mean, the smear campaign is out here in full force. He can't just be dropping those kind of truth bombs.
You know, and I love people who can look me in the eye.
I love people who can look me in the eye? Well, that's not a lot of people in Hollywood.
Coming soon on video. Once upon a time in 2024.
Patrick, this is your future self.
An unsuspecting man was about to have his finances changed forever.
For the past 2 years, you've been charged for Photoshop on 2 different accounts.
What?
You paid double.
That's hundreds of dollars I've
This guy's
wasted.
putting some kind of weird ad in the middle of this video.
How did you find out?
Because of the
That's pretty
sponsor of
dumb.
today's video.
Rocket Money.
Rocket Money is the personal finance app that helps you cancel subscriptions, lower bills, and
Yeah, Seagal definitely tried to warn us
manage
about a
your
lot
money
of stuff.
better.
I mean, all the way back in 1988.
All you have to do is input your info. The app safely and securely identifies recurring charges and gone. On top of running the dojo, I had to raise my children. I don't know how we got by. Sometimes we could only afford cheap brown rice for dinner.
Does anybody think she's exaggerating there? I mean, her own father ran the whole dojo, highly respected. Seagal is running the dojo as well. Like, why is she making out like they're so poor? I mean, maybe they were, but it just seems kind of weird.
Although he's still married to Miyako, Steven gets married again in America to Adrienne LaRussa. While he's LaRussa.
I mean, how did he get her, though? Like, wow.
He gets another actress, Kelly LeBrock, pregnant.
Get into that. How did you... Well, I actually hadn't really seen Kelly LeBrock's earlier films, like, because by the time she was with Seagal, I don't know, she's kind of eh. But wow, the earlier years were pretty incredible as well. I mean, can anybody not say no to Seagal? Like LaRusso was definitely, I mean, wow.
On me? Yeah, we met in Japan. He did acupuncture on me.
Let's not forget, I mean, Steven Seagal is also an expert acupuncturist and possibly a botanist as well with all the medicinal herbs. I mean, Steven Seagal is just such a master.
He did acupuncture. Is that what he called it?
Steven's career is flourishing. He partners up with the producer, Julius Nasso, to create Seagal Nasso Productions.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jules Nasso. Don't go nowhere.
Nasso was getting his financing from the Gambino family. That's New York Mafia.
And again, for people that think Seagal embellishes or makes bold claims, I mean, this guy's literally involved with the mobsters, all on record. I mean, like, what are people talking about?
Because I got this guy's an actor. You mind if I bring him over? He would love to say hello to you. And sure enough, this tall guy with his hair slicked back with a ponytail, Steven Seagal. Said hello to John, said hello to me. Every movie that they did, money was coming in.
I mean, here are the receipts directly from the mouths of these big-time mobsters. Directly from their mouths.
Bringing him chunks of money. And he got bigger and bigger and bigger.
Under Siege was the one that put me on the top.
That was a huge film, wasn't it?
Very successful.
You know what I heard today? That they just got a date for you to do Saturday Night Live to host it?
Apparently.
Are you gonna do that?
Yeah, why not? Great to be here in
We're going to probably have to break down this entire episode. I hope you guys really took advantage of that drink break we had earlier, because we're just getting started here.
New York, and it's great to be opening up Saturday Night Live.
By the way,
Yeah, the guy sticks a dub in the chat in the film Out for Justice, the pool hall. It was intense, dude. Yeah, the guy who was fighting Styx is actually Dan Inosanto, Bruce Lee's #1 student, and we'll be getting in to him and whether or not he corroborated whether Seagal knew Bruce Lee. We'll be bringing receipts, baby.
I was there when he hosted SNL, one of the most famous nightmare, can't re-show that show ever.
You pitched him a sketch that you had written.
Seagal read it and he said, if I do this sketch, if I do it, I have to beat them up.
Yeah.
When he came in,
Wow, he totally did that for real.
we wrote it, we did it at read-through,
And all of it was them making fun of Steven.
So what about this guy, Steven Seagal? I hear me now and believe me later. Arnold could easily rip Steven Seagal's skinny little arms.
Like, Arnold is stronger than you.
To even compare them to Arnold. Look at me, Franz, I'm laughing.
And we go through it with the cue cards. He reads his lines, very serious. Then he just walks off. So I went up to him. I said, Steven, are you okay? And he just didn't look at me. He's looking straight forward. He goes, I just wish Arnold was here so I could kick his ass.
So what does that mean? He didn't understand the sketch?
Well, I told him, I said, they're idiots. Doesn't mean you're weaker than Arnold. These guys just worship Arnold.
I don't want to compare myself to these other stars. They're great and everything like that, but what I do is unique. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
He couldn't make fun of himself.
So we did the sketch different so that he was, there's only one person stronger than Arnold, and that's Steven Seagal.
But it doesn't work.
Maybe we misjudged you. Yeah, maybe you're not a girly man after all, Mr. Seagal.
He insisted on doing a diatribe about the environment.
Oh, my God.
It's insane. There's like this board of directors, and
It's insane to care about the environment. That's weird.
and he enters the banquet room and starts beating, it's live, and he's beating them up and throwing them around the room, and it goes on for like 8 minutes.
Yeah, he's doing it so hard. Like, he's not holding back at all. This is fantastic. We're going to go through the whole episode, but, I mean, he's hitting them harder than during the movie scene.
It's the longest scene you've ever seen. And then at the very end, he turns to camera and says,
"This is what happens when you pollute the planet."
And the audience is mystified.
A lot of other people have cited him and that
I think that's hilarious, but we'll go over that episode later.
week as the example of like the worst host and week.
Probably think I'm the biggest jerk who's ever been on the show.
No, that would be Steven Seagal.
See how the Illuminati cabal just goes after Seagal with the propaganda? After everything Seagal said against the banksters?
Seagal leans over to me and go like,
Why did Lauren say that about me? I was the worst host ever.
you know, he picked you because you're such a big star and you could, kick his ass.
Smart.
And Seagal goes, oh.
Yeah. He's a fucking moron.
Yeah.
Rumors start to spread around Steven's behavior behind the scenes.
He was actually hitting the stuntmen like for
hell
real.
yeah. He's known for that.
He's notorious of breaking people's arms, legs, ribs.
There was one of the scenes that he's supposed to throw him through, like the prop, whatever, washroom. He throw him through that, he breaks the toilet, and he grabs his face, real mirror, and smashes his face to the mirror multiple times. Rear mirror.
Broke the guy's face, split his face open from cheekbone to jawbone. Wow. I mean, he hurt people.
Now, I do have a question here. Alien Big Cat 23 said, my respect for Steve has gone up 100%. Here's the thing, though. Is this a Rust situation where is it Steven Seagal's responsibility to make sure that the mirrors are fake? I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was never planned for him to smash the guy through the mirror at all. Or who knows? If Steven Seagal's eyes are like real life, they live sunglasses, and he can see the Illuminati demons, and he's going to make them pay for their crimes behind the scenes in Hollywood, I mean, I don't know. I can't judge the guy for that.
For real. But all these guys, stunt guys, they sign waivers, right? So
He's scared of him.
Everybody's scared of him, dude.
I mean, who wouldn't be scared of Seagal? I mean, this guy could break people's wrists and ribs and necks without breaking a sweat.
Stallone tout à l'heure, il raconte que tu te serais engueulé très très fort avec Steven Seagal dans sa villa à Miami.
Non, pas engueulé, il y a une petite poussette.
Is that true he got in a fight with you?
No. It'd be like me squashing an ant. Un peu fâché, j'ai dit à Steven, je t'attends dehors. Ah oui, parking, ouais. Et vous êtes... Non, ça a pris 2 heures, il est pas venu.
But someone else did get his hands on Steven.
Gene LaBelle is somebody who made his entire career lying about who he beat up.
We're actually I'm gonna go through this video again with the receipts as soon as we're done. Because the whole Gene LaBelle situation, wow. I want to see how much this guy plays up the propaganda of the LaBelle incident. And then we're going to go into people that were actually present and witnessed it.
Steven Seagal
if brains are measured in Cadillacs, he'd be on roller skates.
Gene's a legend. He was a judo champion, and he was like one of the first guys to do mixed martial arts.
Also, keep in mind, we'll get into Gene LeBell specifically, but apparently no official organization actually recognizes any of LeBell's rankings.
Fights.
Tells everybody he beat me up, he choked me out, and the guy is a pathological liar.
You people, you gotta know the difference between BS and legit.
Here's how the story goes. On the set of Out for Justice, Steven tells LeBell that he can't be choked out because of his Aikido training. LeBell accepts the challenge.
Gene gets behind Steven and puts him in some kind of mock hold, not a real hold, but a mock hold.
Seagal just sidesteps, full blast, and forearms, you know.
His move was, when you put the rear naked choke on, he hits you in the balls.
LeBell jumped up like 3 feet in the air.
Gene then grabs Steven,
choked him out instantly, and he shit his pants.
That last part of the story spreads like wildfire.
And keep in mind, that last part of the story about him soiling his pants, that was never claimed by anybody who was actually there. Those were people repeating what Gene LeBell said, which we'll get into.
Although it allegedly wasn't true.
Seagal did not his pants nor go into convulsions. End of story. I was there. Anybody who says...
Oh, he actually included it in this video. That's interesting. I didn't think he was going to do that. There's way more receipts from all the guys that were there that said it never happened.
Otherwise about this story are liars.
Gene LeBell never confirmed nor denied it actually happened, which only added fuel to the fire.
And is it true that he did, in the process, soil himself?
Well, if a guy soils himself, you can't criticize him, because if they just had a nice big dinner an hour before, you might have a tendency to do that.
People in Hollywood can make their lives by making a to try to make themselves something that they're not. You can destroy someone's life, their legacy, their reputation, just by making up lies.
Steven gets caught having an affair with the family's nanny. So with his life, career, and reputation in shambles, Steven turns to the only option left: reincarnation.
And he went on this weird thing where he would go up in the mountains and pray. I don't know what the hell he was doing, but...
In 1997, you were recognized as a Tibetan Lama, or a tulku.
The reincarnated embodiment of a revered 17th century Lama.
Look at those receipts. Look at these receipts. Seagal officially recognized as a reincarnated Lama.
Or holy man.
Can you tell me more about that and what that meant?
Well, without going into any great detail, I've been a Buddhist since I was a child.
And apparently, if you give enough money to the Dalai Lama's charities, eventually you get something out of it. Right. And so the Dalai Lama made him a deity.
In a sacred ceremony in Tibet, he was given the title Precious Jewel.
Well, I mean, this I really shouldn't say on camera, but...
But he does say it anyway. He claims he's God.
All sentient beings have the Buddha nature within them, which means they are all, sort of God.
That's quite an admission from the famous actor.
He comes to the set after he makes you the Dalai Lama, and he comes now, he's a god. And he comes to the set, I just met with the Dalai Lama, and he, in his wisdom, decided to make me a deity. I feel a difference. I feel like in certain things now that never...
Yeah, Kill the Bank, we're not going to get into whether the Lama is or isn't good. We're going to get into the fact that Seagal was indeed made this Lama. So, yeah, it's the people denying the veracity of these claims. Because people are saying, because Seagal's claim was never that the Lama was legit. Yeah, the Lama's weird, no doubt. But Steven Seagal is officially recognized, so he didn't make that up. We're examining the claims here for and against.
Never made sense to me. Makes sense to me on a universal level. And his assistant comes up to him and says, "Hey, Steven, your ex-wife called. You can't bring the kids over this weekend. You tell that She doesn't get those kids over here, I'll break her neck.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true either. Now Schneider's kind of weird because, you know, he's anti-Big Pharma cult, but for whatever reason he's on board with the smear campaign against Seagal. I don't know, it's kind of weird.
When he comes back, Steven decides to quit acting. He's done with Hollywood.
He didn't want to act no more, he quit. He goes somewhere, he works in the sheriff's office, and he's teaching them how to do karate and all these stupid moves and whatever.
I showed my shooting skills and my martial arts skills to, you know, several different SWAT teams, and they were duly impressed. And, you know, at that point, he was so pleased with what...
Lord Zed with a very astute comment here. One thing's for sure, if the llama did that tongue thing in front of Steven, it would be his last mistake.
I was doing, he asked me to come on to the force and be...
Well, some people think the llama is CIA, in which case does that bolster the claims that Seagal is also connected with the CIA?
One of his cops.
He's a cop. Now,
I became a cop to save lives. I've saved many people's lives during Katrina in Louisiana. I was there. And so for me, it was a great honor to be able to serve not only my community or my department, but mankind.
As you can imagine, his production partner, Julius Nassau, wasn't quite pleased with the decision. He plots to extort Steven with the mob's help.
So they sit down with him, threaten him, do all kinds of stupid shit. Steven Seagal, all those karate movies, remember them things? He shit in his pants, I think, twice. He was so scared.
Steven agrees to pay $700,000 on the spot. But here's the thing.
The table was bugged.
By the FBI, which was building a case against the New York Mafia.
So they went to Steven Seagal and told him, we want you to testify.
So here's the thing. Who believes Sammy the Bull Gravano and all the deals that he's had? He's framing the story as if the FBI went to Steven. I mean, maybe that was true, but clearly Steven never paid a cent. Because Steven went to the other mobsters to get the peace broker, and he paid $10K for the guy's lawyer to get him out of all those hundreds of thousands of dollars. Not to mention they threatened to kill Seagal if he didn't pay, and apparently Seagal not only didn't pay, but he testified against them. So who knows how many bodies never came back that were sent for Seagal's head. But Gravano here appears to be employed by the Illuminati cult in also driving this propaganda campaign against Seagal.
He turned white. He was paralyzed with fear about testifying.
But Steven does.
How does Gravano know what happened with a private conversation between Seagal and the FBI about testifying? Like, this, do any of the goofs that believe this anti-Seagal propaganda actually logically examine this? Gravano is talking about what Steven looked like in a private conversation with the FBI about testifying.
End up testifying.
What do those kids bring that blanket, safety blanket, they hold on to it all the time? He held on to his blanket on the stand while he was testifying the whole time. The guy, when he went in...
What? He's saying he had a blanket in court? Does anybody believe that? Does anybody believe that Steven Seagal had a blanket in court? I mean, this is kind of weird. Boggin says, clearly there is an effort to smear the guy. That's a red flag in my book. Yeah, especially all these years later. Like, look what happened. As soon as Seagal moves to Russia in 2016, I mean, this guy's career has been over for how many years in Hollywood? And all these random comedians start to come out and smear him in 2017 into 2022? This doesn't make any sense.
The back room was hysterical crying. 2 agents had to hug him.
Well, how would he know? He wasn't there.
Really?
Julius Nassau gets charged with it.
Oh, look! There's a drawing of Seagal testifying. Where's the blanket? Where's the blanket Gravano was saying that Seagal was clutching on the stand? Seagal looks dead serious there in this artist rendering of the testimony.
Extortion and conspiracy charges. He spends a year in prison, while Steven comes back with a bang.
He's known for his action movies, and now martial arts expert Steven Seagal is reprising one of his roles as a law enforcement officer.
I wanted to do a cop show that was based on real events that I had experienced in my life, seen in my life.
I mean, does anybody even believe that Seagal can feel the emotion of fear? I mean, is there anything, and of all the countless hours of footage that exist of Steven Seagal, is there even one single frame out there of him feeling any emotion to fear or similar to fear? I mean, this guy only knows two emotions, dead serious and laughing at goofs. I mean, that seems to be the only two emotions he has.
I wanted to try to make it the most realistic cop show that I've ever seen.
And every episode begins with him looking in the camera and saying, I don't know if you knew this or not,
But for the past 20 years, I've also been a cop.
and you're like, what did you just say? I thought you've been making shitty movies for the last 20 years. What are you talking about?
Like, look at this mainstream camp. Why is he talking about Steven Seagal in 2014?
Get up on that. Boss, get him, Johnny.
Yeah, kill the bank. That was probably correct. That guy was projecting. He was the one with the blanket crapping himself. I mean, the courtroom artists are usually pretty accurate. And they clearly depicted the scene of Seagal stone cold serious on the stand.
Get him!
Boggin says here, question is, how much are they paying the guys smearing him? I mean, I don't know. Why is Ellen DeGeneres' wife, as she waits until Seagal leaves the country to make these claims? It's just kind of weird.
Go to the right. Dean, let me drop. Just tell you where the holes are. Watch this guy. You're good.
I mean, Seagal's not even afraid on high-speed car... Look how many countless hours of footage there are of him. He's never once showed the emotion of fear anywhere. And yet he's going to be afraid in a courtroom with armed guards? What would he be afraid of in a courtroom?
One false move and any of us could be dead. Just slow down.
Look at this guy. One false move, any of us could be dead. I mean, his voice is completely steady, as if he's just sitting at home watching TV on the couch. I mean, there's not a single fluctuation in emotion.
Where he at? Where he at?
All right, heads up. Don't forget he's got a gun.
I got him. Taser.
Taser.
Watch your head. Go to the car.
The show is a hit. Steven now sets his sights on the UFC.
I mean, you've been around the martial arts world for so many years, but it seems like in the last couple of months, much more talked about. And
Listen, I've been doing the martial arts since I was a baby. I love the martial arts. They are my life.
If there was one fight you could see happening in 2013, what would it be?
You know what else is weird? Like people that say he's lying. He said he was doing it since he was a baby. Do people not understand, obviously, when you get to be a certain age, like baby could mean teenager when you get to a certain age. It's kind of weird.
That's really hard to say right now.
How did you and Anderson Silva first come into contact?
Anderson sent me a card saying, teach me your lethal stuff. There's just some unique stuff that I'm teaching Yoda that he wouldn't be learning from anywhere else, I don't. Can you imagine if you get hit with that? I'm dead.
I mean, Seagal doesn't lie. You would get killed by that chop. Not to mention, like, we watched this clip earlier. I mean, he was literally instructing while on a corded phone. I mean, maybe people can do it on cell phones, but he was on a corded phone.
After Anderson knocked out Vitor Belfort, he said the front kick he won the fight with was taught to him by you.
I spent a lot of hard work teaching Leodon.
I mean, that's an impressive kick. I mean, look how big Seagal is. And he's just effortlessly doing kicks to the chin. I mean, this is kind of crazy.
And Anderson Silva, that kick.
That kick cannot be stopped. Don't push it.
I mean, even that shove has practically dislocated Anderson Silva's shoulder, and Seagal doesn't even look like he's trying here. I mean, look at how easily he can handle. I mean, who here thinks that Anderson is strong enough to get a guy like Seagal off of him? I mean, look at his dancing prowess in these Mongolian dances or whatever this is. At this palace. I mean, can anybody dance better than Seagal in this particular folk style dancing? I mean, look at this. Has anybody seen anybody dance like that? You want an exact height on Seagal? I thought he was approximately 6'2" or 6'3". Man, it's kind of blasphemy. Like, how do I not know this? He's actually listed as 6'3" and 6'4". So he's probably around 6'3.5". He's pretty tall.
I think this is my favorite dancing in the world. Fantastic.
Lawman gets renewed for another season.
130 roosters are safe tonight after the sheriff's department breaks up a cockfighting operation in Levine.
Right now, my team and I are gearing up to take down the suspect wanted for animal cruelty, allegedly raising roosters for cock.
Allegedly. So they have this entire SWAT team and tanks rolled out for allegedly.
Yovera was convicted of a misdemeanor last year of attending a cockfight and has no history of owning weapons.
Given what we know about this guy, we feel that it's going to be safest to deploy SWAT. We hope to take the suspect and anybody else who's inside the house by surprise.
So Seagal just takes this tank through this guy's house.
That they did, including the suspect's 11-month-old puppy, which was apparently right here.
Brace yourself, guys. We were able to catch our suspect by surprise without anybody getting hurt.
Animal cruelty is one of my pet peeves.
115 birds were euthanized on the spot, and thousands of dollars in damages were made to the property.
Critics slam Seagal and Arpaio, saying they...
Well, he's actually not driving the tank here. According to this video, he's not the driver of the tank.
staged the event just for the cameras.
To help actor Steven Seagal's TV show, Lawman.
Lovera ends up suing the production, which leads to the show getting canceled. The true nature of his involvement with UFC fighters also comes to the surface.
And a lot of people are saying that you were taking credit for a kick that has been done many, many years ago.
You know what's kind of weird? Anderson Silva and Lyoto Machida actually gave Seagal credit personally. So the people that weren't there involved with the training, the people that weren't Anderson and Machida actually delivering those kicks, those people were questioning Seagal's involvement. That's kind of weird.
And they were showing footage of it, and a lot of people didn't buy it.
How true is that? The front kick, I showed him that.
I'm working hard for this kick for a long time in my life.
Anderson Silva has
Yeah, that's an interesting clip because in another clip he gives credit to Seagal. Also, Anderson's English isn't that great.
a wonderful sense of humor, and he thought it would be hilarious if
Joe Rogan was the only one actually pushing the theory that
people
Anderson was
believed
just
that
screwing
he was
around.
learning all of his martial arts from Steven Seagal.
He was paying those guys. That was a sponsorship, just like any other sponsor.
And obviously Chael Sonnen would never tell a lie. We all know that. Undefeated and undisputed.
Steven Seagal ran out of money, and these guys have ran out of compliments. Pretty weird coincidence, don't you agree?
What do you make of Chael's taunting of Anderson?
I think that that kind of behavior is an embarrassment to the human race.
It's an embarrassment to the martial arts.
Well, I don't know anything about martial arts, but Steven Seagal would know a damn lot about behavior that's embarrassing to the human race.
The lawman is under fire.
New accusations against action star Steven Seagal.
Is being sued by a woman who claims he used her as a tool.
Several actresses have actually now come forward with allegations. Jennifer McCarthy and also Portia de Rossi.
The last couple of movies, Seagal had his way with young teenage girls in 3 states. There's warrants for him.
I had just heard.
How come nobody's actually presented those warrants? You would think by now somebody would have posted those warrants on the internet.
16 on this movie, and he said, you know, Katie, I've got girlfriends your age. And I said, isn't that illegal? And he said, they don't seem to mind. And I said, Mom!
I mean, she's making all these jokes about it. That's just kind of weird. Again, there's this public campaign. And look at Jimmy Kimmel, this guy with a mental disability that they gave a show to push Illuminati propaganda. So clearly anything you see on Kimmel obviously can't be taken seriously.
2 women have come.
And why were they both laughing about it? I mean, if this was really SA, why are they both laughing about it?
Forward, claiming Steven Seagal attacked them.
When I was only 17
So look at her lawyer there.
years old.
And it was actually 18 in the paperwork. So now she changed her statement from 18 to 17. So she claims she was 17 years old going alone to Steven Seagal's house, which was supposed to be a rap party. So in the actual paperwork, it says she was 18. And look at her lawyer here. Her lawyer seems very, very happy and standing so close to her.
I was sexually assaulted by Steven Seagal. I was cast as an extra on Seagal's film On Deadly Ground. I was invited for an audition at the Club Bar in the Peninsula Hotel, Beverly Hills. I received a phone call from Seagal inviting me to attend a rap party at his home. I was taken up to Steven's room by his assistant, who repeated to me multiple times in the elevator, Steven's word is as good as gold. He was standing at the front door and greeted me, and immediately I asked him, where is everyone else? He replied, they had all left. Steven's assistant left me alone with him and his personal security guard. He took my hand and led me into an adjacent room, which appeared to be a bedroom. Steven approached me and said that he would like to act out a romantic scene to get a sense of our chemistry. He closed the door and approached me from behind.
Okay, look, if this is all true, why are they not filing police paperwork and making public statements for the press here? I mean, it just seems kind of weird, and they all waited until Seagal left the country to do so. It just seems kind of weird. Like, why wait until Seagal is in Russia? I mean, he's a dual citizen, so I don't know how that works, but it just seems a little strange. Where's the corroboration from anybody else? So did they go to the police immediately? Obviously, even if they didn't, that doesn't mean it didn't happen. You know, they might have been too scared to or whatever, but it just seems kind of weird. Their lawyer seems kind of sketchy and just way too happy about all this. It just seems a little weird.
He started kissing my neck and taking off my clothes. I was not sexually active, nor had I ever been naked in front of a man before.
I don't know. That just seems like a sketchy attorney that prepared the paperwork for her. Again, if it did happen, obviously, I mean, it's just kind of weird. The timing's kind of weird. And then he had this 15-year period where he didn't commit a single offense. Because people like Weinstein, of course, they don't just take 15 years off from abusing people if that's their MO. This 15-year gap seems to be an issue.
I froze. I remember him taking off his robe. And the next thing I knew, he was... Steven slipped his hand underneath my bikini top and began pinching. And
wait, where was this? She's wearing a bikini top to a rap party? What?
Simultaneously slid his hand. I couldn't move, and I felt as if I was watching my body from above.
I felt like I was watching my body. I don't know, I don't know, like, why are they making public statements like this for a press conference? Isn't it time to just, file paperwork with police?
I felt tears coming down my face, and I looked away from his gaze. My eyes focused on a picture frame.
So, for example, with Weinstein, he has over 80 accusers. He has 87 accusers. And Seagal has 5 or 6. Again, I'm not saying, or maybe 7, whatever it was. I'm not saying that none of this happened. I'm just saying there seem to be issues with the timeline here. Almost as if people want to divert away from Weinstein, which was obviously some serious, really horrible stuff that actually did happen from all accounts. There's no shortage of paperwork there with Weinstein. With Seagal, you have those 3 on Out for Justice, and then McCarthy's claimed audition, that's 4, and then these 2, that's 6. And there might have been, and then that one other assistant. So is that 8? So we have 8, and Weinstein has 87. There's a little bit of a difference there. If Steven Seagal really is the serious abuser, you would think with the amount of people he came in contact with, he's got his own production company. I mean, you would think there'd be a lot more, and with legitimate evidence. I mean, how did none of this ever even get to court? I mean, obviously there's not always evidence, but sometimes there would be, especially if he's dishing out beatings.
A picture in a frame. It was Kelly LeBrock.
I quickly yelled that this audition is over.
Well, okay, I don't know, call me crazy, but if you're being SA'd, I don't think you would just yell, this audition is over. I mean, I don't know, maybe they would. It just seems like they'd just be screaming, trying to get out of there, saying, get off of me, I'm uncomfortable, and she's saying this audition is over? I don't know, that seems kind of weird. Does anybody else find this lawyer kind of creepy? Like, she's leaning in so close, and she seems, I don't know if she just has dollar signs in her eyes or what's going on here.
And I began gathering my things.
Wait, if he's SAing her, how is she gathering her things?
Steven sat there calmly, as if nothing had happened.
He put his hand on the door and asked me if I needed any money. I said no and ran for the door.
Steven's security guard stood, blocking the doorway, and only moved when Steven motioned for him to do so.
I cried the entire way home.
In terms of your life in America, you've been...
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not downplaying anything. If he really did that, obviously, you know, he needs to be held accountable. It just seems kind of weird. The timing, especially the timing, that seems the weirdest. Because the ones in 91, maybe there was something to those because they actually got settlements, that was all settled. Perhaps there were unwelcome advances and then, you know, they were compensated for that. If Steven Seagal's the type of guy that never got turned down in his life ever until 91 on those issues on that set, I mean, who knows? But as soon as he leaves the country, Ellen DeGeneres' wife is making these statements, and then these 2 women, I don't know. Yeah, she literally was reading a script, or a statement, may or may not have been prepared by her. I mean, maybe something did happen that made them uncomfortable, and maybe the lawyer pressured them into elevating that into an official assault.
Very much caught up in all the allegations of sexual harassment. You had allegation against you, and I wonder how you deal with all that. Hello, Steven Seagal.
Take the microphone off you.
Yeah. So he gets in touch with Putin. Wants a Russian citizenship.
This guy's such a goof. I don't know who this guy is, but he moved to Russia before all these allegations. He moved in 2016, and then all of a sudden the allegations came out right after that in 2017, 2018.
He's over there now.
Mr. Putin presented a Russian passport to the Hollywood action star Steven Seagal.
Has he really moved to Russia? Yeah, he moved to Russia. I don't know if he moved there or we sent him there and told him not to come back.
Jimmy Kimmel really likes talking about Steven Seagal for some reason. I mean, Steven Seagal hasn't been relevant in how many years? These guys are making him relevant.
Basically hiding in Russia over a bunch of charges.
hiding in Russia over the charges that didn't happen until after he moved to Russia. Does nobody ever even check the timeline?
This is what I've heard. Why else would he be living in Russia right now? I mean, seriously. I don't know. I mean, seriously.
Mr. Putin told the actor that he...
And also, his journeys to Russia and Mongolia started in 2001. So that almost 2 decades before these charges they're talking about.
He hoped that this would serve as a symbol of what he described as a gradual normalization of relations between Moscow and Washington. The actor has described Mr. Putin as one of the greatest world leaders.
I love Vladimir Putin, and I think he's a wonderful human being, a great world leader, a real man. And I think he loves the martial arts. I was specifically designated to better relations between America and Russia. Nothing could be more difficult right now. And we think that the only way to really create world balance and world power and peace in the world is if America and Russia become brothers and best friends.
I mean, look at Seagal wearing a black leather jacket, a backwards baseball hat to this traditional ceremony. I mean, this is something that only Seagal can pull off. And are those black jeans? I can't tell. But he's wearing a black leather jacket and a backwards baseball hat. I mean, this guy's just a master of juxtaposed fashion like no one I've ever seen.
And that's my mission in life.
Are you enjoying yourself there?
Couldn't enjoy it more. Does he know I have family from Belarus?
No.
Oh,
And it's a political culture for us.
It's
natural, that
so nice.
Also, he had been speaking Russian for years and years in his movies. So why'd they make it seem like he moved to Russia? So he moved to Russia in 2016, and the allegations started in 2017. Very curious. And for the allegations that happened earlier, he didn't go anywhere. He stayed in the U.S. for those. Really weird. Man, he's got some Bugs Bunny skills, eating those giant carrots. I mean, he even eats carrots like a master.
Это его любим. Готов.
It is ready.
I mean, and look at his skills in checking the ripeness of watermelons. I mean, this guy's masterful in everything he does.
Вот это и есть та свекла. То есть это вот капуста, грибы,
The cabbage, mushrooms,
сало.
so pork, fat.
You're obviously a Hollywood star, but in some of your interviews you were quite critical of the Hollywood culture, and you sought to distance yourself from Hollywood, from California in real life.
There are two kinds of actors. The kind of actors that are real thespians that come into Hollywood because they are artists and they love acting and consider it an art and a science, and they work at it. That's 3 out of 3 million.
Wow. Seagal dropping the statistical bombs. I mean, that's way less than 1% of legit actors, according to Seagal.
And then a lot of the people who come to Hollywood because they need to be adored. And the people who need to be adored, it's a kind of a sickness. And I call Hollywood the cannibal house because most of those people will eat each other to get ahead.
Wow. Wow. Seagal calls Hollywood the cannibal house. I mean, those are some interesting comments. Also kind of rings similar to Mel Gibson's.
They will do anything to get ahead, and they don't realize that if they're lucky, that 1 in a million or 1 in 10 million, they'll be on top of the world, and the next minute, no matter who they are, they're going to fall down. Because that's the essence of delusion.
You still fight?
Yes, I do.
You still dangerous?
What a master. Okay, so before we get to, I'm gonna bring up all the receipts here, but I want to go in order. So let's go to this LA Times story. Let's go to the LA Times, February 14th, 1988. 88 here. Steven Seagal gets a shot at stardom by Patrick Goldstein. Tall and lean, with the rough good looks of a daredevil jet pilot, Steven Seagal is more than just a 6'4" martial arts wizard who can flip a man 5 feet in the air with a flick of his wrist. His fans proclaim that he's a star waiting to be born. And let's talk fans. Seagal has an enthusiastic film studio booster, Warner Brothers president Terry Semel, a mega-potent Hollywood agent pal, Michael Ovitz, the fearsome leader of Creative Artists Agency, and high-profile public relations firm Rogers & Cohen, to go along with model starlet wife Kelly LeBrock. And her TV commercial, "Don't Hate Me Because I'm Beautiful." Wow. Seagal could probably rock that as well. Seagal pronounced Seagal. That's weird because he doesn't even pronounce his own name like that. 37. Also has a host of Hollywood power broker fans predicting that he'll join the ranks of such action megastars: Arnold Schwarzenegger 40, Stallone 41, Norris 47, Eastwood 57, and Charles Bronson 65. You know what another weird thing is? Is it possible for Steven Seagal to have this much powerful backing in Hollywood if he wasn't CIA connected? I mean, just knowing what we know now after the exposure of Operation Mockingbird and all of these CIA Hollywood operations, is it possible for Seagal not to have CIA connections and have this many so-called power brokers behind him? Is it possible? That's my question. Is it possible? There are some people who carry their own set of lights, and I think Steven may be one of them, said veteran producer Freddie Fields, who goes back a couple years with Seagal. I mean, how many producers does Seagal know? I mean, he seems to be absolutely dialed in before even his first movie. But is Seagal, who had never been in front of a camera before last spring, ready to make the leap to stardom? The box office receipts will be the final barometer, as in the bottom line. But if you want to see Hollywood's star-making machinery humming in high gear, listen to the story behind Seagal's sudden emergence as a bankable star. A decade ago, he was living in Japan, where he taught Aikido and, by his own account, was recruited by the CIA to help carry out undercover missions. A year ago, he had returned to the States and was quietly running his West Hollywood-based Aikido Tenshin Dojo, a martial arts school where he still teaches 3 nights a week. Today, he is awaiting the April 8th release of Above the Law, a 7.5mm thriller from Warner's in which he plays an embattled Chicago detective whose investigation of political corruption lands him in the midst of a CIA-connected Central American drug connection. Tomorrow, watch out, Arnie, Sly, Chuck, Clint, and Charles, the Star Maker. As soon as I saw Steven, I knew that given the right vehicle, he could become a major star, said Tony Ludwig, president of Imagine Films. So he's got presidents of all these different film companies, producers. I mean, this is just absolutely insane how dialed in he is. The closest person I've ever seen that carries himself with the same kind of stature is Mikhail Baryshnikov. Steven is smooth, powerful, and has this don't mess with me presence. It's almost as if he's a manufactured human being. I mean, is this some kind of Illuminati whistleblow, like he's cloned or genetically engineered to be able to just command this kind of presence and be this talented in this many different fields? Kill the Bank says, I mean, if Putin is good enough for Seagal, how can he not be the real deal? Justin Johnson says, if the elite trash you, you must be doing something right. Especially, goofs like Jimmy Kimmel. I mean, I don't know. That guy seems to be like, not just a useful idiot, but a useful mentally disabled individual they decided to give a talk show. It's really weird. Of course, manufactured cuts both ways. With all these heavy hitters behind him, we're entitled to wonder, is Steven Seagal a bona fide discovery, or will he come off as just another homogenized Hollywood hunk? Steven has the most amazing presence you've ever seen, says Ludwig, who met Seagal when Ludwig was a creative artist agent. When he walks into a room, you can see every head, male and female, turn around as if they're all wondering who this guy is. It's sheer magnetism. Okay, so he's magnetic, but can he act? Or is it enough to project a steely-eyed stare and a rugged set of pecs? He doesn't really have a rugged set of pecs. And that's the other thing about Seagal. He's not this jacked guy. He uses technique. Like, he was kind of scrawny, and then he was fat. He was never really muscular. I mean, just think about the level of technique he has to not have to be muscular. I mean, it's crazy. In person, Seagal is shy, self-effacing, eager to make a good impression. Unaccustomed to such scrutiny, he has mixed emotions about spending several days with a reporter, alternating between being curious about the process and wary of the intimacy. Ludwig wasn't exaggerating when Seagal sweeps through a restaurant, quickly crossing the room with his long, supple strides. Heads do turn. I think this will be a good time to bring up a video of his running technique. I mean, this guy seems to have just mastered the art of running. Like, he's got it down to such a science that just the unique nature of how he runs. I mean, I don't think anybody can replicate this kind of run. I mean, just the originality he has, even in the simple act of running, is something we've never seen in this realm of Earth before. I mean, just look at this master run. I mean, wow, he's just leaving me speechless with this technique. I mean, look at the wrist action there. I mean, look at the efficiency with the arms. I mean, I'm surprised he didn't go into track. I mean, he'd probably shatter every world record in track with this kind of technique. I mean, look at the efficiency of that jog. I mean, it looks like he's expending zero energy. I mean, that was just incredible. And look at the uphill action, too. Look at the modification of the wrist action to go uphill versus on flat terrain. I mean, that's just absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. I mean, wow. Absolutely wow. like a cheetah. Yeah, I am Ion's cat. Like a cheetah. I mean, just absolutely incredible. Okay. Let's continue the article here. With his huge hands, finely sculpted cheekbones, and quick cat-like movements, Seagal radiates plenty of movie marquee sex appeal. And his martial arts expertise seems to offer plenty of action film credibility. But what really grabs your attention in his voice, this guy's not kidding, whether he is recounting his exploits overseas or wondering about his box office reception, he speaks with a hushed, conspiratorial purr, as if he were worried that a tiny man under the floorboards might be taping the conversation. A conspiratorial purr. I mean, this is an incredible article on Steven Seagal here. Is that a good way to describe his voice? A conspiratorial purr. Who knows, maybe he won't be such a bad actor after all. It's always hard to predict how film critics will respond to a new actor, but judging from an early rough-cut screening of Above the Law, Seagal appears to have the makings of a believable action hero. As a Chicago undercover cop at odds with federal authorities, he seems at home in front of the camera, whether he's manhandling drug kingpins during a car chase, coolly interrogating suspects, or preaching against the excesses of CIA hitmen. While Seagal demonstrates plenty of agile macho moves, he often chops his way through a half-dozen thugs at a time. He also projects an air of quiet intelligence. He looks like he could really pursue a complicated investigation, a quality missing with Norris, Schwarzenegger, or Bronson. How dare they, the blasphemy. The filmmakers also balance the action with comedy, allowing Seagal to show a nice, light, raffish touch, especially when trading quips with co-star and squad car partner Pam Grier. But how does a virtual unknown suddenly emerge with a starring role and a story credit in a studio film? Yeah, they also gave him credit for the story. So where did the story really come from? Did it really come from Seagal and his exploits for the CIA? How's this for an answer? Make sure your agent is Mike Ovitz. According to many accounts, the chief of CAA, Hollywood's leading talent agency, is not only a longtime martial arts enthusiast, but actually studied with Seagal. As they became friendly, the idea of Seagal as an action hero began to take shape. At least that was the word around town on Seagal, and it was widely repeated on the set of Above the Law in Chicago. Virtually everyone from the grips to production staffers to director Andrew Davis seemed aware of the Seagal-Ovitz connection. In fact, many crew members saw Ovitz's involvement as an omen. One night last summer, a local attorney was drinking with several crew members at Rush Street Bar. "Are you sure this movie will ever be released?" the lawyer scoffed. "Who's ever heard of this Seagal guy?" The crew members were indignant. "Hey, just wait and see," one said. "Seagal is no lightweight. One of his star students is the most powerful agent in Hollywood. No one's gonna mess with this film." Ovitz declined to be interviewed for this article. He rarely speaks to the press. CAA has a company-wide gag rule about giving interviews. However, Seagal denied having instructed Ovitz in Aikido. Quote, "Coming from my lips, I don't teach him the martial arts on a formal basis," he said. "Michael does love the martial arts, and we talk about it all the time, but that's the extent of it despite what you may have heard," end quote. So that's interesting. So it seems like he was friendly with Ovitz outside of the dojo and not inside. Weird. Okay. But Warner's Semel confirmed that Ovitz played a special role in Seagal's progress. "Michael has been one of Steven's major supporters," Semel said. "He went far beyond the role of just being Steven's agent. In fact, with the type of superstar client list Michael has, you wouldn't normally see him work so closely with a first-time actor." Yeah, that's another good point. Like, this guy actually worked with all of the top actors in Hollywood, and he's giving Seagal the most amount of time and attention. That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. Lord Zed with another apt description of Seagal's running technique. "He's loping like a majestic giraffe." Justin Johnson says primed gazelle. Yeah. I mean, just the efficiency in this original running technique, the Seagal technique. It's amazing that it wasn't, I mean, I guess nobody can really replicate it like Seagal can do it, so maybe that's why they don't use it at the Olympics in track and field, but who knows. But he really believes Stephen can be a star. Michael knew Stephen from the world of martial arts, where Stephen is apparently something of a celebrity, so Michael has really gotten involved. He'd constantly say to me, think of this guy, think of this guy. Seagal isn't shy about voicing his view of his relationship with Ovitz. Crouched on an exercise mat at his West Hollywood dojo, Aikido school, saying goodnight to his last class of the day, he seemed especially thoughtful as he explained his kinship with a Hollywood dealmaker. Michael and I are very close. We love each other, Seagal said. I'm like a guru to him. So that's interesting. So Michael Ovitz, one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful agent in Hollywood, Steven Seagal is his guru, even though he doesn't formally teach him Aikido? The pitch. Hollywood loves action heroes. Once they ascend to the heaven of the stars, they're like a successful sports franchise. They just keep spewing money. But it's hard to find new tough guy contenders. And it's even more difficult to package and sell them. The Hollywood landscape is littered with the bodies of failures, actors like Jan Michael Vincent and David Carradine, who never won the public's heart and pocketbooks as action heroes. Semmel has seen how much box office muscle action stars can provide a studio. Warner's has been involved at virtually all ends of the rock'em sock'em spectrum, distributing both a host of modestly priced Eastwood films, as well as picking up such low budget hits as Bruce Lee's legendary Enter the Dragon and Tom Laughlin's Billy Jack movies. If you have a hit action movie, you have a hit everywhere, Semmel said. Action films translate particularly well overseas. Cobra, for example, did twice the business internationally as it did here. Semmel said that he first met Seagal socially. I knew he was an aspiring actor, that he was physical, very powerful, and that he was a good-looking guy, Semmel said. And as we got interested in him, we went on the theory that his appeal wouldn't necessarily be limited to martial arts, that he had the persona and physique to be a potential star. According to Seagal's account, once execs at Warner's got interested, they made quite a sales pitch. When I met with Terry Semmel and Warner's production head, Mark Canton, they told me, we'd like you to make you part of the family here. They explained it acquired a ton of material for Clint Eastwood, but that he wasn't getting any younger, and that he wanted to do a lot more projects on his own. That's when they said, we'd like to see you take his place. We think you can be the next Eastwood. Then they gave me a pile of scripts and basically said, pick one and we'll do it with you. So apparently, these Hollywood big shots went to Seagal and not the other way around, and told him they would like him to replace the legendary Clint Eastwood. Did Warner's really give this unknown martial arts pro carte blanche? Semmel's description of their encounter was somewhat less vivid. I don't think it was a matter of anyone replacing Clint. He's gone far beyond being just an action star, Semmel said. But when you do look at action stars, it's a very short list. Stallone, Norris, Schwarzenegger, maybe a couple of others. The key question always is, who's that rare young guy coming up who can handle those physical roles? We think Steven could be it. Steven seems to exude this enormous amount of focus and intensity. He has this serious look. When you look at him, you see danger. The cover story. Danger is something that Seagal says he has seen plenty of. Born in Detroit and reared in California, he left home at 16, eventually moving to Japan in 68, where he devoted himself full-time to the study of martial arts. By the end of his 15-year stint there, he had become a respected figure in the field. His accomplishments have been widely chronicled in martial arts magazines, which note that he became the only Westerner to operate his own dojo in Japan. While teaching there, Seagal discovered that his classes were populated with an unusual assortment of students. Students who, as he put it, worked for a particular agency. Okay, so according to Seagal, certain people infiltrated the classes he was teaching in Japan. This is how he was recruited, according to them. Lord Zed here, says Seagal bashes every skull in human history, and the people in power want to destroy him but can't. I mean, who could destroy Seagal? I mean, for all we know, this guy might not even be a mere mortal, but some kind of interdimensional entity sent here to save all of humanity. The Central Intelligence Agency. In Asia, you'd be amazed how many people are connected with the agency. Seagal explained one night on the film set in Chicago where he was fighting off a migraine headache. A lot of the American military has been over there since the occupation, and they've become very connected to the intelligence community. These guys were my students. They saw my abilities, both with martial arts and with the language. My CIA godfather told me he'd never heard any Americans speak Japanese so well. I would say I was a prime candidate to be recruited. Okay, so who is his CIA godfather? And how many people even have a CIA godfather? Did Seagal actually work for the CIA? He offered a qualified admission or perhaps a qualified denial. You can say that I lived in Asia for a long time, and in Japan I became close to several CIA agents. He said, choosing his words carefully. And you could say that I became an advisor to several CIA agents in the field, and through my friends in the CIA, met many powerful people and did special works and special favors. So he claimed he was an advisor to several CIA agents in the field. Now, if he never actually technically worked for the CIA, how could any evidence ever come up? Why would his name be in any documents? And if they were, they'd be top secret documents that would never be released in the first place. So what kind of evidence are all these goof Seagal haters? What kind of evidence are they expecting? Like, that's the real question. Seagal declined to offer many details, refusing to cite specific missions or locales. However, when asked about the authenticity of a scene in Above the Law that shows an intelligence operative injecting a rival with a deadly chemical truth serum, Seagal says that's not made up. That's something that really happened. Wow, check this out. Wait. Apparently this article mentions a deposition in 1979. Check this out. However, so this is an official article in the LA Times here. However, Seagal spoke freely about his involvement in security operations for the Shah of Iran when he was deposed in 79. Quote, "We helped set up safe houses in London and Paris so the Shah and his family could flee the country. We were also aiding members of the Shah's family who were under threat of death from the Khomeini, Ayatollah Khomeini's killing judge." So this is an official quote from Seagal. That's interesting. This is a quote. Check this out. Who wants receipts here? Who wants receipts for Seagal being involved in security operations? Now, he doesn't say it's for the CIA. It could be. Now, obviously, the CIA works with independent contractors as well. He doesn't say it's with the CIA. Maybe it's not with the CIA. Maybe it's with another security company. Who wants to hear receipts about Seagal's involvement with providing security to the Shah? The Shah of Iran. Okay, here we go. Let's go to ifpnews.com, Iran front page. Okay, hold on a second. So this was actually on bodyguardegypt.com, where this is an interesting receipt here. Steven Seagal, the well-known American actor, is the first person to work as a bodyguard for the Shah of Iran, as he used him to work as a bodyguard before the Khomeini Revolution. Seagal lived in California during his childhood until he was 5 years old. During this period, he practiced karate, then moved with his father, who was working as a freelancer, to Japan, where he learned Aikido. Okay. The first to use the bodyguard. I know, this is a weird website. Perhaps it's not legit, but they claim that, so bodyguardegypt.com claims that Steven Seagal was the first bodyguard. Huh. There's a deposition of the Shah, and because the Shah it's kind of unknown why Steven refused, because he made very few claims. This was one of the only claims that Steven Seagal made in terms of which jobs he did. Now, apparently he was also involved with another Iranian bodyguard. So who knows? Ahmad Arandust on IranFrontPage.com. Now, who knows how he got a job, but apparently this Iranian bodyguard turned actor, he worked for such celebrities as Jennifer Lopez. He also worked with Seagal, and this was on cinemapress.ir, and also printed by Haft-e-Sab Daily. I used to believe that martial arts performed by Seagal was just acrobatic tricks, so I invited him to a fight at the backstage of a movie. Seagal asked for a written waiver to be cleared of all responsibility in case anything happened to me in the showdown. Immediately after I threw the first punch, I was thrown in the air and landed on the arm, sustaining multiple fractures to my hand. In spite of the written deal, Seagal paid for the medical costs, apologized to me, and said that he never thought I would land on my arm. So this is an interesting story from bodyguard Ahmad Arandust on behind the scenes of a movie. So he claimed that he wanted to challenge Seagal. Seagal wrecked him, made him sign a waiver first, but then paid for his medical bills anyway. And this guy, nobody knows the background of this Iranian guy. Is this a guy he worked with the Shah? I don't know. It's very curious, though, and it's also very curious that this is one of the only jobs Seagal revealed he did. Very, very curious, but it's also curious that this Iranian bodyguard is saying he tested Seagal and Seagal wrecked him. So this was a real fight, according to his recollection. He threw the first punch, and then he was thrown in the air, landed on his arm. So this is some kind of legit bodyguard who worked for celebrities. An Iranian bodyguard. Like, who knows if Seagal met him, if Seagal was doing security for the Shah. Now, keep in mind, this is all reported in the LA Times. Now, the other thing is, how does Seagal know about all the Iran-Contra situation? Did he really do security for the Shah, and that's how he has a lot of the inside knowledge? I mean, I don't know. It's kind of interesting that that's one of the only security claims, if not the only. He said he did security. That looks like the only story that he actually went on record with. Why did he go on record with that one as opposed to any other one? I don't know. It's kind of curious. It was incredibly barbaric. They were, back to the article here, they were randomly executing people. It was like something out of the Hitler era. One of the Shah's nephews wouldn't leave, so we had to hit him over the head and try to take him out unconscious. But he insisted on going free, so we finally had to let him go. We warned him what would happen, but he left. Later that same day, he got shot in the back of the head. Actually, wow, he makes some more claims. See, here's the weird thing. The Shah of Iran could easily refute Seagal's story. I mean, who thinks Seagal is that dumb to make this claim on record in the LA Times? And keep in mind, the Shah of Iran nor any other entity has ever come out to disavow Seagal's claims here. Kill the Bank says, has he never watched a Seagal movie? Never throw the first punch. Well, never engage with Seagal in the first place. If you see Seagal, well, I would say if you see Seagal run, but obviously he'd run you down if he wanted to. I don't know what the best strategy against Seagal is. Maybe it's play dead? I mean, I don't know. Okay, who's ready for more claims here from Seagal on the record in the LA Times? So again, do people believe Seagal's just that dumb that he's not going to be fact-checked in the LA Times? Seagal has said he has done more recent security work, including work for the South African bishop Desmond Tutu and the late Egyptian president Anwar Sadat, but only jobs for people who are special to him. My wife and I just had a baby girl, so I'm trying to stay semi-retired and away from a lot of things. So here's the thing. He did do documented security work in Hollywood. He did do that. He also apparently did documented security work in Japan for celebrities. Or some people. Now, he's claiming to have done work for the South African bishop Desmond Tutu, doesn't say where, and the late Egyptian president Anwar Sadat. He claimed to have done work for Sadat. He doesn't specify the type of work or whether it was Sadat himself, but it's interesting that he dropped that on the record. Very interesting. Now, the people doubting these things, again, we just went over, he's buddy-buddy with Putin, with the Venezuelan president or whoever, you know, in all of these different political kingdoms. So he's clearly he's got these political connections. Would it really surprise anybody if he always had them? I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, based on what we have on the record corroborated, is it really as outlandish a claim as the Seagal haters are hallucinating? I mean, maybe it's not true, but it doesn't really seem that outlandish based on what is on the record corroborated. Only when you get some distance from these stories do you begin to wonder just what kind of act this would-be actor has. Is he on the level, or is he just blowing smoke, playing the part of a scruffy character lifted from a Ross Thomas thriller? I'd be very happy if nobody believes me, Seagal said, without a trace of irritation. I don't think you can find anyone in the agency who can prove they work for the agency. That's the whole point. See, here it seems Seagal at least understands the game. Like, how many people who claim to work for the CIA, how many of them can you actually prove to have worked for the CIA? Especially if it wasn't in an official capacity. If it was some kind of freelancer or advisor or consultant. Like, can you ever prove a CIA consultant worked for the CIA, consulted for the CIA? I mean, it's kind of a weird thing. Okay, check this out. Seagal continues here. I did some work for the White House recently for a committee where everyone had top security clearance. And when they checked up on me, they couldn't find any data on me. They asked the agency, who refused to confirm or deny who works for them. That's why I see no reason to go public with any details I might or might not know. I mean, just the way he phrases it is like a CIA. It's like, I might or might not know, but I could tell you stories. Seagal's voice trailed off for a moment as he squeezed his temples trying to soothe his headache. You know, it's not like a movie. If they wanted to, they could get people to come over and get me tonight. Did you think he meant try to get me tonight? I mean, who knows how many of those agents would be coming back after going to try to take Seagal's life. But again, Steven Seagal on record corroborated on record he's already a special convoy to the U.S., the Russian special convoy, and before that, I mean, why would he be in the convoys? Because if he was already working in some kind of White House capacity, I mean, it would make sense that he would be chosen for that. And keep in mind what we went over, like, he had met with the Filipino president. There's the photos, all official mainstream reports. He gave a katana to Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. And he's part of Russia's foreign affairs ministry. I mean, so clearly he's got some kind of established ambassador-type credentials. So he claims that he did some work for the White House. Now, I think people are saying that he meant for the Secret Service in some capacity, but his claim here is when the White House were checking his credentials, the CIA did not confirm that he worked for the CIA. This is from his own mouth. So if he is lying about everything, at least he's being thorough, which is more than we can say for other frauds. The backstory. Seagal was right about checking his story. If you call the CIA, a public info officer dutifully explains, as if asked the question every day, quote, "We don't discuss employee records. No, we can't confirm or deny anyone's involvement with the agency," end quote. So that's direct from the CIA. So if they don't confirm or deny anybody's involvement, how could anybody verify? How is there expected, if Steven Seagal really did work for the CIA, how could it be expected that there would be evidence that he did, especially if it wasn't in an official capacity? Kill the Bank says, "Man, throughout my life, I always had Van Damme, but I think you've changed my mind, Bruce. Gonna have to do a Van Damme deep dive in the future to help balance it out." Oh, Kill the Bank. You will not be disappointed. I do have a Jean-Claude Van Damme deep dive coming up. And the thing about Van Damme is, like, I'm a big Jean-Claude Van Damme fan. Like, don't let this Seagal podcast fool you. I mean, I would actually probably say Van Damme movies are more entertaining, and Van Damme's had the much better repertoire and resume than Seagal. It's just, I don't think Van Damme was an intelligence asset. I don't think Van Damme is the musical genius that Seagal is. I mean, Van Damme's just a very separate conversation, but we obviously shouldn't downplay him in any way. Asked about Seagal, a Washington insider with ties to the intelligence community said that it would be unlikely that someone who worked for the CIA, for or with the CIA, would publicly acknowledge such activity. Maybe so, but don't tell that to Gary Goldman, a close friend who offers substantiation for Seagal's claims. The 46-year-old Army veteran is perhaps best known as one of the key participants in an unsuccessful 1982 Laotian POW rescue mission led by retired Green Beret Lieutenant Colonel James G. Gritz. Goldman has been described in newspaper accounts as a soldier of fortune trained in anti-terrorist techniques. However, he prefers to dub himself an unconventional warfare and intelligence specialist. A short man with a mustache and a muscular build who is an avid marathoner, Goldman keeps a low profile. When Seagal first gave the reporter Goldman's phone number, he referred to Goldman by the code name of Carol. After speaking with the reporter several times over the phone, Goldman provided his real name and agreed to meet for an interview at a breakfast spot in Brentwood. Quote, "When something is going on in the world that Uncle Sam would like to influence but doesn't want to get directly involved in, the problem gets handled in a covert fashion," said Goldman, who drives an ivory Alfa Romeo and said he served several tours of duty in Vietnam from 65 to 69. An agency's case officer will find someone who's not officially involved with an agency, which is euphemistically known as a contract agent, who can perform that job. I think it would be fair to say that at some point in time, Uncle Sam recruited Stephen because they thought he had particular talents that would prove useful on certain assignments. And this shadowy Uncle Sam figure, is he CIA? It could be the CIA or several other intelligence organizations that might be conducting clandestine operations. That could be the ONI, the Office of Naval Intelligence, or the ISA, the Intelligence Support Activity, which is a unit of Army intelligence. So this article is from the 80s here, so the internet isn't exactly what it is today for him to look this stuff up randomly. Goldman tapped his hand on a coffee cup. I know this much. I've been out with Stephen on several missions, and he knows how to get things done. He has a certain high level of skill that you don't just pick up reading fantasy magazines. I don't think anyone would question his capabilities. End quote. So what does everybody make of this guy? This guy, supposedly the LA Times here corroborated that this was a 46-year-old Army vet who was part of a mission led by Green Berets. And the wording here is also very curious here. Because the wording here is, I mean, it's very curious. So he's talking about Uncle Sam influencing but not directly involved in certain issues. And they will intentionally find someone who's not officially involved with an agency, like Seagal. So he said, quote, I think it would be fair to say that at some point in time, Uncle Sam recruited Stephen because they thought he had particular talents that would prove useful on certain assignments. And look at the phrasing here. It could be the CIA or several other intelligence organizations that might be conducting clandestine operations. That might be. Like, the language here is very interesting. So he said he's been out with Stephen on several missions, and he knows how to get things done, and he has a high level of skill. Like, how did he get the marksmanship skill, though? Thanks, Dub, for the super chat. How did Steven Seagal get the marksmanship skills? Now, obviously, he's got the martial arts skills. So, is it really that out of the question that the CIA would have sent agents to a dojo where an American guy fluent in English and Japan was a top-level Aikido-teka and possibly also a marksman with a gun at that time? Or maybe they taught him that. But either way, is it really that outlandish? I mean, the CIA hires random people. The CIA pays random internet personalities, for people who don't know, to propagate certain narratives. Is it really that outlandish that they sent some agents to Seagal's dojo to possibly recruit him for something? I mean, I don't know. Again, I'm not saying it happened, but this guy is. Goldman said that he and Seagal first bumped into each other in Asia, then later home in the States, where they, as he put it, had reason to share information and worked on several jobs together. What kind of jobs? Again, Goldman was extremely circumspect. Also, if Seagal's doing some kind of low-level security for celebrities or whatever in Japan and also has his own dojo, like, the CIA does recruit security specialists or, So if he really is doing security, I mean, this really doesn't seem that impossible. Now, maybe it didn't happen, but it just, based on everything known, it doesn't seem that impossible. One involved the recovery of some items that were someplace they shouldn't have been, he said. Another time, we were hired to do a quiet investigation which could confirm the location of someone who was, well, an unpleasant sort of person who our employers wanted to locate because he had caused problems for people. I mean, this guy, the cryptic way he talks, either he's this brilliant writer or maybe he did work for an agency. Like, he doesn't give any exact details on anything. It's very interesting. What did they want to do after they located him? Who knows, Goldman said with a shrug. Maybe they just wanted to talk to him. Maybe take him to Jesus. Whatever. The message. The average moviegoer may see Above the Law as just more Hollywood action, with duplicitous secret agents, sleazoid drug dealers, and an avenging hero. As director Andy Davis put it on the film set one afternoon, what we're really doing here with Steven is making a documentary. That's what the director said, that Above the Law is a documentary. Huh. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Seagal's character, a former CIA operation, and keep in mind, Seagal has a story credit for the movie as well. So did he come up with the story? How much of the story truly is autobiographical? Seagal's character, a former CIA operations officer in Vietnam, discovers that the agency is linked to domestic political corruption, a Central American drug connection, even a possible assassination attempt of a prominent U.S. politician. Now again, we went over Seagal literally gifting a katana to the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro. So is it really that impossible that he had connections or knowledge? I mean, I don't know. It really doesn't seem that impossible based on what has already been corroborated. Even a possible assassination attempt of a prominent U.S. politician. But Seagal insists that the fiction is only a slight exaggeration of the truth. Some of his charges, particularly those about CIA-inspired disinfo and attempted coups, are no more grandiose than the admission that the late CIA director William Casey made in Veil, Bob Woodward's controversial tale of CIA chicanery. And much of the film's storyline could easily be adapted from this week's headlines about Panamanian strongman General Manuel Noriega's alleged ties with U.S.-backed Contra rebels and international drug runners. So keep in mind, these stories came out that week. So this is already months and months after they shot and filmed Above the Law. However, you need more of a conspiratorial mindset to buy some of Seagal's other beliefs. He suspects that AIDS may have originated with a botched CIA chemical warfare experiment, a charge that the U.S. government has claimed surfaced through a Soviet disinfo campaign. We're not going to get into that for this episode because it's kind of amazing we're not already shut down. But apparently, Steven Seagal believes that AIDS was a CIA weapon. Very interesting. Obviously, there's been a lot of documentation coming out about that the last 20 years, and this article is from 1988. And yes, he's also a conspiracy theorist when it comes to John F. Kennedy's assassination. When a visitor seemed skeptical, Seagal snapped, quote, "If you can't figure out what went on behind the Kennedy assassination, then you're not only not a rocket scientist, but you must have an IQ of about 16, end quote. That's what Steven Seagal said about the JFK assassination. Seagal often sounds like a zealot, eager to exorcise the evil heathens. The heathens in this instance being his former comrades in skullduggery. The whole motivation behind me doing this film was me trying to make up for all the things I've seen and done. I'm tired of seeing us try to destabilize governments, prop up dictators, and get involved with drug smugglers and crooks. I mean, wow, is Steven Seagal more of a patriot than even Alex Jones? I mean, this is what he's saying is his motivation back in 1988. I mean, wow. This is on the record in the LA Times. This is on the record. I mean, this is before Alex Jones is going on the record. I have very personal reasons to, even if they are sort of embarrassing, even humiliating. There was a time when I thought I was doing a good thing with good guys for a good cause. Looking back, I think I really wanted to be a warrior. Seagal fell silent. It's as if you go through a time in your life when you had to prove something to yourself, and the proof came from doing something brave or dangerous. For a while, I had this uncontrollable urge, this addiction to danger. Now I look back and I think, gee, what an idiot. I was risking my life just for the sensation of it. So this guy sounds like a reformed statist. I mean, this is crazy. This guy's like a reformed statist who sacrificed, if he really did work for the CIA, doing this for what he believed was the greater good, then he realized the error of his ways through spirituality, and he attempted to repent. He was going for redemption with his movie career, blowing the whistle on the CIA, and going on the record to do it. I mean, is this guy the original Alex Jones? I mean, were all these smear campaigns against him similar to what Alex Jones was dealing with the defamation lawsuit? Continuing on here, The Act. It was late 86 before Warner's... Okay, so Warner's did the green light in 86? I mean, wow, how did Seagal have all this information about the CIA and drug running all the way back in 86? Someone at CAA, Seagal said he can't remember exactly who, decided it might be a good idea for the Warner's production team to have a first-hand look at this mystery man's martial arts skills. They weren't disappointed. With the Warner's brass seated on a deserted studio soundstage, Seagal and several martial arts pros put on a spectacular display of Aikido mastery. Dressed in full Aikido regalia, white robes, baggy black pantaloons, and bare feet, Seagal showed off his steely concentration, lightning reflexes, and astounding power, flipping his assailants across the mats. I mean, I'll put up another demonstration here. I mean, Steven Seagal in this video, he's going to repel people with a single finger. I don't know if we've even seen Bruce Lee do something like this. I mean, I don't think you guys are ready for this clip coming up here. I mean, this is absolutely astounding stuff here. I mean, this level of mastery. I mean, this seems absolutely superhuman.
See an Aikido master hold off the strength of two men using only his little finger. Watch closely, and you will detect the difference between Aikido and other martial arts. Notice that the master is merely defending himself, turning aside his attackers while exerting very little counterforce of his own.
In Aikido, basically speaking, there is no punching, there is no kicking, there is no blocking, there is no collision.
Aikido works on a philosophy of positive versus negative energy. An aggressive act, such as an attack upon an innocent person, is negative force. Defense is positive, and according to Aikido, will always win as long as one remains in contact with the universe. Now he will go one step further for an even more dramatic demonstration. He will withstand the combined strength of two men using only his little finger.
Now, if you saw that, if you saw this demo as a CIA agent in Seagal's dojo. Would you not want to recruit this guy? I mean, who wouldn't want to recruit this guy? With this level of mastery. Yeah, Lord Zed said Anderson did. I mean, who wouldn't want to recruit this guy? The demonstration was miraculous, Semel said. With just a toss of his hand, Seagal would send the other guy flying. I'm no martial arts expert, but he had the ability to knock these guys up in the air so effortlessly, well, it was pretty astounding. Another Warner's exec there that day was also impressed. It must have been quite a sight to see all of us in our suits and ties sitting on these mats with our mouths dropping open watching him do his show, the exec said. We were all blown away. We thought he might be a star, but that show really convinced everybody. By early last spring, the wheels for Above the Law were rolling. The studio even sprang for a $50,000 screen test, with director Davis shooting several sequences from the script. Having Davis sign on was part of the plan. He directed Chuck Norris's Code of Silence, a 1985 hit. Another Seagal supporter joined the fan club about the same time. After meeting Seagal at a party, Paul Block, a veteran publicist at Rogers & Cohen, signed Seagal as a client early last year. We'd like to see him on the major magazines, Time, Newsweek, Rolling Stone, GQ, Esquire, said Block, who also handles Stallone. We also have an extra added hook with Seagal being married to Kelly LeBrock, which would only enhance the campaign for play in a magazine like People. The moves. On location last summer, Seagal and a 40-person film company were jammed into a basement kitchen at the crusty old Blackstone Hotel in downtown Chicago. The crew was shooting a torture scene, and with the thermometer peaking at 100 degrees during a summer heat wave, it was torture just to be on hand, drenched in sweat, watching the day's work. Dressed all in black, his long slicked back hair glistening under the hot lights, Seagal glided by the center of the set, intently eyeing a rickety table and a pair of chairs. He motioned to a burly stuntman who was acting as one of the bad guys' stand-ins. This is perfect right here, Seagal said in a serene voice as he eased his frame into the chair. How about if I flip you? The stunt guy seemed game. Seagal sat down, allowing his body to sag for a moment. Suddenly, he leapt up. I'm going to take the gun right out of your hands, he said, rocking his body forward as he grabbed the stuntman. Then I'll go bam, bam, and blow away these two bad guys over here. Seagal mimed the rest of the scene in slow motion. He spun around, whipped a fist in the air as if bashing the jaw of another villain, then leapt back, kicking an imaginary foe in the groin. He dove in the air, one leg slicing into a bad guy's midsection, an arm crashing into another's face. Finally, Seagal pounced on the stuntman, pretending to break his neck and casually flip him to the floor. How's that feel? Seagal said, gently releasing the stuntman from his grip. No problem, said the stuntman, shakily getting to his feet, especially if you're not really going to break my neck. The accident. Realizing he was working with actors and stuntmen not Aikido experts, Seagal took special care. So talk about the irony. Who was perhaps the biggest casualty during the 9-week shoot? Seagal broke his nose when veteran bad guy Henry Silva accidentally socked him during one of the takes for the torture scene. Blood pouring from his nose, Seagal was swept off to a hospital, then went right back to work. To keep the swelling down and to prevent a black eye, he stayed up most of the night icing the injury. Seagal felt terrible, and not because of his busted nose. I knew something was going to go wrong, he said later. Henry was wearing a weighted glove, which was just ridiculous. We never should have had that on set. We should have used foam. Who would have known the difference? Wait, why did he have a weighted glove? That sounds like somebody was trying to take him out. I mean, this is really weird. It's not Henry's fault. My biggest nightmare is having someone like Henry, whose eyes are bad and isn't trained in stunts, to be swinging at me. I should have my own people in there doing the stunts. Welcome to the nerve-wracking pressure of movie making. Above the Law was budgeted at $7.5 million, and with all the extensive action sequences and pressure to finish the picture before the threatened Directors Guild strike, tempers often wore thin as time ran out. Seagal, who had never been through the arduous process, often appeared testy because of the slow pace, the technical delays, the constant compromises. Sometimes I'll tell Andy that a scene isn't going to work, Seagal said late one night, and sure enough, when we see the dailies, it doesn't look right. I just feel that I'm being shortchanged and that I'm not getting to show enough great martial arts action. Everyone always says to me, don't worry, wait till we cut it together, it'll look great, but if we only had a little bit more money and some more time, we could really do this right. The spirit. Watching Seagal in action at West Hollywood Dojo, you hardly get any scent of Hollywood. The surroundings are so austere, a row of bare mats, Japanese prints on the walls, and a small wooden altar at the far end of the room, that you'd swear Seagal was a martial arts monk, not a fellow being groomed for Hollywood action heroics. In an open-necked white shirt, billowy blue trousers, and bare feet, Seagal has an imposing presence, standing almost a head taller than most of his pupils. Much of the time, he wanders quietly across the mat-covered floor, watching each pair of students practice a series of deft, stylized movements. When he is ready to give a demonstration, his class silently forms a long row facing Seagal, where the students, as a sign of devotion, fall to their knees and bow. After offering a few words of advice, Seagal offers a brief lesson in Aikido, which usually concludes with Seagal sending his assistant careening across the room. After Seagal turns and bows, his class return to their exercises. The mesmerizing display does wonders for morale. Martial arts is the only one thing on earth that I do well, Seagal said, relaxing after class. Even when I was a little boy, I knew I wanted to study the martial arts. To me, the dojo, is home. Seagal gestured out toward the street. I feel more at home here than out there. Seagal waved his arm around the room. I love film, but this is the essence of my life. Movies are a bonus. It's a wonderful expression of fabulous art, and I hope I turn out to be good at it, but the martial arts, is my life. It'll be interesting. If I become famous, people will probably come here because I'm famous, and then the dojo will be a success, but not for the right reasons. I want students who come here because of devotion to the art, not because of the other stuff. The kicker. Of course, Seagal, fledgling action hero, chum of Hollywood heavyweights, can't escape that other stuff. He seems torn by conflicting desires, proud of his easy rapport with industry insiders, yet eager to keep a certain spiritual distance. I'm probably hypersensitive, he said one evening at his dojo. My work has trained me to pick up info very fast and to be sensitive to my surroundings. When I first came back to the U.S., I could spot someone I'd see walking across the street and immediately know where they were from. Germany, England, wherever. I'd meet someone and say, you're from Austria, huh? And I'd be right. But that knack I had also made me very uneasy because I could see through people right away. I can tell when someone's lying or making something up. Before someone had gotten 20% of the way through a story, I'd know it wasn't true. His visitor joked that Seagal probably has gotten plenty of practice using that sixth sense since he's been in Hollywood. Oh yeah, he said, flashing an uneasy smile. A lot of practice. It's hard to find new tough guy contenders, and it's even more difficult to package and sell them. The Hollywood landscape is littered with the bodies of failures. So that was an LA Times article. Very, very curious. Very, very curious. So, I mean, okay, so let's go to the next step here. Apparently, this Goldman guy was involved in some mafia shenanigans, and we're going to get to that. But let's look through this. I believe this was another hit piece, People Magazine. So this is 2 years later. People Magazine, sure, he's making a box office killing, but who is Steven Seagal? Published November 19, 1990. In his trilogy of bone-crushing action films capped by the current Marked for Death, Steven Seagal has faced down his share of drug lords, crooked cops, and lower-level sleazeballs. But on a recent night in Brooklyn, New York, when fans broke through the barricades to steal a glance of Seagal on the set of his new project, The Price of Our Blood, the 6'4" master of martial arts mayhem ran for cover. There's nothing, he says, that he fears more than becoming the big screen's newest prince of violence. Sorry, big guy, with box office and video receipts of Marked for Death, Hard to Kill, and Above the Law topping a muscular $100 million, the wickedly handsome Seagal has no place to run and no place to hide. Seagal is the latest and suavest inheritor of the Charles Bronson, Chuck Norris, Bruce Lee action film mantle, praised New York Times film critic Janet Maslin in her review of Hard to Kill. Such words hurt Seagal, 38, more than a karate kick to the solar plexus. I don't consider myself a martial arts star, he has insisted. I'd be offended and disappointed if I got a reputation as a martial arts star. If not a martial arts star, then how do you define the impeccably tailored, ponytailed man who squashes his enemies like cockroaches, but never raises his voice above a bedroom murmur? Until just a few years ago, Seagal, a college dropout with no acting experience, was teaching Aikido, a Japanese martial art, at the dojo he owns in LA, suddenly helped by high-powered agent Michael Ovitz of Creative Artists Agency, an enthusiastic studio Warner, and a model actress wife, Kelly LeBrock, he was starring in a movie. His rise from seeming obscurity coupled with a murky past and rumored links to the intelligence community only added to his mystique. Despite his current position in the white-hot center of the Hollywood star-making machine, Seagal remains an enigma. Stories about him abound, most of them of his own telling. His tendency to twist and embellish the truth has long puzzled friends. Says an associate, he's a complex guy with insecurities and imaginary enemies. He'd be fine if he just kept his mouth shut. Imaginary enemies? So this article was from 1990. Knowing what happened with Seagal's mafia trial, where he had to testify in court, were those enemies really imaginary? And if even a small percentage of his claims about the intelligence community are true, are his enemies really imaginary? He won't. On October 3rd, on national TV, Seagal told Arsenio Hall, "A lot of my youth was spent in Brooklyn. A visit or two, maybe, but Seagal's mom, Pat, says he was born in Lansing, Michigan." Well, see, when he says his youth, again, a lot of people, youth could be extremely young or even teenage years, right? Or even early 20s. I mean, that's kind of your youth. It's just kind of weird what people choose to nitpick as if it's not accurate. So Seagal's mom, Pat, says he was born in Lansing, Michigan, and that Stephen and his 3 sisters lived outside Detroit before the family moved to Fullerton, California when he was 5. There, Pat worked as an emergency medical technician, and her husband, Stephen Sr., taught high school math. Although Seagal likes to point himself as an urban street kid whom the Fullerton youth saw as some kind of crazy gangster, Pat says her son was frail and suffered from asthma. Well, again, he's not talking about being a gangster at age 5. He's probably talking about age 17 to 19 from the streets of Fullerton to the streets of Japan. Like, you could already see the propaganda in this People article 1990, because he had publicly spoken out against the CIA here. I mean, and the banksters that run the CIA. Seagal, Pat recalls, spent a deafening part of his teen years holed up in the garage playing rock music. When he wasn't pumping up the volume, he was pumping up his Aikido abilities at a local dojo. He worked with this nice old Japanese man at a dojo in Garden Grove, Pat says. He encouraged Stephen to go to Japan. And we're going to get into who that nice old man was and what those credentials were with the nice old man. But when Seagal packed up and left for Japan is another confusing matter. During various interviews, he has indicated that it was anywhere from 68 to 73. And again, I think that's because there were multiple visits. I think he did a visit possibly with his instructor one time, then came back, and then he moved there permanently. So it's not, I mean, it just, the way that people try to frame that he's always lying is weird. According to enrollment records at Fullerton College, he attended classes there from the fall of 70 and left there after the fall of 71, putting him at age 19 before he could have departed for a long stay in Japan. Wait a second, though. The enrollment records shows when you paid. They don't take attendance in college classes, unless they did at Fullerton College. That was years. Just because he paid for a semester doesn't mean he didn't do a trip during a college break or in between semesters, or even just took off in the middle of a semester and went to Japan and back. So yeah, kind of weird. The date of his departure is only an issue because Seagal has claimed that he studied with Morihei Ueshiba, the founder of Aikido, who died in 1969. So we're actually going to go over that story. He didn't actually claim to study with him. And he claimed to study with the teachers of him. That story is bull, says Terry Dobson, a 5th-degree black belt who studied with the master from 61 to 69. Back then, I never heard of Steven Seagal. And even if there was a random young American kid, why would Terry Dobson, a top-level student, have known who Steven Seagal was if Seagal was just a face in the crowd and not actively in the class, as Seagal never claimed to be. He actually explicitly said Uyeshiba never taught him personally. Obviously, he wasn't alive, but I mean, who knows? Because if he did do a trip to Japan earlier when he was a younger kid, he could have possibly seen Uyeshiba in '68. And we're going to go over the Black Belt magazine articles of Seagal's exact claims. But here's an example of the propaganda of people pretending Seagal said things he didn't say. Whatever the course of his travels, by 1974, Seagal was back in California. That year, he met Miyako Fujitani, now 43, a second-degree black belt and daughter of an Osaka Aikido master who had come to LA to teach Aikido. Seagal, Miyako remembers, pursued her aggressively. It was like I was in a dream, she says. That passion made him look very attractive to me. When Miyako returned to Osaka, Seagal went with her. The following year, they married and had a son, Kentaro, now 15. A daughter, Ayako, now 11, followed. While Seagal is often trumpeted as the first non-Asian to open a dojo in Japan, the school at which he taught belonged not to him but Miyako's family. She and her brother still teach there, and her mother is the chairwoman. It was during Seagal's period in Japan that his activities took a turn into intrigue. Well, you know what's weird? I mean, there's actual videos of him running the dojo in Japan. So I don't know what this People magazine... Well, okay, so hold on a second. The Path Beyond Thought was a Steven Seagal documentary that came out in 2001. And it includes video of him running and teaching at the dojo. So obviously this People magazine article came out before the documentary that came out over 10 years later. But it's, again, it's interesting how People magazine got the propaganda against Seagal running all the way back in 1990. It was during Seagal's period in Japan that his activities took a turn into intrigue. As he has told, then denied the story that he met some people from a particular agency. These guys were my students. They saw my abilities with both the martial arts and the language. Seagal told the LA Times in '88, that's the article we just went over earlier. You can say that I became an advisor to several CIA agents in the field, and through my friends in the CIA, met many powerful people and did special works and special favors. Some of the powerful people for whom Seagal claims to have done security work are the Shah of Iran, South African Archbishop Desmond Tutu, and Egyptian President Anwar Sadat. While it is the CIA's policy neither to confirm nor deny the identity of its operatives, sources familiar with the agency say Seagal's tale is improbable. Which sources? The sources propped up by the bankster Illuminati cartel that Seagal spoke against? This hasn't stopped the star from trotting it out wherever he sees the need. On the '88 talk show circuit for Above the Law, an action melodrama about CIA crazies, he told Jane Pauley there are certain parts of the movie that are very autobiographical. Miyake confirms that Seagal was away for long periods during their 10-year marriage, but is hazy about his whereabouts. So she never even claimed he was always home. So she claimed he did disappear for large stretches of time. Now, who knows what he did in that time? But if he did work in the CIA, even her timeline confirms it. My children don't have any memory of him as a father, she says, adding that they may have seen Seagal when he had visited Japan and that Kentaro visited his father in LA 2 years ago. Seagal says also pays a small amount of child support. So this is conflicting, because in the other propaganda hit piece, it claimed that she said that he just left and took all their money. Now, in this article, she's saying he does pay child support. Interesting. In the early 80s, Seagal was hopping back and forth between East and West, opening up dojos first in Taos, New Mexico, and later in Los Angeles. It was during this footloose period that he met Kelly LeBrock, who was newly divorced from Victor Dry, producer of her movie Woman in Red. By the fall of '86, and this also glosses over Seagal's other marriage, which was annulled. to Adrian LaRussa in 84. But anyway, this People magazine article is going to fall of 86. LeBrock, then 26, was a lady in maternity clothes. When Miyako learned about LeBrock's pregnancy, she granted Seagal a divorce. Seagal's daughter Annalisa was born in the spring of 87, and he and LeBrock married in a ceremony in their Beverly Hills home that September. Their son Dominic was born last June. With a glamorous wife and a list of students that reads like a Hollywood who's who, including James Mason and James Coburn. Now, James Coburn is going to play a very big role here because Seagal claimed he knew Bruce Lee through Coburn. Coburn was also a student of Bruce Lee. Is everybody still following here? Have we lost anybody here? Is everybody still following? I mean, the stream's only about 6 hours long. I don't know why people would be dropping off. I mean, we're just getting into the thick of it. We're just getting into the meat and potatoes of the Seagal story. I mean, I haven't even dropped some of those mind-shocking receipts yet. Seagal began making powerful connections. In 87, CIA head Michael Ovitz, another Seagal student, introduced him to Warner's top brass by arranging for him to give the executives an Aikido demonstration. Michael went far beyond the role of just being Steven's agent, recalls Terry Semel, president of Warner. Not only did Seagal score a starring role in Warner's Above the Law, he garnered story and producing credits as well. I mean, what kind of first-time actor gets story and producing credits unless he has CIA connections? I'm just saying. But on Hard to Kill and Marked for Death, Seagal became embroiled in disputes over the writing credits, with the Writers Guild of America rejecting his bid for a share of the authorship. A screenplay credit is something Seagal wants very badly, says Mark Victor, co-producer for Marked for Death. But I don't think anyone is looking to hire him as a writer. Again, is he already getting blackballed early here? Currently scheduled for 3 action films, Seagal tries to spend as much time as he can on his 100-acre ranch outside Santa Barbara. Here, the martial arts garb is replaced by blue jeans and cowboy boots, and the family, including Annalisa 3 and her pony, often go riding in the hills. They're real homebodies up at the ranch, says Pat. If this picture of domestic bliss seems to clash with Seagal's slice-em-dice-em screen image, he hopes someday to change that. I'd rather make Terms of Endearment than Commando, he has said. I want to make a movie that can grab people by their heartstrings. Ouch. And again, people who think he's a fake cowboy, apparently he's living the real deal life on his ranch with his horses all these years. You know? So yeah. Lord Zed says he's working with powerful guys, but they are pawns in his game. Okay, so let's go to... Okay, let's get the... Do you guys want to tackle... Let's finish with the CIA details, then we'll get into the mob issues, and then we'll get to the receipts for his music career and everything else. So let's look at New York Post here, August 5th, 2003. CIA guy aims at Seagal by Heidi Singer.
It's just too...
The CIA mystery man, who once claimed Steven Seagal asked him about whacking someone, may soon be dragged into federal court to help discredit the action star as a witness in a mob trial, the Post has learned. So we have multiple levels of involvement here. So Steven Seagal's clearly involved with mobsters. So the people who said he was lying about that, obviously he's involved with mobsters. Now, who's whacking who when? I mean, that's a curious question here. Herbert F. Saunders, 74, a retired senior intelligence officer who worked for Seagal a decade ago as a security consultant. Hold on, let me repeat that again. This is New York Post. So, a senior intelligence officer worked for Seagal as a security consultant in 1993. So that's curious. Like, what kind of connections are here for a verified senior intelligence officer working for Seagal? So he recently came forward to reveal dirty deeds he says the actor wanted him to commit, like gaining access to confidential Drug Enforcement Administration files he believed were being collected to frame him. So according to Senior Intelligence Officer Herbert Saunders, Seagal thought the DEA were trying to frame him. Now, if there is an Illuminati conspiracy against Seagal, was Seagal just that wise that he saw it coming and preempted it? I mean, he left the country before people started making claims against him. The recent claims. Saunders, who only now has revealed his identity, caused a stir a decade ago when he confidentially told Spy Magazine's John Connolly about Seagal's whack idea and a scheme to blackmail a journalist in a gay tryst. Angered over comments Seagal, 52, made about him during a February court appearance when the actor testified against reputed wise guy Anthony Sonny Saccone, Saunders decided to reveal his identity to filmmakers working on a documentary about the star. I don't think he's able to sort out fantasy from fact, Saunders told filmmakers. I think he sees himself in the roles he's played in movies ranging from hard-nosed tough guy cop to guy who's saving mongooses in the woods of Oregon. Saunders recalls that when he worked for Seagal, the above-the-law star badly wanted a permit to wear a concealed gun and carry a weapon on airplanes. The ponytail, what was he just trying to defend himself? The ponytailed black belt star is a witness in the trial of his former producer, Julius Nasso, who is accused of trying to squeeze him for $150,000 a movie. After watching the Saunders interview, Nasso's defense believes the decorated former spook should testify in court, saying he could shed light on Seagal's credibility or lack thereof. So isn't this kind of ironic? They want a documented former spook, a high-level intelligence asset, who worked for Seagal to discredit Seagal's association with high-level intelligence assets. This is kind of funny. So the people claiming that Seagal has no connection want this guy who literally worked for Seagal, who was documented to be a former spook. I mean, this is quite interesting here. What a web here. What a web. Prosecutors say Saunders' allegations have nothing to do with the case and would only embarrass the movie star. Seagal's lawyer, Martin Palmer, agreed, calling the allegations pure and utter nonsense, timed to tarnish Seagal's reputation. Reached by phone at his Florida home, Saunders said, "Well, I'm not anxious to go to court to testify against Mr. Seagal, and I would prefer to put all of this behind me. When the time comes, I'll do the right thing." Saunders said he met Seagal in 91 when a mutual acquaintance told him about a celebrity movie star with security concerns. Who is this mutual acquaintance? If Seagal has no ties to the intelligence community, what mutual acquaintance does this confirmed high-level CIA spook have with Seagal in the first place? I mean, this is all very, very curious. This is very, very curious here. Shohei Imamura is clearly new here. Go back and watch the 6 hours prior into the stream of Seagal's documented greatness and talent. Right now, we're going over a confirmed high-level CIA spook mentioning that he met Seagal through a mutual acquaintance. His story continues here. He flew to an estate on Staten Island and met with Seagal and a man he later learned was Nasso. Things got weird right from the start. First, the actor suggested to the veteran CIA official. So again, this is New York Post. So they've apparently verified that this guy was a veteran high-level CIA official, that he had worked for the agency, a ludicrous notion according to Saunders, who had already checked him out and found he'd never worked there. So Saunders, who was a CIA operative, claims that he checked up on Seagal. Now, if Seagal was just used as some kind of consultant, how would Saunders ever know about it? Unless Saunders had the highest of the high clearances, which apparently he didn't. Because then they would never have confirmed that he was a CIA official. In his discussion, he sort of implied he was a CIA operative, Saunders recalled, looking amused. He used little words like those of us familiar with the company. We almost never said the company. Almost never? There are literal CIA... I mean, they literally refer to themselves as the company. What is he talking about? Seagal, sitting by the pool in Nassau's luxurious next-door estate, then began complaining about Alan Richman, a journalist who had written an unflattering story about him in GQ magazine. For some reason, Seagal was convinced he was a fag, although Richman later denied it. He said he'd like to give Mr. Richman a bit of payback, and then concocted a scheme to photograph him in the back of a car in a tryst with another man, Saunders said. After Saunders turned down the assignment, Seagal hit him with an even darker one. Seagal said he was about to open a restaurant in Chicago, according to Saunders, but had a mortal enemy from his days in Southeast Asia, and he worried the man would assassinate him during the ribbon cutting. Seagal was unimpressed when Saunders suggested a security plan, and according to Saunders, he said, "You mean you wouldn't whack him?" Later, the private eye said Seagal dished out a bizarre assignment to investigate Nassau. From time to time, he would call me to ask me to do something, said Saunders, and most of it was kind of crazy. The final straw came about a year after their first meeting when he said Seagal wanted him to gain access to DEA files to learn about the agency's alleged frame job on him. I sort of told him to take a hike, Saunders said. He sort of told him to take a hike? After spending a year working for him? Does anybody trust this guy's story? I mean, wow. Wow. But anyway, the guy admitted that they had a mutual acquaintance. What kind of a mutual acquaintance would Seagal have with a veteran CIA spook? Seems kind of weird to me. Seems kind of weird to me, but who knows? So let's go to Radar Online. Some people don't find them credible, but they have a lot of documented stuff on Radar Online. Unearthed Steven Seagal audio tape. Vladimir Putin comrade boasts he's worked for CIA in bombshell recording. This was posted March 18th, 2022. A newly unearthed audio tape of Steven Seagal, recorded more than 3 decades ago, documents the Hollywood action star boasting about his connections to the CIA, something that, if true, would make the exile a national security threat to the U.S., unless he's a double or triple or quadruple agent. Seagal, 69, was born in Michigan, but he later fled to Russia and was ultimately granted citizenship in 2016. Keep in mind, all these allegations were 2017, 2018. And was appointed to Russia's foreign ministry in the unpaid job of being a special representative for Russian-U.S. humanitarian ties. Seagal's links to the Kremlin and Russian President Vladimir Putin have long been of concern to U.S. authorities, a source told Radar. In 2014, he referred to Putin as one of the greatest living world leaders, and at the time defended Putin's actions in Crimea. When Russia was planning an attack on Ukraine, the actor and martial artist finalized the sale of his nearly 20-year-owned Northern California ranch. The decision to abscond almost all of his ties to his homeland raised even more questions about who really is Steven Seagal. Now, Paul Baresi, a private eye and a fixer with a history of investigating the secrets of Hollywood's celebrity elite, has unearthed a damning audio tape. Initially recorded in November '88 for Gallery magazine, the never-before aired or published interview captures Seagal bragging about his connections to the CIA and other intelligence operatives. In it, he also claimed to have inside knowledge regarding the death of Marilyn Monroe and hinted at political connections behind her death. Is anybody actually surprised of this? I mean, Steven Seagal has the goods on pretty much all of these supposed CIA ops. Quote from the tape here, Saturday night there's going to be a 1-hour special at 8 o'clock, Channel 5 or Channel 11. The reporters on the death of Monroe and the possibility of political connections, etc. A man is heard on the tape. Both of those might be of interest to you. Seagal responded, well, I'm very familiar with that stuff. Without talking into the tape recorder, I could just tell you I'd be real surprised if he says half of what I know. I don't ever talk about what I've done, but a couple people have an idea. Then Seagal boasted of his ties to the CIA and the work he did for both the intelligence agency and for the people who worked for the agency. I don't really like to talk about what I have done in the field, and I don't, but you can say that I've worked for people who are in the CIA and worked for the CIA. Sure, I've worked with people like that, but I've always admired the people that can count. I'm very bad with numbers and times and dates. The dad of 7 continued in a rambling-like tone as he explained the difference between his experience during alleged missions. So, who wants to hear the interview? I mean, I'll play the interview right now, but I'll play the audio tape right now. But again, can someone become buddy-buddy with Putin if they haven't worked in the CIA? What does everybody think about that? So yeah, I'll put up the tape right now. It's pretty interesting. Again, it could also be faked, right? I mean, it's just released now, supposedly 3 decades old. If YouTube lets me play it. They're not going to like this one. They're definitely not going to like this one.
A lot of my mentors have been asking me, you know, if I would like to write a book, and you know, I would say that Michael Ovitz is a great friend and a very special mentor of mine. It's a real sensitive subject with me because there's so much that I would be real uncomfortable to get into. You can say that I've worked with people who were in the CIA and worked for the CIA. I don't ever talk about what I've done, but a couple people have an idea. I'll talk to friends and they'll say, yeah, and then we got ambushed here, and there were this many shots fired, and I did this, and I did that, and I flanked. They remember every fucking move, you know? Stuff. I just go on automatic pilot, and I just react to everything that's happening. And afterwards I have a fairly clear recollection, but it's not, you know, very exact.
A very clear recollection that's not very exact. Is it possible Seagal himself was MK Ultra, but the MK Ultra didn't take, and then he blew the whistle on everything, and now he's under this Illuminati Matrix attack? Is that a possibility? What does everybody think about that? Okay, okay, so, yeah, I mean, quite a few connections here. Quite a few connections. So let's do, I'm going to go over another interesting article here. I believe they touch upon the Yakuza here. So actor Steven Seagal and the Mob. This is on crimelibrary.org by Anthony Bruno. I don't know what the original source is, if it is Crime Library, but this is a write-up here. Look at me when I talk to you. It could have been a scene from The Sopranos, except that it was real. It took place on February 2nd, 2001, and the feds caught it all on audio tape. Two made members of the mafia and an associate had met to discuss the shakedown of a Hollywood movie star. The actor was a martial artist who specialized in playing tough guy heroes on the big screen. Throughout his career, the star had made several claims of real-life heroics, including black ops jobs for the CIA and encounters with organized crime figures around the world. The actor also apparently had a fixation with urban Italian Americans, claiming at one point to be half Italian, when in reality his mother was Irish and his father Jewish. How does he speak fluent Italian, though? And again, it's kind of weird. Someone's parents can have multiple ethnicities. He obviously could also be Italian. In one of his films, he played an Italian-American detective with close ties to the old neighborhood and the hoods who infested it. In one scene, the hero sits down for an espresso with the local boss, showing him the same respect that any of his soldiers would. Perhaps this is why the real mobsters at the wiretapped meeting were having a good chuckle as they recounted a visit that a couple of them had paid on action star Steven Seagal. On the FBI tape, they say the tough guy actor was petrified. At this meeting, Anthony Sonny Saccone, an alleged capo in New York's Gambino organized crime family, and his right-hand man, Primo Casarino, joked with Vincent Nasso about Seagal's less-than-heroic reactions to their shakedown attempts. The whole situation brought out the Paulie Walnuts in Casarino. "I wish we had a gun on us," he said on the tape. "That would have been funny." Would it really have been funny? If they pulled a gun on Seagal, they might have never made it out of that meeting. He was referring to a January 2001 meeting between Seagal and the mobsters. Vincent Nasso and his brother Jules, a film producer who had been Seagal's partner for 10 years, met Seagal at a restaurant in Brooklyn. They left that restaurant and reconvened at the landmark steakhouse, Gage and Tallner's, where they were joined by Saccone and Casarino. It wasn't Seagal's first meeting with these men. In December 2000, the same group had showed up in Toronto on the set of Seagal's film Exit Wounds. This time, they brought along 350-pound Richard the Lump Bondi as an enforcer for the family, hoping to get their point across to the actor. Seagal had severed his relationship with Jules Nasso, having decided to stop making violent action films on the advice of his spiritual guru. But Saccone and company weren't interested in Seagal's spiritual awakening. Nasso had already lined up 4 action-adventure projects for him. Genghis Khan, Blood on the Moon. Wait, hold on a second. They wanted Seagal in some kind of sci-fi moon movie? That'd be phenomenal. Smash and Grab and Prince of Central Park. All of them the slam-bang style that had made Seagal famous. The Gambino family wanted him to keep making action films, and they also wanted him to pay the $150,000 for each of his future projects. But Jules Nasso, on a previous occasion, had warned Saccone that Seagal wouldn't scare easily. As quoted by Jerry Capici on his Gangland website, FBI wiretaps overheard Nasso saying, quote, "You really gotta get down on him, 'cause I know this animal. I know this beast. You know, unless there's a fire under his ass." So he calls Seagal an animal, a beast. So they bring this enforcer. I wonder what happened there, if they actually threatened to put hands on Seagal, or they got kind of spooked when they were standing in front of the man himself. Because what we know is that Seagal didn't pay them. And he ended up testifying against them in court. So how scared could Seagal have been? And then he doesn't even need, Seagal doesn't even need witness protection. This man just testifies against the mob and walks straight out of the courtroom and back to making movies. Casarino, Brancato, and Bondi, but Saccone and his crew were prepared to set that fire under Seagal. At the Gage and Tallner's meeting, Saccone said to Seagal, "Look at me when I talk to you, we're proud people. Work with Jules and we'll split the pie." Primo Casarino later took Seagal aside and told him, "If you would have said the wrong thing, they would have killed you." I really think, you think Seagal was shaking? Seagal... Well, what did he say? Did he say he was going to pay them? Because according to all accounts, he basically didn't say anything. Because he didn't pay them. When the feds eavesdropped on the mobsters' conversations with Seagal, the wise guys and their associates seemed pretty confident that they had the tough guy actor running scared, and they thought it was absolutely hilarious. Vincent Nasso was caught on tape saying it was like right out of the movies. But none of them realized how Hollywood it was going to get. Well, if they had the actor running scared, why didn't he pay them? I mean, years went by before the trial. I mean, if they had him that scared, why didn't he pay them? The other thing, too, if they were trying to save face, like if they went to Seagal and he beat them up, like, how could they come back and say they got beat up by Seagal? They would have probably said, oh, yeah, we got him shaking scared. He's definitely going to pay. He's definitely going to pay. But then he didn't pay. Yeah, I don't know if you can get these tapes, but even if you got the tapes are not them with Seagal. The tapes are them talking about what happened after meeting with Seagal. So if they really were beat up and sent away, or Seagal just told them to get lost, like, they would lose so much face if they didn't kill Seagal or beat up Seagal for that. But if they pretended that they scared Seagal when they didn't, that could buy them time. But obviously, again, he didn't pay. Oh, wow. There's more receipts here. Rising Star Seagal is a 7th degree black belt in the martial art Aikido, which loosely translates from the Japanese, the art of divine harmony. Seagal's Aikido talents are well displayed in his movies, particularly the early ones, such as Above the Law and Marked for Death. Aikido is an art of self-defense. There are no offensive moves. Aikidoga practitioners of the art react to aggressive attacks against them. The art is characterized by blending with the attack rather than meeting it head-on. Ironically, Seagal's personal life has been characterized by anything but harmony and blending, mainly due to the outsized claims he's made about himself. He claims to have been a student of the founder of Aikido, Morihei Ueshiba, who is also known as O-Sensei. Ueshiba died in 1968. I actually think they got that wrong in this article here. He actually died in 1969, not 1968. Sloppy article. Which means Seagal had to have been a teenager living alone in Japan to have studied with the master, or just on a simple trip with his own master for a week or two. At least one of Ueshiba's students remembers Seagal being around at the time, but doesn't recall seeing Seagal being on the mat very much, which Seagal admits himself that he didn't work directly with Ueshiba, but he saw him. So if this was like just a quick 1 week trip when he was a teenager, that adds up perfectly fine. And it seems at least one of the students did remember him being around. He remembers Seagal as the kid who was always playing guitar. More receipts on Seagal putting in the time on the guitar. Sometime in the early 70s, when Seagal was in his 20s, he married Fujitani, whose father owned an Aikido dojo. Seagal eventually ran the dojo for his father-in-law, which substantiates Seagal's claim that he was the first Westerner to operate a dojo in Japan. He also claims to have earned black belts in other martial arts during this period and fought off members of the Yakuza, Japan's version of the Mafia. According to Ned Zeman in Vanity Fair, Fujitani, who Seagal left in 1980, doubts the veracity of this part of his bio. Well, how would she know if she wasn't around for that? Apparently, when Seagal met LeBrock, he also followed LeBrock to Hong Kong to woo her. So it seems like there's documentation of Seagal being all over Asia here. So at the time, Seagal was living in LA teaching Aikido. Among his Aikido students were actor James Coburn and super agent Mike Ovitz, who was often referred to as the most powerful man in Hollywood. So then we went over that. Okay. So according to Vanity Fair, so Vanity Fair also had a headpiece on him. His first wife stated flatly he was never in the CIA. Well, how was his wife, who claimed to have been home with the children alone, how would she have even known if he was in the CIA? I mean, that's kind of weird. Kill the Bank says, if you scared him so bad, why do you have a sling on your arm? Well, the bottom line is he didn't pay. If they scared him that much, like a guy that's that scared who has millions of dollars, He'll easily fork over $150K if he's that scared. Undaunted by public skepticism, Seagal made further claims, saying at various times that he was a superb rider. I mean, there is a lot of videos of him riding a horse, if they're talking about that. A deadly marksman. I mean, we just watched some crazy videos of his marksmanship. An authority on antique samurai swords, which he appears to be. He's got one of the biggest collections in the world. And fluent in 4 languages, which we actually just heard earlier. This article here also continues to propagate the myth that Jean LaBelle choked him out, which we'll get to. This also brings up the Vanity Fair also mentions that an ex-CIA operative named Robert Strickland, that Seagal offered him $50,000 to eliminate a former colleague. In 1997, let's go over the receipts here. In 1997, all right, hold on a second. Now, before we get to that, let's finish with this article. Well, it does mention that in 1997, Seagal's Buddhist teacher declared him a tulku, the embodiment of Lama Chundrag Dorje, the founder of a 7th century Tibetan monastery. In a sacred ceremony in Tibet, he was given the title Turtan Rinpoche, Precious Jewel. And again, we saw the receipts of that. We saw those videos. We went over those earlier. His desire to stop making violent films did not alter his pattern of telling unbelievable stories. However, again, what's so unbelievable about them? We just went over a bunch of them. In late 2001, Adeltrude Vordel-Wolbeck, the owner of a luxurious Berlin villa, sought damages from Seagal for wrecking his property, which Seagal rented during filming Half Past Dead. Seagal responded by suing von der Wolbeck and John Does 1 through 100, claiming that they were members of the German mafia, seeking to extort money from him by ways of threats of severe bodily injury. The lawsuit stated that Seagal had suffered severe anxiety, emotional distress, humiliation, and mortification as a result of these threats. Was that thrown out of the courtroom immediately just based on the fact that Seagal can't even experience those emotions? Seagal adopted a similar strategy. He was sued by former partner Nasso 2002. Okay. Regarding Nasso funded Universal Marine Medical Supply. So he had a medical company beforehand, and it started in Queens and became a national supply chain. Nasso, at the age of 29 and 83, landed a job as a gopher on the Brooklyn set of Once Upon a Time in America with James Woods and Robert De Niro. And so Nasso was a pharmacist? So does Nasso himself have ties to CIA drug running? That would explain a few things, wouldn't it? When Jules first, so Nasso apparently met Seagal at an Italian deli in 1986. Now, this article on Crime Library is claiming that Seagal started telling people that he and Nasso were related and they'd grown up on the mean streets of Brooklyn. Now, I don't see any source for that. It looks like people are saying that he said that, because we went over countless videos over the decades of Seagal's claims from his own mouth. And even on the tape, Nasso is saying that Seagal's going to be tough to intimidate. So that's kind of interesting. Nasso also filed a $60 million civil suit against Seagal for breach of contract. So wow, check this out. June 4th, 2001, 3 months after Nasso had filed suit against Seagal, police and federal agents pounded on the door of Nasso's Staten Island home, Villa Terranova, before dawn and arrested him. He was charged with conspiracy to commit extortion and extortion of an individual in the film industry. Simultaneously, 16 other men were arrested, all of them part of a wide-ranging 68-count indictment. The 2 counts against Nasso were a small part of it, but it would prove to give an otherwise routine mafia sweep some Hollywood flair. Nasso didn't need to be told the identity of the individual in the film industry he was allegedly extorting. It wasn't long before he learned that Seagal had testified before a federal grand jury, and the picture the actor painted of his ex-partner wasn't a pretty one. Nasso's bail was set at $1.5 million. So Seagal single-handedly taking down 17 mobsters? I mean, wow. And then not even having to go into witness protection. I mean, he doesn't, wow. I mean, this is incredible. I mean, Seagal doesn't seem to be afraid of anybody. He put away 17 members and associates of the Gambino crime family. Wow. Okay. Now, I don't know if this is sealed or what, but here's some interesting receipts here. George Santangelo, Sonny Saccone's attorney, claimed that Seagal was a pathological liar, and the attorneys for the defense aimed to prove it for the jury. The attorneys were going to ask Seagal about several things, including an alleged incident in Japan where he angered a member of the Yakuza by getting involved with the man's girlfriend. Allegedly, Seagal sought help from the American mafia to handle the situation. Is that true? I mean, Seagal was quite the womanizer. I mean, is that really beyond the scope of possibility? Is that really beyond the scope of possibility that Seagal put the moves on a Yakuza guy's girlfriend and the Yakuza got involved? Seagal was granted limited immunity, which prevented him from being prosecuted for anything incriminating he might say on the stand. For 4 hours, the defense circled and jabbed at Seagal. Interesting. It would be interesting if there was a video record of that. Seagal also met with Angelo Prisco, a capo in the Genovese crime family. And he gave Prisco's lawyer $10,000. And that's how we handled that situation. So, yeah, it'd be interesting if there was ever a video of that, right? Of his testimony. All right. How many more receipts do we need? Are you guys ready? Man, this might have to be a two-parter. We're going on 6.5 hours. I'm just going to go over the receipts for his music career, and then in part 2, we'll have to do a part 2 on this tomorrow. We'll get into the Bruce Lee stuff. So, let's look at his incredible music ability here.
Only one. That wasn't black that I knew that played exactly like them. I play with my fingers, and I play with my fingers because I saw Gabe Mount Brown play like this, Albert Collins play like this, Albert King play like this, and those are the guys that I was lucky enough to get to sit with and watch and play with. Those were my teachers.
So those are some bold claims for those familiar with the history of blues. I mean, he's claiming to have played with the masters.
My mentors.
Are there any receipts for this? Are there any receipts at all for him claiming that he has played with all of these masters? Let's see. Let's see if we have the receipts. Because those are some bold claims from Steven Seagal. Bold claims.
I don't know, woman. I was never downtown man, she made.
He also has a collection of almost 300 guitars.
I don't know what color I am, but I know one thing. In the music world, there was no color. I think this guitar's worth $1 million. Pretty amazing guitar, isn't it?
Hoodoo, we say voodoo, we say gree-gree.
I was the only one that wasn't black that I knew that played exactly like them.
I've been playing music since I was very, very young. I've been playing music since I was 5 years old, 4 or 5 years old.
In the blues, like I said, there was no color. I was raised with them. I didn't learn from a record. I play with my fingers. And I play with my fingers because I saw Gabe Mount Brown play like this, Albert Collins play like this, Albert King play like this, and those are the guys that I was lucky enough to get to sit with and watch and play with. Those were my teachers, those were my mentors.
Some of the old guys that I play with, you know, a lot of them have nicknames, you know. Howlin' Wolf, Muddy Waters, Lightning Hawk. So somebody started calling me the Mojo Priest, you know.
First thing a blues man have to do is tell a story.
Who is that playing with Steven Seagal? Wow, that's B.B. King? Very interesting. Now remember, we saw that hit piece earlier, I forgot the guy's name already, who was very skeptical of Seagal's claims. Oh, here he is playing with Gatemouth Brown. Wow, the receipts are in. Oh, and there's Hubert Sumlin also playing with Steven Seagal. Even Stevie Wonder. I mean, how many collaborations does Steven Seagal have? I mean, these are going back decades now.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honored to have with me a very good friend and one of the greatest actors of our time today, Mr. Steven Seagal.
Oh, let's hear that again from B.B. King, those that thought the photos were faked. Let's listen to that again.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honored to have with me a very good friend and one of the greatest actors of our time today, Mr. Steven Seagal.
I mean, so many receipts. I mean, how many more receipts could there be? I mean, he seems to have worked with all of these guys.
You're going to have to change your underwear.
I mean, wow. How many receipts can we possibly have here? Man, all the Seagal haters are probably going to be having a breakdown after this video. And we've been going for 6.5 hours now. So we're going to have to leave this on a cliffhanger. We're going to have to leave this on a cliffhanger and finish this up in part 2 tomorrow, where we will be going over Steven Seagal's alleged connections to Bruce Lee, the Jean LaBelle incident, the Jean-Claude Van Damme incident, and plenty more. Hope everybody enjoyed another edition of the MINDSHOCK podcast. If you enjoy the podcast, find it interesting and informative, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure to subscribe. Hit the bell for notifications if they're not coming through. Just like and comment on more video. And share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topics, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind. Leave them in the comment section. I told you, this would be the most comprehensive and exhaustive podcast in the existence of the universe on Steven Seagal, and we're not even done. We didn't even get to the receipts on Steven Seagal and Bruce Lee. Plenty more to come. Thank you for joining us. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to possibly the greatest podcast in the history of existence, the Steven Seagal Deep Dive, Man, Myth, Legend, Part 2. Part 1 was only a little over 6.5 hours, so we just began to scratch the surface of this very unique individual known as Steven Seagal. This might very well be a podcast series, the podcast series event of the epoch, because I'm not sure how long it's going to take to cover the greatness of Seagal, to cover every aspect and variable involved in encompassing the many talents and abilities of Steven Seagal, and perhaps this will expose Seagal once and for all as being a guy. All this time people thought he was lying, he was embellishing. But after we present all the receipts, is this gonna turn out to be a situation where Seagal was less than honest, but not in the direction people think? Is it possible Seagal has been downplaying his abilities this entire time? Is it possible we will be exploring that and more in typical MindShock fashion, with logic and reason at the forefront? If you find the podcast interesting and informative, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings, and of any kind, leave them in the comment section, or if you are listening to this live, in the live chat. So I'm pretty sure everybody listened to the 6.5 hour plus part 1 on Seagal. I mean, how could you not? But this part 2 is going to be even more mind-shocking. I have been working on an AI, a custom AI that can actually recover deleted videos from the internet. You heard that right, people. The great YouTube purge. There have actually been several purges. I've been working on an AI that can actually recover all those videos. I mean, we're talking literally millions of videos that have been purged. And guess what I found regarding Steven Seagal? All the MindShock listeners are in for a treat, because all of these lost videos and interviews that are going to make it all make sense. Was Steven Seagal in fact an Illuminati target, and can we prove it using the timeline? So, welcome to MindShock here. Everyone's minds are going to be shocked right off the bat. So in part one, I did touch upon the many allegations against Seagal and whether or not they were legitimate. I said we wouldn't be going too far into it, but we are now. That seems to be what everybody wants to talk about. All the Seagal haters that are having meltdown after meltdown at the mere existence of this podcast. They all say that Seagal fled the United States after these charges. Quick recap from part 1. 1991, during the filming of Out for Justice, Ryan Malone, Nicole Sellinger, and Christine Keeve accused Seagal of harassment. So there was no RAPE allegation of any kind. Supposedly, this was some kind of advances, possibly non-reciprocated. So here's the thing. Harassment is such a broad claim. Is making a joke harassment, particularly, let's say, an inappropriate joke? I mean, I don't know. I mean, the other incident is Jenny McCarthy saying that Seagal asked her to undress during an audition for Under Siege 2. Now, here's the thing. If an adult asks another adult to do something, there's no violation of the will in any kind. The other adult refuses and leaves. I mean, was there truly a crime committed here? I mean, an adult asks a question. I mean, if a man tells a woman to undress, or a woman tells a man to undress, They declined the request and leave. Was a crime committed? I mean, I don't know. Is this controversial? I mean, if an adult makes a request of another adult, I mean, maybe they abide by the request of their free will. Maybe they turn down the request and leave. Is that specifically a crime? Now, obviously, putting your hands on somebody is a completely different thing. I mean, you can't violate somebody's will. So, yeah, we don't really know what kind of advances were made here. Was this some kind of drunk party where Seagal maybe put his arm around somebody's shoulder and maybe leaned in, and they didn't like that and they pushed him away? I mean, that's technically harassment, right? So, I mean, I don't know the extent of that crime, especially if both parties were drunk and who knows what was going on. But either way, there was $50,000 out-of-court settlements. It was all public. It came forward right away. So those seems like maybe something did happen there. We don't know the extent of that. In 1995, there was a case regarding threatening and beating, and this was thrown out. Now, again, if Seagal really did it, I mean, that's messed up, but apparently there was zero evidence. And then there is nothing for 15 years until Kaden Nguyen's lawsuit, which she dropped for undisclosed reasons. Okay, now fast forward to 2017 for the latest allegations. Now keep in mind, Seagal's already living in Russia at this time. So is he truly a clairvoyant who knew, as he claims, I mean, as Seagal claims here, Seagal's made a lot of claims, and we're attempting to go through all of them.
I was born clairvoyant.
So if he really was born clairvoyant, and he knew that these allegations would be coming out against him, did he preemptively move to Russia? Because a lot of people are saying he moved to Russia to escape these charges, which came after the move. So, here is what we are gonna do. We're going into MINDSHOCK land. I have uncovered deleted videos from the internet, and we're going to put together a timeline here. We're going to put together a timeline. I hope everybody's sitting down for this, because we are digging deep in the ultimate Steven Seagal podcast. So after we're done with this timeline, it's all going to make sense, people, unless it's all mere coincidence. Hope everybody's sitting down. So, Exhibit A. Steven Seagal has been vocal against... This video is actually still on the internet. Steven Seagal has spoken at some political conferences. I don't know if people know this. He's been quite vocal against a certain individual. A certain individual who other people who have been vocal against have ended up unalived. I mean, I don't know who could unalive Seagal, so, but let's listen to this little clip here. So this is from, here's the timeline here. This is February 22nd, 2014.
This next gentleman, when the idea was kicked around that he might run for governor on our show, I just told him a few minutes ago I'm a big fan, and there's so many of his films that have had the 3-word name, Hard to Kill, Out for Justice. So I said, if you're going to run for governor, you got to have a 3-word campaign slogan.
Steven Seagal was considering running for governor in 2014.
In to win. Ballots of blood. Ladies and gentlemen, Steven Seagal.
once again, the date here is February 22nd, 2014.
Well, believe it or not, I had no idea that I was going to be speaking tonight, so I really am not going to fit into the characteristic funny. Everybody's funny tonight. What I have to say is quite serious.
I mean, look at Seagal. Even his impromptu skills are off the charts. Did they not tell him he was going to be speaking? Did they just tell him a second ago, go give a speech? I mean, this guy... I mean, is there anything Seagal can't do?
And what I really want to say is, never in my life did I ever believe that our country would be taken over by people like the people who are running it at this day.
So here we have Steven Seagal, a modern-day Paul Revere, literally putting his life on the line to warn the entire world of what is coming as early as 2014.
And I think that when we have a leadership that thinks that the Constitution of the United States of America is a joke, when we have a president who has almost 1,000 executive orders now, when we have...
This is 2014.
A Department of Justice that thinks that any kind of a judicial system that they make up as they're going along can get by with whatever they decide that they want to do. Like Ted Nugent said, you know, the Fast and the Furious. What's happened with the Fast and the Furious? What's happened with the truth about any of some of the greatest scandals in American history that have happened right before our eyes?
Isn't it funny how a lot of goofs still hallucinate that there were no scandals with Obama? I mean, he's possibly had more scandals than any other president.
If the truth about Benghazi were to come out now, I don't think that this man would make it through his term. I think he would be impeached.
Steven Seagal blowing the whistle on Obama, a modern-day Paul Revere. And this isn't even the videos these aren't even the videos that got deleted, so you guys better buckle up.
Yeah, America's a great country. It really is a great country because it's a country where we have designed a system based on the Constitution where we have freedom of speech. We're allowed to disagree and say what we want to say. And
we are live, Dirty Clean 555. Interesting name you got there.
should not be persecuted for it. But on the same token, those who have something to say that is too controversial really have to be very, very careful. I think right now we're at that sort of tipping point where whether you are a Democrat or a Republican, we have to realize that we have to put the parties aside and all to come together as Americans and realize we have to take this country back. Thank you.
Is anybody surprised why they wanted to silence this man based on that speech alone? So let's move on to Exhibit B. Exhibit B here. We are moving forward. This is also, I believe this is still Actually, this... We're going to InfoWars, my friends. Looky here. What do we have here? Is it Steven Seagal and Alex Jones? The dynamic duo that could have brought down the entire cabal. So then they had to go hard after Seagal. Is this what caused the purges of YouTube in the first place? Could the internet not handle Steven Seagal and Alex Jones joining forces to vanquish all of the evil, the Illuminati cabal trying to destroy the world? I mean, this is very curious, but before that, Seagal went into enemy territory, appearing on Piers Morgan, September 27th, 2017. He goes into enemy territory, blowing the whistle. And is this the beginning of the end here? Was this tipping point that he was trying to prevent? Was he too late? Was Paul Revere not heeded? Were his warnings not heeded? And was there an active, concerted effort to shut down this patriot from all of the truth he was spitting?
Really be honest here, Pierce. Let's be really honest. Every country is involved in espionage. Every single country. The American spy, the British spy, the Russian spy, we all spy on each other. Let's be honest. However, for anyone to think that Vladimir Putin had anything to do with fixing the elections, or even that the Russians have that kind of technology, is stupid.
You know what else is kind of crazy? A lot of goofs think that Seagal simply disappeared from the public eye when he wasn't making movies or he wasn't making theatrical releases. I mean, this man literally put his life on the line and was quite active politically. And let's examine the timeline here of the so-called takedown attempt, coincidentally coinciding with the entire Weinstein situation. So we have a coincidence stack a mile high here, and we're just getting started. And yes, I was actually able to recover the deleted videos of Seagal's appearances on Alex Jones's show. But first, let's look at this.
To do it, male against female, black against white. And they're already kneeling and bitching and complaining at all the major football games and saying America's bad and acting like, you know, that the American flag is a KKK uniform or something. And so Trump says, I'm sick of this crap. You're a bunch of un-American garbage. You can kick somebody out of the game for doing an end zone celebration. You can kick them out of the game for saying they, hate America. And then they all whined and, oh, you need to be impeached, and, oh, you're in trouble, and, oh, the NFL, they showed solidarity with all the owners and all the players. Trump's in trouble. And I told you Saturday, day one, they're going to say he's in trouble on Sunday. They're all going to lock arms. They're all going to have solidarity. They're all going to try to show the world that the NFL's king. But by later in the week, they're going to announce the NFL is crippled forever and has committed suicide, and they'll be in full retreat.
Not sure what he's going on about here, but here's the Seagal segment coming up.
And exactly as I said has now been announced. And I only tell you that because these are very clear things. We just finally are standing up, and that's why the globalists are so panicked, and they're throwing everything they've got out there now, because none of their bull works. Russian agents.
I mean, Seagal's kind of crazy, though, because Seagal's literally a real-life superhero. I mean, he's this comfortable Hollywood star with millions of dollars, several different families on different continents. I mean, he actually got married to the Mongolian dancer, the Mongolian palace dancer, in 2009. So he could be living a quiet life, occasionally showing up and killing people in a couple of movies, and doing some Aikido seminars, and training some MMA champs. But no, the man literally puts his life on the line, going public, blowing the whistle on the Illuminati cabal. I mean, how does this guy have any haters? How many of these goof haters, coincidence theorists, authority-worshipping cultists, if they had even 1% of the money Seagal has, if they had even 1% of the families on multiple continents Seagal has, if they had even 1% of the Aikido or any martial arts demo schedules that Seagal has, would they be going on Piers Morgan and Alex Jones and putting their life on the line, blowing the whistle? Seriously, take a step back and think about it.
KKK, all this garbage. Now, this interview's up on Infowars.com, PrisonPlanet.com, Newswars.com. Please get it out, a Dan Lyman article. Seagal, enemies within, blocking Trump agenda. NFL kneelers are disgusting. Renaissance man says leftover Obamanites working to overthrow Trump. Here it is.
And we have just, a ton of enemies within. We have these, Democrats that have this whole other agenda to kind of, when I say Democrats, it's not just the Democrats, but there are this whole group of leftover Obamaites and people who feel that they should really sort of kind of overthrow Trump, and any decisions he makes, anything that he tries to do, he gets blocked so often from, sort of the enemies within.
Dirty Clean 555 in the chat says, I used to be a hater, but no longer. Now I got a big up, mad props, lots of respect for my main man, Steven Seagal. Justin Johnson says, I'll also take back half of the things I said about Seagal. Well, Justin Johnson, when we're done with the podcast, we'll see if you take back the other half as well, because I just started to drop the receipts. We're not even close to getting them all out there. And also, so quick reminder on the timeline here. This is September 27th, 2017. Seagal is already a Russian citizen living in Russia.
So it's very difficult for him to do anything.
But when you see this ongoing debate right now about patriotism, the American flag, the anthem...
Also notice how on his best behavior Piers Morgan is. Piers Morgan's usually like this interrupting, triggered goof. Notice how polite he is in the presence, in the digital presence of Steven Seagal. I've never seen him this restrained.
Black football players taking the knee as a mark of protest about racial division and injustice in America. Do you agree with Trump that it's disrespectful, or do you think actually going to one knee is not an entirely disrespectful way of making a point?
I mean, I guess really what I'd like to say is this. I believe in free speech. I believe that everyone's entitled to their own opinion, but I don't agree that they should hold the United States of America or the world hostage by taking a venue where people are tuning in to watch a football game and, imposing their political views. I think it's outrageous. I think it's a joke. It's disgusting. And, I respect him.
Notice how Piers is not interrupting. I've never seen Piers Morgan not interrupt someone for this stream of time.
American flag, and I myself, have risked my life countless times for the American flag.
He said he risked his life countless times, and he continues to do so. With someone who didn't work for the CIA, with someone who didn't stare death in the face day in and day out like Seagal, be going on Piers Morgan, be going on Infowars, and blowing the whistle on the Illuminati cabal.
And I don't understand or agree with this kind of behavior. I think it's an outrage.
There will be some people, Stephen, who will be watching this interview He's saying that and think you sound like a great patriotic guy, but they'll also see you in Moscow and being very complimentary about Vladimir Putin, who many Americans believe fixed the US election, which is why Donald Trump became president. How do you juggle the fact that...
All right, stay right there. We're going to go to break, come back with the next hour, get to that, a bunch of other clips, your calls, guests, you name it. Again, you can't even go to Moscow without being called a Russian, or you can't go there and organize fights or go there and make movies. That's why I'm going to go to Russia soon.
Heracles in the chat says he tried to stare death in the face, but death averted his eyes.
I mean, I'm not going to be controlled what I do.
I mean, this guy couldn't even be intimidated by the Gambino crime family. I mean, he didn't even pay them. They claimed that they intimidated him, but he appears to have not paid them a single cent and testified against them, putting away dozens of mobsters and not even going into witness protection. Is there any other individual out there that has put away this many mobsters in testifying without going into witness protection? There wasn't even a hint of a desire to go into witness protection. I mean, this is the man that knows no fear.
I'm a Russian agent, or Steven Seagal is, because we love the American flag and want to make America great again. That's why they hate Russia, because Russia has become a sovereign nation again. It's ridiculous. So, you've got Piers Morgan, who I really dislike, because I know people...
Is there anybody who likes Piers Morgan?
that know him, and I know that he's a closet conservative. And back when we had our famous debate almost 4 years ago.
Good point, Lord Zed. People often ask what took down the mafia. Little do they know. It seems after Seagal, they really haven't had a lot of power. I mean, think about it. They were whacking people left and right. Then Steven Seagal comes along, locks most of them away, and apparently they don't have that much influence anymore.
On CNN that they admit destroyed his career, basically.
Pinto Sack with very astute question. Has Steven Seagal ever arm wrestled? I don't know, but that would be the match of the century. John Brzenk, the greatest athlete of all time. 3 decades of dominance against Steven Seagal. That would definitely sell out.
When I called him out, people behind the scenes said, no, Morgan actually likes guns. He's really a conservative. And then later, we learned that's the case. And when liberals stop funding him, he goes back to England and becomes more of a conservative and has been pro-Trump. But he's, again, riding the fence here, saying to Steven Seagal with that amazing red square behind him, saying, well, okay, you claim you love America, but you're in Russia. And I love how Putin said to Megyn Kelly in an interview, he said, Megyn, you keep saying Trump's bad for meeting me twice. Since he was president, Megyn, you're constantly meeting me over the years. That means you're a Russian agent. None of this even makes sense. I guarantee you, when I go to Russia, I'm going to do the same shot with red square behind me, very iconic.
And we'll get into Megyn Kelly as well.
I want to see the Middle East. I want to see Russia. I've seen all over Europe and places. If I go to Germany, it doesn't mean I'm German. If I go to Baghdad, it doesn't mean I'm an Iraqi. And this is the mental illness where they want to bully everybody with political correctness now that, oh, it's the Russians too. You're not just a racist, Mr. Seagal, for supporting Trump, as the media said. Now, you're something even worse. You're a Ruski agent. So here's Piers Morgan at it again.
There will be some people, Stephen, who will be watching this interview. He's saying that and think you sound like a great patriotic guy, but they'll also see you in Moscow and being very complimentary about Vladimir Putin, who many Americans believe fixed the US election, which is why Donald Trump became president. How do you juggle the fact that a lot of your fellow Americans are pretty unhappy about this?
Why don't we really be honest here, Piers? Let's be really honest.
I don't think Piers knows how to do that. Is Seagal not aware that Piers doesn't know how to do that?
Every country is involved in espionage. Every single country. The American spy, the British spy, the Russian spy, we all spy on each other.
I mean, this is Paul Revere preaching to the masses, putting his life on the line. I mean, this is crazy.
Let's be honest. However, for anyone to think that Vladimir Putin had anything to do with fixing the elections, or even that the Russians have that kind of technology, is stupid. And, you know, we have a situation here where really all of this is happening, in my opinion, from astronomical propaganda, and this kind of propaganda is really a diversion, you know, from creating a diversion so that the people in the United States of America won't really see what's happening.
I mean, has anybody spit that much truth on Piers Morgan ever? This guy just blew the whistle on the entire propaganda machine. And again, let's keep the timeline in mind, because we're gonna truly shock some minds here. For all the Seagal haters, we're gonna shock some minds. Again, this is September 27th, 2017.
And I think most of the people in the United States of America and most of the people in Russia want to like each other, you know, and we need each other. Russia and America should be great allies.
I mean, look at him blowing the whistle on the statist cult. I mean, this man is for the common people.
And that's the way it should be.
Well, I think that's absolutely right. I agree with you. Final question, Stephen. What do you got to...
Is that the first time? Is that the first time Piers Morgan agreed with a guest? I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, it would be funny to see him try to talk trash to Seagal, but...
Movie-wise at the moment, any big movies coming?
You know, I just finished a movie called Attrition. It's a movie about human trafficking. It's a movie about kung fu. It's a movie...
I mean, I call me a blasphemer. I have to admit, I have not seen Attrition. I will say I have every single Seagal film in the physical medium. I celebrate this man's entire catalog, but I cannot say that I've watched all the films. But he's blowing the whistle on trafficking in his 2018 movie, Attrition. This is everybody's assignment for the next Q&A. Or this podcast might become an entire Seagal series. I mean, yeah, everybody better be up to date on Seagal's entire film catalog.
Movie about honor and great action movie. I'm just doing the post for it in Asia right now. And
all right, so that's Steven Seagal. I want to get him on the show. I talk to folks that know him. They say he's a listener. I told that like 10 years ago. And you're just like, oh, yeah, Seagal's a listener. And then you see all this. He's clearly a very, very awake. By the way, they always spin that he says Putin's one of the greatest world leaders. The Council on Foreign Relations and the CIA have said Putin's the most powerful man in the world until Trump came along, because he's actually president. He actually is calling shots. You understand how that works? Yes, if you actually have a real president of a major country, they have a lot of power. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
You betcha, RM. I've seen every single Seagal movie through Half Past Dead, I want to say. And I've seen some random ones up to now. But I did miss Attrition, and I missed... Now, actually, I watched Belly of the Beast, which was 2003. I probably watched all of them through maybe 2011, actually. Now, okay, so let's get the timeline straight, people. So he was made political statements against Obama February 22nd, 2014. He goes on Piers Morgan, literally putting his life on the line, September 27th, 2017. Now, we are going to the deleted episode of Seagal on Alex Jones scrubbed from the internet, which I have managed to recover in its entirety, January 15th, 2018. Now let's keep the timeline here. Keep in mind the timeline. So September 27th, 2017, Seagal goes on Piers Morgan and starts blowing the whistle. Major blowing of the whistle. September 2017. So what happens a couple weeks later? A couple weeks later, out of the blue, now keep in mind Seagal's already in Russia, out of the blue, Ellen DeGeneres' wife, Portia de Rossi, accuses Seagal of sexual harassment November 9th, 2017. A couple weeks after Seagal is on Illuminati puppet Piers Morgan's show. Then Illuminati puppet Ellen DeGeneres, her wife, the wife of Illuminati puppet Ellen DeGeneres, comes out with this claim with an unspecified date to the claim. So who knows how many decades prior she's alleging this happens. What else happens the same exact day? We have here from The Wrap, Dutch model Fabiola Datis tells The Wrap that Seagal SA'd her the same day that Portia de Rossi comes out with a vague claim. This is just a few weeks after Seagal, and her claim is that this was during... I believe, let's double check this claim. I believe it was quite old as well. This was... Oh, she didn't say? Years earlier? How many years? Around 2002, auditioning for an epic about Genghis Khan, which this movie was never even made. So, who knows what happened here? But it's on the same day that Ellen DeGeneres' wife comes forward, this Dutch model comes forward. So this is just a few weeks. All of a sudden, the Illuminati target is on Steven Seagal. Now, you know what else is breaking at this exact same time? The Weinstein situation. Harvey Weinstein has dozens and dozens of women come out against him at the end of 2017. So is the Seagal thing an entire diversion because he's putting his life on the line? Now, he even used that exact word. Diversion. He talked about media propaganda and diversion a few weeks after these women started coming out of the woodwork with unsubstantiated claims. Neither one of them apparently filed any kind of police reports or said anything at the time to anybody, at least that has been corroborated. I mean, is this all coincidental? Is it all mere coincidence? I mean, they had 15 years to come up with charges. Not a peep until he goes on Piers Morgan and blows the whistle on the Illuminati cabal. Not a peep. Now, what do we have here? January 15, with the Weinstein situation in full tilt. We have another woman coming forward here, January 15th. Rachel Grant. Apparently there was a film rehearsal in 2002. So not a single iota of a peep until after Seagal blows the whistle on the Illuminati cabal on Piers Morgan. Does anybody find this strange? Does anybody find it strange at all? Now, I will be presenting in its entirety, if we don't get shut down by YouTube right now, the full deleted interview with Steven Seagal on Alex Jones the day after the January 14th allegation here. This has not seen the light of day since it was aired in the YouTube purges. So who's ready for this? This is a MindShock exclusive, the utilization of AI to recover deleted videos from the internet.
Getting involved in this also, I'm not going to say too much right now, but I will say that from the deep web to Hollywood to Washington to all over the United States of America, we have people now that are looking deep. We are now blessed by being infused with people high up in the government, not just the United States of America. People are coming in and helping us in the deep web all over the United States of America with money, with intelligence. We are gathering intelligence to pass to the right people. I'm not going to say too much about this because I'm getting highly involved in this too.
Now, if Seagal didn't have high-level CIA intelligence agency connections, how would he even be able to be involved in any of this? I mean, the amount of whistleblowing Seagal is doing here, I mean, he might go down in the history books as another Julian Assange. I mean, this guy is absolutely putting his life on the line, this multi-millionaire actor. I mean, people really don't understand and appreciate the greatness that is Steven Seagal. I mean, is this another Assange? Is this another Chelsea Manning? Is this another Edward Snowden? I mean, not only is he like the modern-day Paul Revere, but his absolute fearlessness in the face of the Illuminati cabal going absolutely public on the Alex Jones show here. I mean, this is absolutely crazy. This is the deleted, the scrubbed from the internet January 15th, 2018 interview.
And we think we're going to start to pierce that veil of evil and be able to start.
Pierce the veil of evil. I mean, has anybody spit this much truth?
Aiding in the apprehension and conviction of a lot of the scum that's out there.
And what kind of scum that's out there is he talking about? I mean, if this isn't Illuminati whistleblowing, I don't know what is. This is the full unedited interview.
Black belt in martial arts, a friend of Vladimir Putin, of course, a friend of President Trump, a friend of so many, and of course, a well-known American patriot.
Again, the people that say he could not have been in the CIA, how does this guy's friends with more leaders than anybody else? I mean, Dennis Rodman might be tight with North Korea, but he doesn't seem to be tight with another few dozen world leaders like Seagal,
who we notice has been demonized in the press quite a bit as of late. In fact, I noticed just last Friday, and then a few weeks before that, on the same shows of Stephen Colbert, I'm attacked, and then next is Steven Seagal.
And keep in mind, this is all because of his appearance. Let's keep this timeline in mind here. Steven Seagal goes on Piers Morgan. He goes on Piers Morgan, one of the most watched shows, I don't know how, but one of the most watched shows on the mainstream idiot box. At the end of September, within weeks, there are allegations against him from certain individuals. And now there's an entire smear campaign, a propaganda smear campaign launched against Seagal. And keep in mind, there was no mention of Jean LaBelle choking him out before this smear campaign.
One voice of calm in these troubled times is right-wing radio host and furious cashew Alex Jones.
We'll be right back with funny man Steven Seagal.
They've got a script. It is simply incredible. And
you know what's really funny? Seagal explicitly called out the propaganda in the Piers Morgan interview. The propaganda that didn't even start against him until after that interview.
Then next they go into Trump. And I've been told by people inside entertainment, inside so-called news, that we are on a hit list. And you know George Soros is also on record, funding Media Matters and others, literally coming out of the woodwork against everything we're doing because we are nationalist, because we're promoting peace and justice, because we don't want to have war with Russia, because we're concerned about communist China. These are all the things that if you check them off on the box, makes the deep state come after you. Well, Steven Seagal has also now written a best-selling book dealing with the wolves of the deep state, dealing with all the incredible things that
So again, as part of the timeline here, so he writes this book at the beginning that's released right after his interview on Piers Morgan against the Illuminati cabal. Then he blows the whistle on Piers Morgan, and then the smear campaign starts.
Are happening. But the main reason I'm very excited to have Mr. Seagal on today is to deal with this incredibly clear deep state operation with Gloria Allred and her daughter, Lisa Bloom, where they go after everybody that is a nationalist, a libertarian, a conservative, anybody that is even halfway nice to President Trump. And it's come out in The Hill, in Fox News, even the Associated Press, that attorney Lisa Bloom sought to line up paydays for women accusing Trump of sexual misconduct, and she gets 30+% in contracts that were secret, that were leaked, of all of the payments that the women get from the media.
So again, I didn't even know that this was her. So all of this Lisa Bloom backroom dealing, that's why she was smiling with the dollar signs in her eyes during those clips of the women accusing Seagal. Now, if these claims are legitimate, wouldn't you think that Seagal accusers, wouldn't you think that Seagal accusers would at least get, there's no shortage of attorneys out there. Why would they go with the attorney that's been exposed for backroom dealing? I mean, that seems kind of weird, doesn't it? That seems kind of weird. Yeah, I believe that song was 2014, April.
When you realize this, it makes your head spin because she also defends Mr. Weinstein, Harvey Weinstein, who we have a whole bunch of people, including a chauffeur.
This is kind of weird. Wait, why is she defending? So she's defending Weinstein, who's legitimately this scumbag criminal with literally 80+ accusers. But she also represents the two women accusing Seagal. Is this kind of weird for anybody? Is this kind of weird? So Seagal has two accusers here, or if you want to count the two that didn't make police reports, like Ellen's wife and that other model, that's 4 against Seagal. And for whatever reason, this attorney, Bloom, is defending Weinstein against 80+ accusers. and she's representing the two accusers against Seagal. Is this making sense yet, people? I mean, quite a curious timeline. I mean, not a peep until Seagal blows the whistle on Piers Morgan. Not a peep. As soon as he blows the whistle on the cabal, Harvey Weinstein, part of the cabal, Harvey Weinstein's lawyer represents those accusing Seagal after he came out against the cabal.
That said he would rape women in front of them. But, she is defending Harvey Weinstein. This is incredible, and they're building all this up. They admit it, to go after President Trump because it was Bill Clinton's documented improprieties with women and the settlements he made that are one of the reasons Hillary lost. So they said, what are we going to do? We've been caught in bed with foreign governments. Let's blame Trump. Oh, my gosh, we've been caught in settled cases of women being raped. What are we going to do with the whole lock her up, Hillary for prison movement that we launched here in InfoWars? Project it on to innocent people that we see as a threat. And Steven Seagal.
Alex Jones still seems semi-sane here.
Because of his close relationship with President Putin, and because he's been a peacemaker, and because he's been a goodwill ambassador, because his part of his family are from Russia, has now come under total deep state attack. Now, that's my statement on it. Let's get right to Mr. Seagal, who says he's going to give us a wide-ranging, in-depth interview on this, on what he says he has evidence and intel on pedophile networks in Hollywood.
Did you guys just hear that? Did you guys just hear what Alex Jones just said regarding what information Steven Seagal is going to be presenting? He's presenting information specifically against the Hollywood trafficking cabal. Now, this is all going down at the beginning of 2018 as Harvey Weinstein is all of this information is being made public. Now we're post-Weinstein, post-Epstein, post-P. Diddy. If you haven't checked out the P. Diddy podcast on MINDSHOCK, check it out, as well as the Illuminati Humiliation Ritual podcast. Is it coincidental that this entire interview was scrubbed from the internet? Is it coincidental that this entire anti-Seagal propaganda was only rolled out after his appearance on Piers Morgan?
And that they're using all of this as well to try to cover up what's happening there. So here we go. Mr. Seagal from Japan, thank you for joining us.
Well, let me start out by saying that today's Martin Luther King Day. He was a tremendous patriot and an amazing force in American history. And I'm honored to be here on your show and to be able to pay homage to Martin Luther King today. First off, let me start by saying that I love the United States of America and the Constitution. And as you have said, I am a patriot. And I think that this in and of itself, along with what I would consider, what many people consider, saying about me that I know too much about things that they don't want me to know about. I talk about things they don't want me to talk about, so this becomes, very problematic for certain people. Fascinating when you're talking about Lisa Bloom, because it sounds to me like what you're saying is that she's procuring money to pay to women to lie about certain people and make ruthless accusations about certain people.
And it is kind of weird. Out of all of the scumbags in Hollywood, like Weinstein and his ilk, which is most of them, maybe not all of them, but most, out of all the scum, they're going after Seagal, who hasn't been A-list in how long? When was the last time Seagal had a theatrical release? And they come after him? Harvey Weinstein's attorney comes after him? This is kind of weird. Does nobody else find this kind of weird?
And it's not just President Trump. And by the way, this isn't just about me, because hundreds of people in Hollywood have been attacked, and hundreds of people in Hollywood have been, in my opinion, falsely accused. Certainly, if we look at a number of 100%, my opinion is that 60% of these people are completely innocent.
and that includes me. And what nobody wants to talk about is that when you accuse somebody, really, according to the Constitution of the United States of America, you should have some kind of due process before you ruin their life. There should be evidence, there should be proof, there should be witnesses. And in most of these cases, they're 20, 25, 30 years old. They're not providing evidence or proof or witnesses. They're just throwing out accusations. They push a button on a computer, and all of a sudden somebody's life is ruined. And they are able to ruin their livelihood, their ability to earn money, their ability to feed their family, their name, their reputation, their marriage, all that stuff. And you know what I hate, Alex? These people don't care. They have a political agenda where they want to assassinate anybody that they think is in the opposite camp or opposes their political agenda, or it's just women who are taking money. And I love what you said when you said fake press are just as guilty as the dirty people who pay the dirty girls who take money to lie.
Shocking revelations there from Steven Seagal. Downright shocking. Is anybody surprised that this interview was completely memory holed and scrubbed for the internet? I mean, thanks to AI using their own tools against them to bring back truth and justice.
That's right. In fact, I mean, I wrote that months ago that the real villains here are the big organized political systems, particularly the Democratic Party, that are kingpins at this, who go out, organize this, then pay the women, and then the press goes along with it and magnifies it. And then if there's just an accusation like the Prairie Home Companion guy, the woman hugged him, she had a short top on, he touched her back, and then he was fired. I mean, this is crazy.
Done. I mean, when people say, and I want to, also thank Liam Neeson for coming out and being brave enough to say something. When people say it's a witch hunt, it's worse than any witch hunt America has ever seen. When people say it's McCarthyism, it's worse than McCarthyism. And the sad part is everybody, from every agent to every studio head to every actress, they're all afraid to come out and tell the truth.
I mean, think about the irony of what he's saying. That all these other cowards, they're not like Seagal. They don't have his determination. They don't have his ability. They don't have his sheer fearlessness in the face of evil. I mean, this man literally stared down the Gambino crime family and then put them out of business. I mean, Seagal smacking down the mob. I mean, has any other crime family even managed to thrive after Seagal's smackdown of the mob? I mean, this is crazy. This man fears nobody, not the Illuminati cabal, nobody, and he's calling out all the cowards, and he's bringing up McCarthyism, and this is worse than that, the irony that this interview, Alex Jones' entire channel was brought down and canceled. The irony of what Seagal is saying here.
And this is what's outrageous, and this is what's killing America. And by the way, Alex, you know who's behind these people who are working the fake press and people who are just doing this for whatever, whether it's money or wanting to be famous or wanting to assassinate their enemies. We have a situation here where this is ruining our country. And if you know, and you do, who's behind this, really, this is treasonous. This is going to, if we don't change the legislation that will stop these people from doing this, I think America will eventually collapse.
Wow, bold predictions from Seagal here. The collapse of America if this isn't stopped. Compare the state of America at the beginning of in mid-January here during this interview. This was January 15th, 2018, to today. If only we had heeded the words, the embodiment of Paul Revere, the spirit of George Washington that burns in Seagal's soul here, the reincarnation of llamas and possibly even Genghis Khan here. If only people had heeded the words of Seagal, would we be living in the 2024 America that we're living in now? I mean, this is crazy stuff here. I mean, Seagal blowing the whistle here, possibly harder than anybody has ever blown the whistle before. I mean, even his whistleblowing skills are off the chart. I mean, does anybody blow the whistle better than Seagal?
And I think these people who are doing this are guilty of treason. I think that...
You know the other thing? If anybody else had called out the people Seagal is calling out, I mean, they would have been eliminated. But here's the issue with Seagal. Let's say a CIA agent gets the or whatever agent gets the assignment, go take out Seagal. I mean, I don't think that agent's even gonna try. I mean, even if you're a well-trained CIA agent, I mean, who wants that suicide assignment of trying to take out Seagal? I mean, if it was anybody else, who could spit the truth that Seagal spit? Like, let's put this in perspective, people. Seagal goes to Japan as a 17-year-old, and the Yakuza can't even take him out? He's teaching Japanese people their own Japanese martial arts style, and nobody can even, he doesn't even catch a beat down. There's not a single photo in existence of Steven Seagal even having a scratch on him. From not only his days in Japan, but from his days in the U.S. Does a photo exist of Steven Seagal having even a scratch on him? I mean, this guy went head-to-head with the Yakuza, stared them down, and continued teaching Aikido in their own country. In their own country. I mean, the only man that might have beat down Steven Seagal is Bruce Lee, and we'll get to that. Cassidy Smoke in the chat here asking, why would the Yakuza want him dead? We went over this in episode 1. He was apparently being flirtatious with a Yakuza member's girlfriend, and there was some kind of situation. Apparently, the allegation was that Seagal called in some kind of favor with the mob back in Japan, but that's unclear. That's unclear exactly what happened. What is clear is that a single photo doesn't exist of Steven Seagal with even a scratch on him. So from his days in Japan to coming to the U.S., taking over Hollywood, staring down the Gambino crime family. He puts the Gambino crime family out of business single-handedly with his testimony. I mean, no other crime family even dared rise up after Seagal smacked down organized crime in the U.S. Now he's smacking down the Illuminati, and he's still breathing. I mean, who else can accomplish what Steven Seagal has accomplished in his lifetime? He's blowing the whistle on the CIA itself in a theatrical movie with Above the Law. We went over that in episode 1. And he's still breathing? He disrespects the Gambino crime family, doesn't pay them a cent, sends them running, incarcerates dozens of them, and doesn't even need to go into witness protection. Now he's blowing the whistle. He's writing books, going on Piers Morgan and Alex Jones, and not only is he still breathing, but he's walking around free. He's strolling through Moscow. He's sashaying through random American cities, which we'll get into. He still regularly visits the U.S. He's swaggering through every country in the world without even breaking a sweat that somebody will be able to take him out. I mean, look at all these other people. Look at all these other people. All these other whistleblowers holed up in embassies. I mean, this is kind of crazy. Like, they're all fearing for their lives. Seagal's walking around without a care in the world. I mean, just compare the whistleblower ability of Steven Seagal. And not to mention, his guitar playing and vocal skills, which went over in episode 1. I mean, can this guy be a mere mortal? Is he some kind of interdimensional entity? I mean, to go up against literally the most powerful people in the world. He goes up against the most powerful people in Japan with the Yakuza. He blows the whistle in a mainstream theatrical film on the CIA in America. Nobody can do anything about it. He stares down the mafia, puts away dozens of them by openly testifying against them. And nobody can still touch this guy. Nobody can touch this guy. This is crazy.
Treason is one of the biggest, nastiest crimes that one can commit in the United States of America. As you know, if convicted, it can be punishable by death.
Wow, what a cliffhanger. This is the first segment of a wide-ranging interview that Mr. Seagal has agreed to do. Ladies and gentlemen, Martin Luther King Day. What an incredible individual that said judge people on the character of their deeds and the content of actually what they do, not off rumors, not off lies, but off the fruits of what they stand for. And now any man gets accused, Hollywood, the media gangs up on it, and their career, their life, their family is destroyed. We'll be right back with Steven Seagal on the other side. I'm Alex Jones, and this is The InfoWar. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back on this Monday transmission. Steven Seagal, live, unedited. You're going to be able to actually hear from him what he actually stands for and what he believes. I know every time I see him on U.S. or British or Russian or Japanese television, it's amazing what he's saying. And every time we play clips on the show, it's some of the most viral videos that we put out. But it's always 3, 4, 5 minutes on a show. He said he'll stay with us over an hour. So enough of Alex Jones. Let's go right back to Steven Seagal. Steven, we just left off for folks that joined us. You said this covert deep state action, which they admit they're involved in, it's in the WikiLeaks, to target the globalist enemies with fake sexual charges being directed by the most dirty system in the world, Hollywood, is threatening to bring down the country. And I think that really is their plan. Please continue with what you were saying earlier.
The most genius thing that they have done is they figured out a way to control most of Hollywood. They figured out a way to control 99% of the press. Once they did that, they felt that they could control the minds and the future of most of the average citizens in the United States of America. This was a complete tragedy, and this isn't just about me. As you know, it's hundreds of people now in Hollywood and around the world. People like Richard Branson, who's done nothing but good for the United States and other countries. I mean, it's hundreds of people that have been accused, and many of those people are completely and absolutely innocent. And as far as I'm concerned, almost all of them are completely innocent until you're giving them due process. And that's why I think it needs to become criminal if people wantingly and knowingly make up false things that can destroy people's lives without evidence, proof, witnesses, stuff like that. It's hundreds of people, Alex. Hundreds of people whose lives they've broken. Hundreds.
Well, it's a total hysteria now. And again, it's like Liam Neeson said, if you pat a woman on the knee, you're not assaulting them. And now in some areas of the world, like Switzerland, the government's saying get a contract before you even have a relationship. Well, whatever happened to passion? I mean, whatever happened to Elvis is on the stage and young women are throwing their underwear at him? I mean, is that a form of rape? Are they raping Elvis? I mean, this is crazy. And now they're saying schools are going to...
It's been completely one-sided. It's been completely one-sided. You and I know we have wives, we have children. I would die for a stranger if I had to.
How many people could say that? Listen to the conviction in Seagal's voice. This man would lay his life down for a stranger. I mean, is this a real-life superhero or what? Is Steven Seagal the last real-life superhero?
As a police officer, any day of my life, I would have thrown my life down on the line to save the life of a child, of an innocent person, of women and children. We herald and support all the women who've really been abused. But this movement is annihilating their chances because all of this is going to come out. And as you know, there is a whole force of people gathering around the world now putting in lots of money, lots of time. These people are going to start investigating the people who are coming after us. We're going to be coming after them. We are now investigating them. And this is something that, is going to turn into, when you say, InfoWars, this is going to turn into a war. But it's two-way traffic now because the people who are being paid to lie and the people who are paying them to lie are going to be exposed.
There you have it. Steven Seagal predicting the exposure of the Illuminati cabal, specifically in Hollywood. And then we have Cat Williams starting off with January 2024 with even more whistleblowing. I mean, is Steven Seagal also a prophet? Is he not only the reincarnated llama, but is he a legitimate prophet?
Do you want to get into Hollywood and the pedophilia rings that you were telling me about over the phone now or later in the broadcast?
All I can tell you is we have recently come into tremendously influential people in the United States who have money and who have power, and some of them are very high up in the government. They're all now putting together a group of people who are investigating. And I'm really wondering why every time anybody talks about the pedophilia rings in Hollywood or Washington or anywhere else in the United States, it gets buried immediately. Alex, you know this as well as I do.
I mean, look at these are haunting words from Seagal here. Anytime somebody exposes these rings, I mean, this is kind of crazy. This is kind of crazy. I mean, Seagal is blowing the whistle here. I mean, this is really crazy. I mean, this is a full year before Epstein. I mean, this is Epstein was arrested July 2019. This is January 2018. So, year and a half prior to Epstein, and Seagal is already spitting the truth here. I mean, listening to this in hindsight, I mean, this is truly crazy. So the people who think that the allegations against him are legitimate by Weinstein's lawyer, who's proven to have been taking money and getting kickbacks from these claims against certain people while defending Weinstein, the #1 most guilty guy with the most offenses. She defends him, but she represents these two women making claims against Seagal. This is weird.
Our most precious asset, our most precious things in life are our children. And you know that we would die for a stranger who's a child to protect them against this kind of evil. And why is it that pedophilia in the United States is being protected and overlooked? Our children are the most precious thing we have in this life, and we are going to have to break this sort of secret, protected door that everyone is hiding behind.
The secret protective door everybody is hiding behind. See, again, if we had only heeded the words of Steven Seagal. I mean, this is absolutely incredible. Does it all make sense on the propaganda smear campaign against Seagal? And we're going to dismantle the smear campaign piece by piece by bringing the receipts. But first, let's finish with this.
That's right. And President Trump, behind the scenes, has authorized incredible arrests. We're talking 5 times so far any previous year. Thousands and thousands of pedophiles, not just with child porn, but in many cases with small children as young as 6 months old that were being gang raped. And it literally will hit the newspaper one time. Hundreds of arrests here, dozens of arrests there, hundreds of arrests here every day. And I personally am working with members of the military and some of these operations you're talking about, who just this morning contacted me about huge raids that took place on the East Coast last night, catching them with the children.
Exactly.
Catching them with the children.
Exactly. We are getting involved in this also. I'm not going to say too much right now, but I will say that from the deep web to Hollywood to Washington to all over the United States of America, we have people now that are looking deep. We are now...
if this was anybody other than Seagal, I would say they should really be, looking after their safety. But it appears no one's brave enough to even try to handle Seagal in any capacity. So he really is the #1 guy to be speaking out about this. Because, who in their right mind would try to take him out?
Blessed by being infused with people high up in the government. Not just the United States of America, people are coming in and helping us in the deep web all over the United States of America with money, with intelligence. We are gathering intelligence to pass to the right people. I'm not going to say too much about this because I'm getting highly involved in this too. And we think we're going to start to pierce that veil of evil and be able to start aiding in the apprehension and conviction of a lot of the scum that's out there.
Yeah, Steven Seagal, who wouldn't, Dub in the chat says here, Steven Seagal, President of the U.S. 2024. That would be interesting. Is Steven Seagal the savior of the human race? Yes, Steven Seagal is President, Trump Vice President 2024. It's kind of hard to say that Seagal isn't the savior of the entire world.
It's truly incredible. And then the president signed the executive order seizing the child trafficker money, and the media basically attacked that and ignored it as well. Gave it almost no attention.
Yep. Which goes to show you this veil of protection that, everybody has. Everybody has in this dark, dark world,
Well, President Trump tweeted that anybody that molests or hurts children needs to be executed. And we, again, have seen total, absolute record bust, not just here, but all over the world. And the group that we're working with, again, we're not going to get into all of it, but it's multinational patriots and intelligence agencies. It's groups from our most elite military forces working with local law enforcement and trying to work with the feds. And Trump is trying to get good people in place at the federal level. And they're finding that they've used the pedophilia to blackmail and take control of Congress. And that's why...
Again, this is pre-Epstein's arrest. These guys are all talking a year and a half before even the most devout coincidence theorists were forced to question their reality with Epstein's arrest.
The deep state is fighting President Trump and many others so hard right now because they know that this corruption is being broken up, just like Putin has tried to do in Russia. I know you're very good friends with him. When we come back from break, I'd like to get into peacemaking and why aren't we working with Russia? They're Christian, they're free market, they're reformed to many extents. Why does the deep state want us to be at war with Russia? We'll be right back with this incredible interview.
Lord Zed, you remember yesterday's epic Seagal stream. Seagal's the only guy not wearing a mask in a whole room full of diplomats. That was hilarious. Who's going to tell him he has to wear one?
With Steven Seagal on the other side, please don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we're under attack. I just got sued last week by a gentleman from the Communist Party from what happened out in Cleveland. I wasn't even there at the flag burning when there was a scuffle and all the rest of this stuff. And they're just coming after me again for millions of dollars. They're going after the police department out there. And there's more of these lawsuits as well.
Cassidy Smoke in the chat says it isn't just martial arts expertise. It's the holistic approach to a person's life that would make me not want that assignment against him, Bruce. I think they can make an entire documentary just interviewing the countless agents who refused the assignment to take out Seagal. I mean, Seagal might be the #1 on the Illuminati's most wanted list, but who the heck is actually going to attempt to take him out?
Always coming from the very, very same sources. And I just need your support. InfoWarsStore.com. When you buy those products, you get great products, and you fund the InfoWar. We've got a lot of big specials that are going to have to end this week on some of our best-selling supplements at InfoWarsStore.com. So whether it's the Vitamin B12 Secret 12, or whether it's the X2, or whether it's all the other...
You know, it's funny. A lot of people hate Alex Jones for selling supplements. They don't seem to hate GNC. They don't seem to hate any of these other supplements. They only hate Jones and his supplements. It's kind of a weird thing.
Great products. You make this transmission possible. InfoWarsStore.com. More with Steven Seagal on the other side. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. An exclusive interview. Steven Seagal joins us from Asia via Skype. Again, if you're watching on the internet, please share the live links from Facebook.
Silly Dub in the chat. You think Steven Seagal sleeps? I mean, have you seen any evidence whatsoever that Seagal even needs sleep?
Twitter, YouTube, and more. And if you're listening to a local AM or FM station, please tell folks about the local station and the show and the live broadcast that's taking place right now so that people can actually hear from the other side, because we have the Democratic Party on record going out offering millions of dollars to women. You've got Lisa Bloom, the lawyer, Gloria Allred's daughter, coming out, getting caught in the emails that were secret, offering even one woman, $200,000 to make accusations against the president. She gets 30+% of the money from these TV deals and from what the media pays to these women. I mean, this is incredible. And you notice it's almost always after the statute of limitations, decades later, show that people can't say, well, go put up or shut up. Go to the police. Show your evidence. No, it's always done decades ago. It is a formula. And what a house of cards. Even after this has all come out, even after the top Democratic lawyers and top Democrat pollsters and top lobbyists, not just Lisa Bloom, have been caught, have been recorded by women when they're offering them money. And that's Trump's ace in the hole. Some of these recordings have already come out where there are good women out there who do care about real victims and don't want people yelling fire in a theater or crying wolf, so that when it really happens, people that have been abused get ignored, because the Democratic Party is basically using this as a weapon. And the reason I raised that point is Stephen, during the break, we were talking, and he wanted to come back and make just that point. So I think I kind of just stole his thunder. But in your own words, Stephen, repeat what you were saying to me during the break, please, sir.
Well, I mean, all I was saying is that, we have a situation where obviously there are women who have really been assaulted. And as a police officer for many years, I saw this and was honored and able to help people who are in real distress.
Has anybody ever even seen a video where Seagal had to raise his voice?
No trouble. We want nothing more but to be able to defend those people and help them. The thing that is an evil tragedy that is going on now is, like I said, people paying people to lie for their own political agenda, and because maybe they want to assassinate their enemy and destroy their name and reputation.
And you know what's crazy? After this video, all of a sudden, there are all these celebrities coming out, like comics coming out with all of this anti-Seagal propaganda. This guy hasn't been A-list in how long, and they pick him? But they only pick him after his appearance on Piers Morgan. How curious. How curious. I mean, call me crazy, But is the coincidence stack simply a little too high regarding this timeline? Regarding the timeline, is it just too high?
And family life and marriage and ability to earn money. There are a million reasons. There's a woman called Michelle Milken who stood up and said, listen, when people make claims, they lie. They lie for a multitude of reasons. They lie because they want to annihilate their enemies. They lie for money. They lie because they want to become famous and get in the news. And, she said, I'm not just making this up. I'm the one who has gotten into the FBI files and Leo files and law enforcement files, and I've gone over all the statistics, and I can tell you by my research, my meticulous analytical research, I can tell you that up to 40% of these claims are fake. Well, I personally think in Hollywood right now, it's a lot bigger number. So what I'm saying is, and I've said before, what some of these people don't realize is this is part of a plan to collapse the United States of America, because if the news becomes faker and faker, we won't know. The people will not know what's real and what's really happening. If the people don't know what's really happening, what do we have, Alex?
This interview should have been broadcast in Times Square live on every single channel in every single country in the world, and Seagal would have single-handedly saved the world and brokered world peace through a single Alex Jones interview. I mean, who thinks Seagal would not have changed the course of history if this interview had been broadcast on every single channel in every single country in the world? I mean, what he just said there about brainwashing all the goofs who watch the Idiot Box and can't tell what's real or not. And is that the situation we have here now, post-TikTok, taking the world by storm? I'm going to insert this here right now because the campaign against Seagal started after this interview. It was between Piers Morgan and this interview. All of a sudden, all these random celebrities started talking about Seagal. Why? They didn't talk about it. Nobody said a peep before he went on Piers Morgan, published the anti-Illuminati book, and went on Alex Jones in the now since deleted interview that we are going through right now in this MindShock exclusive. It seems kind of weird. How come nobody was talking about the Seagal Jean LaBelle incident before he went on Piers Morgan? If that really happened, I mean, the tabloids were ruthless. The martial arts magazines were ruthless in the early 90s. And nobody has mentioned not a single reference to this incident until after the Piers Morgan Alex Jones interview. How strange. How strange. This is really weird. I mean, this is really weird. YouTube's playing some games with the stream again. It's not letting me put up the clips I want to put up here. This is really weird. Huh. Why won't it let me put this up? Ever since I did that stream with NASA and the occult, there seems to have been quite a few glitches and issues. I really want to get this clip up, though. Okay, maybe it's gonna work. Okay, it's working. It's gonna work. Just give me a second. So all these celebrities start going on all these talk shows for the specific purpose of talking trash against Steven Seagal. Why didn't they do it before? I mean, that's what's kind of strange. That's what's kind of strange. Does anybody other than me find this strange? That none of them wanted to talk trash before he blew the whistle on the Illuminati cabal? It's like they were all given orders.
Is it your dream to work with Steven Seagal? Is that on your bucket list?
I know who dyed his hair. Stevie Wonder.
That's all now.
Why is Jimmy Kimmel, this mentally disabled talk show host, why is that a question? So he has Liam Neeson on the show, and his question is that your dream to work with Steven Seagal? What? What? Is that his dream? Why would you random? And then, of course, and Liam Neeson somehow has that joke in his back pocket.
He exclusively works with celebrity Steve, so yeah, it was probably Stevie Wonder.
No, I was particularly annoyed. Some journalist told me on a junket, that was about 3-4 years ago, I was promoting one of the Tekken movies.
Right.
That Steven Seagal, this journalist suddenly said, hey, what do you think of Steven Seagal saying you don't know how to punch? I was like, what?
Yeah, Dub, we're going to get to John Leguizamo. I went over why Leguizamo was pissed. It's because Seagal shoved him into a brick wall. And Leguizamo apparently pretended it's because he caught him off guard, as if there was any state, off guard or not, in which Leguizamo can prevent Steven Seagal from shoving him into a wall or doing whatever Seagal pleased.
Yeah, because you're a boxer.
Well, I boxed as a kid, but yeah. I know how to punch.
Right. Did he really say that about
you?
I mean, Jimmy Kimmel apparently is trying to pretend like Liam Neeson is this elite boxer. As if Jimmy Kimmel, look at the mental disability level of Jimmy Kimmel. He's trying to explain to Liam Neeson how good of a boxer Liam was. And Liam has to correct him that he only boxed when he was a kid. I mean, this is crazy stuff.
Oh, boy, and is he regretting that right now in that Halloween costume he's wearing in Russia?
Has he really?
Isn't it kind of weird how these supposed A-listers, they have nothing better to do than talk about Steven Seagal? Like, why are they talking about Steven Seagal here? Is it because Seagal blew the whistle?
To Russia?
Yeah, he moved to Russia. I don't know if he moved there or we sent him there and told him not.
Steven Seagal went on the MMA Hour, and Ariel was talking with him, and Steven Seagal said that never happened, and he's senile and delusional, and this and that all that stuff that happened on set, supposedly, allegedly, didn't happen. What do you think about that?
Well, would you ever admit it? A, and B.
Now, Ronda Rousey also appears to be mentally disabled. Now, I know she's got a lot of haters. But I'm going to defend Ronda Rousey here. I'm going to defend Ronda Rousey because, one, she doesn't appear to know she's mentally disabled. Nobody ever told her. And all these people around her, propped her up, and they kind of brainwashed her into thinking that she was actually good. Like, when she's beating up all these soccer moms and part-time fighters, it's kind of weird.
I mean, obviously the guy's a liar.
Wait, how is that obvious? What did he lie about? We just fact-checked him for 7 hours. I mean, sure, there's a couple claims that are as of yet unsubstantiated, but we've brought receipts.
That he told everybody he taught Anderson Silva that kick.
Well, he did. There's literal video of it, and there's Anderson Silva admitting it. And, I mean, I'm going to put another receipt right here, because this is MINDSHOCK. I'm going to drown all the Seagal haters in receipts right now. I mean, there's going to be more receipts here than even the most devout coincidence theorist and Seagal hater can shake a stick at. I mean, let's look at what UFC President Dana White said about that. Sensations behind the scenes.
Steven Seagal, I heard his name. He's kind of a hanger-on with you guys. He took credit for teaching Anderson Silva the front kick that he used to knock out Vitor Belfort. Does he actually know what he's talking about, or is he just a groupie?
Actually, you know, from what I hear from Lyoto and from Anderson is he does come in and work, and they do respect and listen to things that he says.
Okay.
Do we need to play that again?
From what I hear from Lyoto and from Anderson is he does come in and work, and they do respect and listen to things that he says.
Okay.
So who thinks Ronda Rousey knows what goes on with Anderson and Machida better than UFC President Dana White? Dana White says they told him he's legit. Now here's the thing. Maybe Anderson Silva did bring in Seagal as a joke. I mean, he quickly found out how much of a joke Seagal was not when Seagal manhandled him like a redheaded stepchild. I mean, he ragdolled Anderson like he was nothing. But here's another one for the Seagal haters. I'm going to bring another receipt right here. Nobody's ready for this one. This receipt is from a couple weeks ago. In 2024, top UFC fighter and former champ Alex Pereira has brought in Seagal not just for like a little quick session, like Anderson and Machida didn't have that many clips of Seagal. Alex Pereira, former UFC champ, current top fighter and contender, just uploaded a 40-minute video of Steven Seagal putting on a clinic with these MMA fighters. We're not going to look through the whole 40 minutes. I'll skip through it. These guys uploaded a 40-minute session a few weeks ago in 2024. Why is top contender Alex Pereira? Why is he bringing in Seagal? Why is he bringing in Seagal if Seagal's one big joke? I mean, clearly Machida didn't think he was a joke. It is possible, let's not fall for false dichotomies, it's possible Anderson might have initially brought him in as a joke, but clearly all these other fighters are taking him seriously. I mean, look at this masterclass Seagal is putting on these MMA fighters. This is a 40-minute video that Alex Pereira uploaded uncut on his channel mere weeks ago. If this is all some big joke from 2012 when Anderson invited Seagal, why is he still being invited into these training sessions? I mean, this was uploaded on Alex Pereira's official YouTube channel mere weeks ago, March 7th, 2024. And Ronda Rousey is saying Seagal is a fraud. Ronda Rousey, one of the biggest frauds in MMA history, is saying Seagal is a fraud. UFC president confirms what Anderson and Machida told him about Seagal, that he's legit. And this was all the way back in 2012. Now, over a decade later, Master Seagal is still being brought in by top UFC fighters and champions. Cassidy Smoke in the chat has it correct because he is a legend of mythical proportions. I mean, and look at Seagal. I mean, Seagal now in 2024 is 71 years old. This 71-year-old man is coming in here to just educate these MMA fighters. I mean, it would be interesting to see if any of them truly tested him and try to hit him for real. I mean, it'd be their funeral, but still, it'd be interesting to see. He's 71 years old in this video right here. Here he is training top UFC fighter, Alex Pereira. Meanwhile, Ronda Rousey's claim to fame is beating up soccer moms and part-time fighters until she got knocked out when she faced full-time fighters and then ran away from the sport. I mean, look at Master Seagal here imparting the knowledge. He's 71 years old now. Oh, you blasphemer, Justin Johnson. I mean, I don't know how he would do with UFC rules, but I mean, he would wreck these fools without rules. I mean, these goofs, they can't even handle a shot from a 71-year-old. And he's not even trying here. He hit him lightly and they can't handle it.
I don't kick like this, I kick like this. You see the difference? You feel the difference? This is no good, this is perfect. Não tanto, entendeu?
Mais de baixo um pouquinho, vem direto.
Ai!
Só que agora, não, mais.
How dare you, Justin Johnson? Nobody is invincible other than Seagal. Perhaps that's true.
Esticar a perna, na distância.
A facada, né?
Aí, ó.
The reason why Anderson Silva and Lyoto did knock them out is because they did what I told them. They don't lift the knee, they're not going like this. So you already bring it straight from the bottom. Here. A razão que o Anderson conseguiu.
I mean, Seagal's that good of a teacher. He can even get other fat guys to kick. Yeah, he broke Sean Connery's wrist permanently.
You see me, I'm actually faz para trás, tá vendo? You see how I go behind? Similar to what he does, because and I tilt my knee. Yes, similar to what he does.
I mean, look at this 71-year-old Seagal just easily manhandling all these UFC fighters. These champs. I mean, look at his power and speed even at 71 years of age. I mean, is anybody doubting that a prime Seagal would have just absolutely wrecked everybody? I mean, look how easily the 71-year-old is just crumbling these MMA fighters in their prime. And he's not even trying. I mean, I don't think people understand. It appears Seagal is not even trying when he is handling these MMA fighters with ease.
So he's here, his hands are up. All you have to do is get any of these.
I mean, these champs are absolutely helpless in the paws of Steven Seagal.
I love it. Ele falou, e eu pego toda vez. E é totalmente legal isso aí. Eles aqui, Jitsu. I think this is good. Yes, 100%. 100%. Ele vai fazer depois. Okay, let's try the fingers. He's here, he's here, he's here, he's here. Look.
I mean, Seagal's not even trying and he's crumbling these people. 10%, he's probably exerting 0.1% here. 0.1%. I Am Iron's Cat says here, I doubted on Super Bowl night, but not now. I think he in his prime would destroy anyone he faced. I think he destroys anybody now at 71 years of age. I mean, he's not even trying, and he's crumbling these guys.
Every time I will get it. Every time. Já começa a misturar os estilos, tá vendo?
Eu escolho a mão aqui.
No. You see.
I mean, look at the level of respect these professional fighters and champions are giving Seagal. Because they know what would happen if they didn't. It's just that simple. It's really that simple here.
Stand strong. Você tem que ir pra trás, tá vendo?
I mean, have you seen anybody other than Seagal absolutely manhandle these guys and get away with it?
Estica, velho.
Tá, então ele puxou.
It's crazy that just such low amount of energy. That's it. That's it.
And Alex Pereira is like a multiple-time kickboxing champion, and look at how he obeys the commands of Steven Seagal with bated breath.
Isso.
Só que ainda tá sendo com tudo dobrado demais.
Lord Zed with a very astute comment in the chat here. It's all in the mind. He'd expletive us up. We're not there yet, boys.
Essa daí.
Mano, se você não bater um cara que sair, mano. Não, assim. Imagina uma lã. Technique I told you. Agora você tem que isso é boa. Work on this. Because from here, you have all this and all this. And even you have this, you know? This guy. Here, and you get here. Look what I have. Look, tá there. How do you say look? Olha. Olha.
Oh, wow. Seagal doesn't speak Portuguese. I am shocked. I am shocked that Seagal, he's only fluent in 4 or 5 languages. I'm kind of surprised here. Or was he just pretending to be humble?
Look, he's fucked. I have everything. This is what you want. Isso é o que você quer. You know all this. Don't forget that. Quando você está na lateral, olha o tanto que você tem aberto. Don't fight people straight. Não luta a gente de frente, quando o pessoal de frente. Come to the side. Vai pro ângulo, tá vendo? Na lateral, porque você tem toda. Good.
I mean, Master Seagal has to reteach these UFC fighters how to do basic punches and kicks. They're just not on his level. He has to take them back to the basics.
Here. And if I hit you with this, you won't get up.
Can you imagine a 71-year-old telling a UFC champion, if I hit you with this, you won't get up? And look at his face. Look at the fear in his eyes. He knows it's true.
Se ele acertar só assim, bater, você não levanta. You can go back or forth. Você pode ir pra frente ou pra trás. Você pode ir. Very dangerous.
Sempre faz a parte, né?
Look like Kali. Yeah, but this is coming from sword. Yeah, esse é disparo. But this is really powerful. Esse é muito forte. This one. So we'll work on this next time. Okay, a próxima vez a gente vai com ele, a gente vai trabalhar o punho.
Marreta. Marreta.
Hammer. Magic hammer. Deadly.
Absolutely deadly here. I mean, look how grateful these guys are. I mean, Steven Seagal's just imparting the deadly knowledge here.
Cara, eu faço alguma... Faz parte...
Partilha aí, né?
I mean, these are the receipts, people. These are the receipts. This is in 2024. And now back in 2012, like, listen to Rhonda run her clueless mouth here.
I mean, seriously, the guy doesn't have a very good track record.
Is there anybody who has a better track record?
And I'm so mad that he would say anything like that to G.
Yeah. She's so mad. Clearly, logic is not known to Rhonda, only emotions, which is why she got wrecked whenever she faced full-time fighters.
I don't want to give anyone another quote. I'm gonna give you another quote. I would beat the crap out of Steven Seagal, but I bet I could.
So Ronda Rousey thinks she could beat the crap out of Steven Seagal. Now, she also thought she could beat Mayweather. Then again, she thought she could beat Holly Holm, but that didn't work out, did it, Ronda? Perhaps her thinking skills are just not on even a basic level. I mean, let's examine her shadow box game here. Let's see what Ronda's shadow boxing looks like here. I mean, could she really beat Seagal? I mean, some people think yes. Some people think yes. I mean, look at the mastery of shadow boxing that Ronda Rousey employs her. I mean, look at the way she holds her hand in a fist. I mean, look at that action there. I mean, does anybody stand a chance? I mean, is there anybody she wouldn't wreck with those kinds of hands? I mean, do you really want those hands?
Hell yeah. You know what? If he says anything bad about Gene to my face, I would be forced to do something. Of course I would.
Should be forced to do something? What's that? Get knocked out? Get her wrist broken?
I had to make him crap his pants a second time.
Actually, you know what? Let's bring some more receipts regarding Ronda. I know this isn't about Ronda, but when she blasphemes Master Sensei Seagal, let's look at a clip here. Of Ronda Rousey training with a high school kid. So this is an Olympic judoka. Let's see if she can handle some teenage kid in high school. Let's see what happens. I mean, she said she could beat Mayweather, Seagal, but let's see if she can beat a random high school kid. I mean, let's see what happens. I mean, we're bringing so many receipts here. You're all going to get drowned in receipts. So this is Ronda Rousey against the high school kid. She's in the red there. So I think this is right off her Olympic win, actually. So this is an Olympic judoka against some teenage boy. I mean, she can't even prevent getting taken down by some... This is an Olympic judoka. I mean, she can't do anything. I mean, that wasn't that bad. She actually got it back, but then... Oh, look at that. He wasn't even trying the other times. It looks like he tried a little bit there. I mean, this is an Olympic judoka this high school kid just easily handled. I mean, it looks like he's probably afraid to hurt her, so he's not going too hard. If Ronda Rousey can't even handle a high school kid who's not even trying, when she's in the best shape of her life, she thinks she could handle Seagal? I mean, it is kind of funny.
You think his, like, any of his talk in MMA, any of his, is real? Do you think he's a legit force?
No. He's a keto. I mean, Aikido's cool. But I mean, like, who in MMA does Aikido? Who has an Aikido background? So-and-so coming in the cage is...
Machida actually did Aikido. You know, former UFC champ, one of the best records in MMA. Let's bring the receipts on Machida. I actually had a clip of this. Oh, here we go. Let's watch Lyoto Machida use Aikido in the not just MMA, but in the UFC. For all the goofs who doubt Aikido, and keep in mind, this was traditional Aikido. Seagal is actually, I mean, it was kind of described as combat Aikido. Seagal's Aikido is the most lethal. So this is Lyoto Machida using Aikido in MMA. UFC champion Lyoto Machida. This is why Machida brought in Seagal as well. Because he knows Aikido's legit. He does Aikido. He's used Aikido in actual MMA fights. For the people that think Seagal's Aikido wouldn't work, I mean, just look at the redirection here. And Machida is nowhere near as good as Seagal in Aikido. Let's get his ranking in Aikido. He is... He might not even be ranked. Yeah, I don't think he actually... It appears he trained in Aikido, but he might not have actually achieved a belt status. And Seagal's the highest ranking non-Japanese and one of the highest ranks you can even get. Yeah, Machida's the guy in the black shorts.
Talk in MMA, any of his is real? Do you think he's a legit force?
No. It's Aikido. I mean, Aikido's cool. But I mean, like, who in MMA does Aikido?
I mean, like. I mean, this is the intellectual prowess of Ronda Rousey.
Who has an Aikido background?
Machida.
So-and-so coming in the cage is a world champion with a background in Aikido. You never heard that once. Have you ever heard that once? It's for a reason. It's because Gene LaBelle would destroy Steven Seagal again.
Again? Gene LaBelle never even fought Seagal, and we'll get into their altercation after we get done with Seagal and Alex Jones.
Even as
I Am Iron's cat, yes. We'll get to that.
old as they are now, if they had like super master division, Gene would still throw it down, man. I'd still put my money on him to this day.
Well, then she'd lose a lot of money. Okay. So, now that we've established that Ronda's an absolute farce and fraud, let's get to these other celebs.
And the first day we get together for rehearsal with the actors and the director, he comes in, I'm in command. What I say is law. You disagree? And I started cracking. I was like,
Did that even happen, though? Who believes that even happens? And why are they randomly talking about Seagal again? I mean, when was the last time this guy even had a theatrical release?
I thought he was kidding. We were just hanging out.
Yeah.
And he Aikido'd me against the brick wall. Pow! Knocked all the air out of me. I was like, why?
Well, maybe he was being annoying. Or, wait, is Leguizamo on the Epstein list? Maybe that was why. Let's find out. He is not on the list. Interesting, or at least not on one of the lists.
Yeah. I mean, what I really want to say is how big and fat he is and how he runs like a bitch. But... Look at it online. You can see he runs like this. I'm not kidding.
And again, how come none of these guys were doing these bits before Seagal blew the whistle? Isn't it strange that all of a sudden Seagal becomes a topic of conversation on random talk shows? That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird.
Like he's a double-dutching little bitch, but...
And you all know Leguizamo's way too much of a coward to ever say that to Seagal's face.
But he hits like he is like an Aikido master. He is 6'5". I'm scared of leaving the studio now.
Well, at least he's honest about that.
I'm gonna sleep here tonight.
He runs like a...
I'm not going anywhere.
He runs like a little girl, but he hit like a big strong...
I mean, look at that efficiency in his run, though. I mean, if he wanted to, Seagal probably would have taken the track world by storm as well.
Late up in Toronto, and the director said, well, let's practice. Let's rehearse this scene one time. It's kind of complicated. We're sitting around, it's DMX or whatever. And Steve Seagal's like, I don't rehearse, man. He goes, no, seriously, just for camera, will you let us No, let's just shoot it. Let's shoot this. Oh, he goes, okay. So anyways, he starts, and Steven Seagal's like, well, I will tell you one thing. And he starts to get up. He goes, I'm going to kick all your asses. And he starts walking out towards what he thinks is a door, but it's not the right door. It's the door that goes into the ocean. Okay, I swear. And I'm going to say...
Wait, there's a door that goes into the ocean? Is anybody believing these stories?
Oh my gosh, you're going to the wrong door. But then I know what's happening, so I'm like, holy shit, this is awesome. And he takes a step and he drops into the ocean, just out of frame. And you know, at the time he colored in his hair, he had about that much black, like magic marker kind of thing. He's a great guy, by the way. And he wouldn't wear a hairpiece, so he just painted in. And if you watch the movie up close, you could go, oh my God, there's like an inch of black stuff. And he's like kind of fat for a muscle guy. He's got very big wrists, so. And he's, you know, and he, so I looked down and I was like, holy buddy. And so he comes up, he's sort of embarrassed because, you know, and the black stuff is ready up. But, you know, that was fun. That was great.
That's
amazing. A great moment. But I remember going, I should tell him. And I look at the director and he's like, and then he walks and then.
Last question, last.
A colleague of mine is having some issues with his girlfriend. Pricey came up with a fight between Steven Seagal and Boss Rutan.
Yeah, without a doubt, that's the short answer. Boss Rutan all the way. I'm sorry, girlfriend, you're wrong.
Wow. I mean, I'm a big Boss Rutan fan, but clearly Boss Rutan's a little biased here. I mean, he would get absolutely wrecked by Seagal.
Slap him, pop, 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 pop in the face, grab his ponytail, maybe a headbutt here and there, and then fold him up. No doubt.
But he was meeting Steven Seagal for the rewrite, for the writing, potentially, for Under Siege 2.
Right.
You know, and that was the one that broke him when it made $57 million, when that was $57 million in the early 90s. And so he goes into one of those trailers, you know, to meet with Steven Seagal, and he's on the set, and it's one of those big triple bangers where you go into this trailer and it's like you can get lost in there. It's a maze of pop-outs, you know. It's like, which pop-out is Steven Seagal? And he's in the third bedroom to the left at the end of the hall.
Big star.
And he's waiting in there for 45 minutes. He's making him wait, sitting there by himself. Finally, Steven Seagal emerges from one of the other ante-rooms in the mobile home. And he comes out and he said, I just read the greatest script I've ever read in my life. He goes, really? Who wrote it? I did.
I mean, that kind of checks out, though, doesn't it? Doesn't that check out?
But I will say there's a newer one, and I think it's even superior. It's this has happened. I just heard that because I collect those stories like jewels. Anytime there's a Steven Seagal story, like I love the Jamie Presley one. Where I'm an expert in shiatsu massage. Please let me massage you. You know, you told me that one. And next thing you know, she's having her boobs grabbed on by him.
I'm an expert in.
Isn't it kind of weird? If that story is true, why are they all laughing at it? Because that's kind of messed up. If it was unwelcome, though. I mean, I don't know. Obviously, we don't know the details, but why are they? If it really was if it was an unwanted advance, why are they all laughing hysterically?
An expert. Let me give me those titties, baby. So anyway, he's doing a movie.
Is there anybody more scummy than Howard Stern?
He's doing a movie with Keenan Ivory Wayans.
Right.
And I did one, and that's where I heard Keenan tell me this story. I hope he doesn't mind me telling this story. But Steven Seagal had just met with the Dalai Lama. And apparently, if you give enough money to the Dalai Lama's charities, eventually you get something out of it. Right. And so the Dalai Lama made him a deity.
Wow.
A god. Some Tibetan Buddhist,
that must have really appealed to his ego.
Oh, yeah, no, it must have. No, so anyway, he comes to the set after he makes with the Dalai Lama, and now he's a god. He comes to the set, now he was Steven Seagal, now Steven Seagal. Now he's Steven Seagal, the god, the deity from the Dalai Lama. Wow. And he comes to the set, and he's there, and Keenan says, so what? I just met with the Dalai Lama, and he, in his wisdom, decided to make me a deity. And he gives the ding-da-dong, whatever.
The other thing is, like, a lot of these stories, there's no verification of them. It almost seems like someone made it up, and then they retold it, like, 4 times.
And I feel a difference. I feel like an enlightened...
Because Schneider wasn't on that set. He didn't work with Seagal on the Keenan Ivory Wayans Glimmerman movie.
The sense of that I can do something now, and everything just seems...
Well, actually, that doesn't even check out, because the Glimmerman... Wait a second. This story doesn't check out at all. This story is bunk. The Glimmerman was released in 96. So it was filmed between 95 and 96. Seagal was elevated to whatever you want to call it in 97. You can go on sfgate.com, June 20th, 1997. Movie star declared a Lama. Seagal elevated to sacred status in Tibetan Buddhism. So how is this Rob Schneider story about the movie? So he said the Keenan Ivory Wayans movie that Seagal did. This movie was released in 96, so it was filmed between 95 and 96. June 20th, 97, Seagal is elevated to this status. So again, once we start doing the fact-checking, once we start going into the receipts, we kind of see what's going on here, don't we? We see what's going on.
Seems to come into place for me spiritually in my career, and I feel like it's certain things now that never made sense to me make sense to me on a universal level. And his assistant comes up to him and says, hey, Steven, your ex-wife called. You can't bring the kids over this weekend. You tell that fucking cunt. If she doesn't get those kids over here, I'll break her fucking neck.
Does anybody believe that? Is there a single video in existence of Seagal so much as raising his voice?
In terms of your life in America, you've been very much caught up in all the allegations of sexual harassment. You had a rape allegation against you, and I wonder how you deal with all that. Hello, Steven Seagal.
People love to make up shit. I was reading up all the shit that Steven Seagal's made up all through his career, because there's a whole thing going on right now where Steven Seagal told everybody that Anderson Silva, he taught Anderson that kick, right? Which is kind of what he's supposed to do, right? I mean, there's videos of him training with Anderson. Well, fuck it, Anderson barely even speaks English. Yeah. Just run around and tell everybody that you taught him it, and you know what? Anderson's so cool, he'll probably be like, yeah, he taught me, he's a good guy.
I always thought that was just him playing a goof.
But Anderson played a goof. Anderson might be playing a goof. Didn't he do a little
Wing Chun in the
Well, he always does that. He'll do a little, like, moving the hands funny, and he's just letting you know he's ready to fucking explode in your face.
Ready to kick you in the chin.
Yeah, that was a ridiculous fight.
That was ridiculous.
Is he really saying that? Is he really saying that he's the one that taught him?
Yeah, Steven Seagal's really saying that. Boss Rutan went fucking crazy. And Boss Rutan, I'm going to go do an advertisement for his gym, so I'm going to try to get him on the podcast too, because Boss Rutan will have some fucking amazing stories of brawls in Holland. He's just a savage. I love Boss Rutan. But Boss went crazy on Twitter, and he's like, you know, what?
Yeah, of course. I mean, Joe Rogan's an absolute goof. If you haven't checked out Eddie Bravo decimate him on the nuclear weapon and flat Earth topics, check that out on my channel.
What planet is he from? Did he learn this from fucking Disneyland? He's like, Boss Rutan's going crazy on Twitter. He's angry at Steven Seagal.
I heard an unverified story about
And we'll get into Gene LaBelle, because a lot of people think LaBelle's an absolute fraud. This pro wrestling guy who claimed to have all these judo credentials, and then when you actually look at the recognized judo bodies, the official judo bodies, not a single one recognizes LaBelle. And this is the fraud. So it would kind of make sense that if LaBelle's a fraud, he would team up with Rhonda the fraud, and the two frauds would obviously be jealous of possibly the most legit human in existence, Steven Seagal.
When Gene LaBelle and Steven Seagal had a
that's a true story. That's an absolute true story.
And you hear how Rogan is saying that's an absolute true story. How would he know? Was he on the set? We'll be going straight to the people who are actually on the set during that interaction, and we'll be getting into what they think.
Gene LaBelle told me that story.
Yeah.
Gene tells you it like this. He doesn't actually tell you the whole story.
What's the story?
Well, you know, Steven was trying to say that no one could choke him out. You can't choke him out. He had this move. This move stop you from choking out. So, you know, I was like, all right, Steven, let's try it. And I get him in a headlock there. I get him in the rear naked. And he takes this hand, the free hand, and then you just karate chops me right in, you know, the old sisters. And there's like, you know, the way Gene LaBelle talks, he wouldn't even say his balls. He's like the nicest guy ever. He would say something like, right in the old Johnson, you know? And then, and then I guess he got tired after doing that and he just fell asleep. And I guess maybe he forgot to go to the bathroom. So he went to the bathroom then.
And this is how mentally disabled Rogan is. He just took, like, if he had Seagal on his podcast, obviously Seagal's got too much class to do Joe Rogan, but if he asked Seagal what happened, Seagal told story A, and LaBelle's told story B. Wouldn't you want to get the story from all the stuntmen with no alliances to either LaBelle or Seagal to tell you what happened? Because they were actually there. Joe Rogan wasn't there.
That's hilarious. Holy shit.
And if you know Gene LaBelle is like, first of all, he was like one of the original mixed martial artists. He's a judo guy that had cage fights.
Is he really a judo guy?
It wasn't a cage. It was basically a mixed rules fight where he fought a boxer. You know, he fought a boxer with his judo gi on and just took the boxer down and beat his ass. You know, Gene was like, he's like the guy that taught Bruce Lee about grappling. You know, Bruce.
And now talk about tall tales. He taught Bruce Lee about grappling? Oh man, that's a topic for another podcast, but there's just so much BS being talked about Bruce Lee. I mean, LaBelle just looks like a fraud, he talks like a fraud, and we'll be looking for LaBelle's receipts. Does he actually have any evidence of his so-called judo credentials?
Bruce Lee, back in the day, thought you could just karate kick everybody in the head, and that was the shit, you know? Right.
Actually, Bruce Lee never said that. He didn't even believe in kicking higher than the waist. I mean, Rogan is just so utterly clueless about just about every topic he handles.
Bruce Lee actually worked on a lot of like more effective things like leg kicks and short range techniques, Wing Chun and boxing punches and stuff like that. But he really wasn't aware about grappling until he...
He actually was. Again, read some stuff about Bruce Lee, Mr. Joe Rogan.
Hooked up with Gene LaBelle. And Gene LaBelle's a fucking gorilla. He's just, you know, national champion judo player.
Is he really?
And he's just so fucking ridiculously strong that I'm sure he grabbed that little 135-pound Chinese man and had him fucking shit in his pants going, okay, now.
Sure he did. Sure he did.
We learn grapple. You know what I mean?
You know, we see a lot of patterns here. The hate that Bruce Lee and Seagal get. Like, people prop up all these just absolute frauds while attacking people like Bruce Lee and Seagal. It's very evident what's going on here.
I mean, you had to learn grappling after you fucked around with Gene LaBelle.
I wanted to ask you, there's been this sort of story that's been passed around, and I like to get to the bottom.
All right, we'll actually get to that later. So, I just wanted to play those clips for all the goofs who don't realize that the anti-Seagal propaganda didn't really get off the ground until Seagal's anti-Obama comments in 2014, and then his Piers Morgan appearance, and then this InfoWars appearance.
You just hit something.
Don't know the truth.
You just hit something that's profound. You're absolutely right. They're putting out all this fake news just to confuse everything. Mainstream media is already discredited, so now all they can do is just try to be such liars and accuse everybody else of being liars that no one is honorable.
And that's exactly what they did to Seagal.
Anymore, or no one knows who's honorable. And so as the pedophilia comes out, and as the gay mafia in Hollywood that abuses and rapes so many men, I mean, from what I've heard in Hollywood from gay men, is that the gay mafia rapes men, abuses men. It's 2 to 1, 3 to 1, men being abused.
Wow. I mean, are they talking about P. Diddy here?
Not women, but that men won't go forward because they know people won't believe them, and people tell men just suck it up, and that it's mainly the gay mafia pushing this whole thing in Hollywood. And again, I'm not bashing gay people. There have been high-level people in Hollywood that say there is a gay mafia. Chappelle's talked about it. So many other people have talked about it, and that there.
Is anybody surprised that this interview was scrubbed from the internet?
Using this to basically smokescreen the abuse of men by men. Do you have any intel on that from all of your Hollywood sources?
Well, the intel is coming in from now, and we're getting a lot of it. But speaking of lies, I just wanted to say something else that we've talked about, and that is Adolf Hitler said something very, very interesting. And Adolf Hitler had a publicist that said something very, very interesting. And this publicist was, as you know, paid to fabricate and lie about a multitude of situations, including activity of Adolf Hitler. And one of the things his publicist repeatedly said was, if you tell a lie enough time, it becomes the truth. And the big
And is that what they tried to do with Gene LaBelle choking out Seagal? Because how often has that story been repeated?
The bigger the lie, the easier it is for people to believe it.
Absolutely. It's incredible. And again, they're using the whole Me Too movement to destroy relationships. People are even afraid to ask a woman out. It's admittedly killing normal human interaction. And we know Hollywood wants to destroy the family. We know they want to depopulate things. And I mean, that's really what this is an overall depopulation agenda.
Yeah, it's sort of part of it, you know. So, I mean, I think we need to start a movement. We've already started the movement. A lot of it is secret right now. We're secretly investigating everybody. We've got intelligence coming in on all these things. But our motto should be, and I hate all this hashtag this and that, it should be tell the truth. Tell the truth.
You know, I don't want to just sit here and say that high-level intelligence is battling the pedophile rings and just say it. Everybody knows we have incredible sources, so do you. I wonder if we should even tell people how you ended up getting on the show. I mean, I'm not going to, obviously, it's high-level U.S. intelligence said Seagal's been trying to get a hold of you for months, and I'm trying to get a hold of him for years.
And how is high-level intelligence even in contact with Seagal in the first place if Seagal has no ties to the intelligence community? I mean, it's kind of weird. We went over in episode 1, we went over 6.5 hours of people who have ties to intelligence who had ties to Seagal. Common acquaintances, they were called. How is that possible if Seagal never had any intelligence community connections in the first place?
And just so you understand, this meeting was set up by high-level folks in the government. And I'm not saying that to brag. It's so people know there are patriots. And I don't want to go too far with this, Stephen, but you want to just confirm that for folks?
Oh, yeah, I'll confirm it. At the highest level, people have come to me and said, we think that, there's a bunch of what I call the alphabet agencies, and some people have made innuendos of my relationships with some of them, and I still have very good friends at the highest level in those agencies, and some of them have come forward to me and said, you know what, you two guys have to meet, and, he wants you on the show.
So is there anybody out there disputing Seagal's words here? He says Seagal says right here, from his mouth, he knows people at the highest level in some of these agencies. Is he lying? I don't know. But every step of the way that we've been fact-checking, we couldn't find any actual refutations of anything. All we can find are receipts corroborating a lot of what he has said.
We'd love to be on the show, and here we are.
And again, we're not saying that to brag. I want to explain this to everybody very slowly and very clearly. In the last 3 weeks, twice, Colbert, one of the #1 shows on television where they put their propaganda out as comedy, attacks yours truly, and then next, Steven Seagal. And they do it on a bunch of other shows, too, that I can't even keep track of.
You know what's weird, though? See, Alex Jones is kind of popular, though. So it would make sense they would attack him. But why would they randomly, out of the blue, start attacking Seagal? And why wouldn't they have been attacking Seagal if he's such an easy target? Why weren't they attacking him before he blew the whistle? I mean, just a weird question there.
Because I've been told, and some of it's been leaked, that they have a hit list. And, of course, when we come back...
Well, I told the same thing. I've been told the same thing by undeniable sources. And, what's amazing to me is these people that are out there attacking us, I wonder how many times they've done anything for the United States of America. Did they ever risk their life? Did they ever rescue anybody? Did they ever do anything that was at all uncomfortable for them for the United States of America?
Damn! That's a mic drop moment for Steven Seagal. Good point there. All of the bootlicking, authority-worshipping, cultist, coincidence theorists, and Seagal haters. Wow, he called all of you out there.
Absolutely. We're going to go to break and come back and get into Putin, get into why they fear Steven Seagal so much, and why they've looked at their actuaries and numbers and decided we got to destroy Trump, we got to destroy Seagal, we got to destroy Jones, we've got to destroy people like Matt Drudge, they got to destroy people like Rand Paul, who's been physically attacked, and we're going to talk about that all on the other side of this incredible interview with Steven Seagal, uncensored, unfiltered. What an individual. No wonder they fear this guy. We'll be right back. Jimmy Kimmel.
Is there anyone that doesn't fear Seagal? I mean, I don't know.
Colbert, these programs masquerade as comedy, but they're really fake news. And they both admit that they get marching orders from Chuck E. Schumer and the Democratic Party. And then what do? In order, they sit there and they attack myself, they attack my family, they attack who I am. They've had Tom Brokaw say that I'm a deeply racist person, but then not show a clip when everybody knows that I protested the KKK and I support Martin Luther King Day and think he was a great man. Why are they doing this? I'm not trying to make it about myself and Steven Seagal. But the point is, you know what they fear by what they attack. And that's why we're under siege, ladies and gentlemen. And, you know, Mr. Seagal was mentioning the fact that for many, many years, more than a decade, he was, you know, a sheriff's deputy, you name it. That's one of the most dangerous jobs, like a volunteer firefighter. In most of these small counties, that's all there is volunteer firefighters. I've got family that's been seriously burned and gotten smoke inhalation being a volunteer firefighter. And then people like Colbert make fun of Mr. Seagal, saying he's served this country and served this flag. Well, if you don't think firefighters and police officers serve this country just as much as our military does in many cases, you're full of crap. And again, that's why they attack people like Seagal, because they know he actually cares about the country. When people like Colbert making his little joke last week, and 2 weeks ago and a month ago, always the same joke, when he dresses up like Steven Seagal, saying Steven Seagal says he served America, though he never did it. Well, you know what? He's serving America today, defending this republic from globalists trying to take it down and standing with our president. And all of you that stand for this republic are serving this country in its darkest hours when the country's starting to come out of its coma. Now, I'm going to stop ranting because I want us to get time with Steven Seagal.
You know what's crazy? Looking back at all these old Alex Jones videos, I mean, he was warning about this dissent, and nobody really took it that seriously. And look where we are now in 2024.
Stephen, I want to get into why they fear you, why they're demonizing you, why they're attacking you. You know, even though you've not even been that public of a person, they're coming after you. Let's get into why they fear you. I know you don't want to talk about yourself, but we talked for hours this weekend. I mean, you were nailing it. You were, I mean, so you've got the floor.
You have a situation where you look at geopolitical global crisis. We are in a crisis right now. The world is in a crisis. We have to look at the geopolitical balance of power. I have always felt that Russia and America should be brothers. I have also always felt that Russia wants to be our brother. I've also always felt that there has been billions and billions of dollars put into demonizing Russia and amazing propaganda demonizing President Putin.
Again, keep in mind, this is all pre-Ukraine invasion. This is 2018, my friends. This deleted video, scrubbed from the internet, brought back only by the MINDSHOCK custom AI.
And I think that it's an outrage, and it's not just an outrage, it's really bad for our future in the sense that if Russia and America become brothers, we have a real chance to have a greater peace in the world and a more chance of global survival.
I mean, look at this man preaching world peace. I mean, is this the real reason they wanna? They started these smear campaigns.
I'm always outraged when I see the kinds of things like when they say, "Oh, you know, I don't remember if there's 27 or 37 or 57 intelligence agencies in America all said that Russia and Putin hacked the election." Well, certainly we don't have that many. And as you know, that's been debunked. They never found any proof that I know of. And yet, you know, the public sort of believes that narrative because, as you know, those people pretty much control the press at this point.
You know what's weird, too? Like, when all the gullible goof idiot box watchers were told, oh, Russia interfered with the election, and maybe they did. I don't claim anything is true or untrue. But all the brain-dead goofs said, oh, yeah, they did. And then in 2020, when the idiot box told them, no, there's actually no evidence of election interference. Oh, okay. Then there wasn't. I mean, all the brain-dead goofs are just hilarious.
And so, what kind of a great sin have I committed by wanting Russia and America to be brothers? I don't want this for myself. I want this for the world.
expanding on that, Russia helped us take out ISIS. Russia, right after 9/11, gave us the most aid of any country, sent in helicopters, you name it, to help us in Afghanistan. And again, Russia has kicked the globalist out of its country. That's why they hate it. We have the same globalist running our country right now, and that's why they hate sovereign nation states. And geopolitically, it would make perfect sense. I mean, we privately talked about the real threat here this weekend geopolitically, and why the globalists have sided with another power, and why they want to basically play the U.S. and Russia off against each other. Can we speak about China?
Well, I mean, I'll leave that to you because you've already come out and said it, but the fact of the matter is that at this point, we have a situation where people are trying, when I say people, you know who I mean, they're spending billions of dollars to make sure that America and Russia do not become allies.
Again, this is January 2018. January 15th, 2018, Seagal is dropping these truth bombs, since scrubbed from the internet.
They fear that because they know that if Russia and America become allies, they will not be able to make America a communist one world order.
That's right. And if you look at 1917, the very same globalist funded the takeover and the overthrow of the czars. And Russia has come out of 80-plus years of being under globalist rule. And that's why the globalists are so angry. They've lost Russia. Now they're losing America. Now the Brexit's happening. I mean, can you speak to the global phenomenon of populism we're seeing?
Well, I mean, right now, as I said, we are in a very, very precarious situation.
I mean, did people really just not understand the geopolitical mastery of Steven Seagal? I mean, is there anything this guy doesn't know?
After we annihilated Libya, we annihilated the buffer zones that we had because Gaddafi controlled the tribes. And, once those tribes, once Gaddafi was gone, those tribes kind of created ISIS. And all of a sudden, we have the situation where you have all of these quote-unquote refugees coming into Europe. Europe is I don't want to say almost gone, but they're in a tremendously difficult situation.
Again, Seagal dropping the truth bombs about the situation in Europe back in 2018, the beginning of 2018. I mean, this man is nothing short of a prophet.
Germany, I don't think will ever be the same, and I think within 4 or 5 years it will be, it won't be the Germany that anybody knew. So Europe is now, kind of on a slippery slope that I don't see how they'll ever be able to climb back up. And, the Middle East is a complete mess. And now we have a situation where every time our president, who was democratically elected, tries to make any kind of a move anywhere, there are people who are, and agencies who are spending every bit of time and effort and money they can to thwart anything he wants to do. So it's really crippling our ability to be able to get out there and get involved in the balance of power.
Well, exactly. And you have Chucky Schumer saying the intelligence agencies have 7 ways to Sunday to get back at the president. You've got Phil Mudd, the former deputy director of the CIA, saying we're going to kill the president on CNN. This wouldn't be put up with anywhere. You've got the deep state admittedly illegally spying on the president, then lying about it. You've got this whole Russiagate thing with these Democrat FBI agents at the top, all caught trying to frame the president in their emails.
Yeah, this is weird. This is weird. I mean, did people not know about Seagal's geopolitical mastery. I mean, is there anything that Steven Seagal doesn't know? And again, another interesting point. How does he know all these things if he doesn't have all these high-level connections?
I mean, they are so arrogant. They are so wild. They are so brazen.
No, I mean, this is, in my opinion, the worst America has been in the history of America in terms of turmoil.
You're absolutely right. We're going to go to break and start the next hour. And then I probably got 20 pages of notes that I wrote while we were talking this weekend. But I want to just go into different angles on this, how we defeat the deep state. I think we just let folks know there is a civil war politically going on, not just here, but all over the world, as the globalists try to maintain control over nation states. And anybody they think could be a leader for peace against their operations, and anybody that stands against radical Islam is being targeted because the globalists are allied with it. Steven Seagal joins us on Martin Luther King Day. And I know that when we talked this weekend, he really wanted to talk a lot about Martin Luther King as well and how much he admired Martin Luther King. So we're going to talk some about that and the ideas of Martin Luther King straight ahead in the next hour. I'm Alex Jones, Infowars.com, Newswars.com. Steven Seagal joining us from Asia on the other side. Stay with us. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, on this Monday edition. Steven Seagal just spent the whole last hour with us. He is, of course, back with us, going as long as he'd like to. And I was just thinking during the break about the whole Me Too movement. Whenever I told the story about being out in Hollywood on multiple occasions and having male producers grab my genitals as some bizarre rite of passage, and I'd tell them, watch out before I knock you upside the head.
I wonder if anybody tried that with Seagal. I mean, they obviously wouldn't have the speed to even get anywhere near him. But if they did, I mean, it'd be interesting to see Seagal's response to that.
The leftist media made jokes about it. Just like you've got Oprah Winfrey, according to women, bringing women to Harvey Weinstein, telling them that it was safe. They felt like she was basically, trying to pimp them out. You have Oprah in photos sticking her tongue in his ear, all over him, and then defending him. You've got Meryl Streep defending Roman Polanski, raping a 13-year-old girl anally. I hate to have to get into all of this, but on Martin Luther King Day, the point is these people are covering up the real crimes that are going on by trying to lead the very, very movement that should be basically indicting them, probably criminally, according to all the witnesses of Weinstein raping people. But it's the same thing on the false flags of racism. There's real racism. White people can be racist, black people, you name it. Asians can be racist. But most of us really care about each other, and I want to have a community of humanity. I want to move forward. I don't need to play race cards that, we adopted my sister from South Korea, and I love her just like my own blood. And then I get called a Nazi with no evidence by Tom Brokaw, and my lawyers just called me last week, and they said the statute of limitations is coming up. You ready to file that lawsuit? And it looks like I'm going to have to because I just can't put up with the crap anymore. But just like there's real racism going on, there's so much fake poop swastikas, fake cross burnings, the thing at the Air Force Academy. They're reporting that over 99% of the modern race hate crimes that go on are now turning out to be false flags.
And this was back in the beginning of 2018. Wow.
By the left to invoke race in this country and get us all at each other's throats. Just like the documents that came out last week that they haven't denied from the Soros group trying to fund Antifa to cause riots in 2015 to trigger nationwide race war so that Obama could have martial law. And those documents came out, and they have full-page ads now calling for the same stuff in the New York Times. So this is grave, and what Steven Seagal is talking about and what the Patriots and U.S. intelligence.
How many people in the chat actually thought we'd be talking Steven Seagal on Alex Jones today? I told you none of you were ready for this level of receipts that we're bringing here.
have asked us to come on air and talk about. This is serious, and we are striking back, and we are exposing the fact that the left is invoking race, the left is invoking sexism and all this as a smokescreen for their own activities and to turn us all against each other in a divide and conquer strategy. So Steven Seagal joins us, but I mean, obviously you follow the news. Every time it seems somebody writes racist stuff on a dorm or somebody burns a cross in a yard, it turns.
Can you guys imagine if Steven Seagal hosted InfoWars with Alex Jones? Wow.
The left is doing it. You know, that's like when the Jewish cemeteries were getting vandalized, the Jewish centers. Trump said, hey, this is probably staged. And they went, oh, you're an anti-Semite, even though he loves Jews and loves Israel. And his daughter's, you know, married to a prominent Orthodox Jewish man, Jared Kushner. I mean, it's just insane when they sit there and they use all this and then they continue to get caught.
I wonder if Seagal's going to say anything about Israel.
So with your background and also in law enforcement and all of it, I mean, it's clear they're trying to do this. Do you think it's working, and what can you add to that?
Well, I mean, you know, unfortunately, it is working in the sense that, and I'm going to go back to this and repeat myself, once these people figured out a way to control most of Hollywood and control most of the press, this became a crippling blow to America, because at that point, nobody knows the truth anymore. Nobody knows what's real and what's not. Our press is highly censored and highly manipulated. Our news is highly censored and highly manipulated. And so when you have a situation like that, when the average citizen in the United States of America doesn't really know what's true and what's not, they have to develop a real special kind of savvy, you know, by reading between the lines. And we're in a situation now where I can't think of any news network that is really telling the truth all the time. Can you?
No, I can't. And that's why they're just so scared of Drudge Report or InfoWars or an individual like you, because they don't like what we're saying, because we're simply pointing the elephant out in the room.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, there's a lot of other ways. We were talking this weekend, your book, your novel, The Way of the Shadow Wolves, the Deep State and the Hijacking of America. I mean, that's exactly what's happening. I've ordered the book. I haven't read it yet. I noticed that it went to close to #1 on Amazon, and then suddenly, and this has been in the news, they do this, they put fake reviews up on the top and remove your good reviews and basically drive them down and remove your stars.
I mean, look at this campaign against Seagal, clearly. This incredible, astute author, robbed of his position, of his rightful position of #1 best-selling author. I mean, clearly the fix is in against Seagal.
They admit Netflix does this to people they don't like. I mean, they're just rigging everything.
Yeah, we caught them doing that. We had all these great reviews that were with what we call verified purchases. And all of a sudden, one night, you know, maybe 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks after the book had come out, between 3 o'clock in the morning and 6 o'clock in the morning, there were 30 bad reviews that came out at the same time, and then we knew.
And that seems to have also coincided with Ellen DeGeneres, her wife coming out with these accusations as well as this other model. That coincides with the funny business with meddling with Seagal's book. What another coincidence? Is there no end to the coincidence stack in the propaganda smear campaign against the one and only Steven Seagal?
And right after that, they started doing that. They started setting up a situation where all of our good reviews that were from verified purchases were being pushed down to the bottom, and all the bad reviews were glaringly right out in front. And then I figured out, you know, what was happening right away.
It's amazing. And then again, I don't know if you're familiar with this or know this, but I mean, literally almost every night on the so-called comedy shows, they attack you viciously and attack your book, you name it. I mean, it's so transparent. I mean, I know it's probably rough on you. It happens to me too, but isn't it deep down kind of something that you're honored to know that these really bad people don't like you, Steven Seagal?
Well, it's kind of like Joe Arpaio once said to me. I remember we were searching for a very, very bad guy, and nobody could find him. And I found this guy and, was able to arrest him. We sat down with a private conversation, and he said to me, Stephen, I know all these people are coming for me. I know they hate me. But he said, you know me very well. You know what I am. And he said, but all these people that hate me, whether they win or lose and crucifying me or derailing me or kicking me out, I want you to know that many of this ilk of people who hate me, I consider a badge of honor.
Absolutely. And the cowards that go along with the mainstream media and are intimidated by this, they don't know what it's like to actually be in the arena. And, you've been a guy in the arena, and again, I'm not kissing your ass. It's true. People that are willing to go up against Hollywood, go up against the media, that's what it's all about. And that's the type of trailblazing that allows us to even have any type of civilization. I think we're starting to turn the tide, though. Globally, nationalism, sovereignty, mainstream media is in trouble, Hollywood's falling apart. I mean, I think we're seeing the beginning of the death throes here.
I mean, like I said, it's now going to be two-way traffic, because even somebody thinks, paying somebody to lie is legal. There is some stuff that we're looking at that we think is criminal. And by the way, treason is criminal. So we are investigating everybody now. Those people who about, they're investigating this and that, and they're accusing me of, a myriad of different things, we're investigating them now. And when I say we, I'm not talking about little people. So all these people who have been lying because they got money.
I mean, that's another thing, too. Like, if Seagal really does have these high-level connections, does that also explain possibly why people can't get to him? I mean, not that there would be anybody who would even want to try to get to him. I mean, obviously, he's too deadly. But, yeah, I mean, is it possible he's doing all this without high-level connections? And also, just to really illustrate the point here, how many multi-millionaire actors and musicians would do a reality show where they literally put their life on the line? I mean, think about that. And then come out against the New World Order publicly.
And all these people get paid to lie. And you know what, man? It's two-way traffic now. There is a movement, and that movement is not just in America, it's all over the world. There are thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people, I think it's hundreds of thousands of people, who really, really resent what these people have done to America.
I mean, come on. Steven Seagal calling out the Illuminati cabal. I mean, he's blowing the whistle. I mean, even his whistleblowing prowess. I mean, this guy's one of the greatest whistleblowers of all time. I mean, this guy's like another Snowden or Assange here. I mean, this is crazy. Again, is this expose on Steven Seagal, like, the whole time people think he's exaggerating and lying, but he was actually downplaying his abilities in all of these fields?
Oh, I think it's tens of millions just in the United States and globally. That's what they really fear, is the global leadership, people like yourself and Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump just promoting sovereignty, promoting free market, promoting coming together. I mean, that's all Trump does. And then they take things out of context. They lie. They just do anything they can to try to stop us getting control of our nations again. We've got more straight ahead. I've got even other key questions with the one, the only Steven Seagal. I'm Alex Jones, Infowars.com, Newswars.com. Again, if you're watching this transmission, ladies and gentlemen, you are the resistance, and I hope everybody's having a great Martin Luther King Day. There aren't a lot of people out there that I can say are my peers when it comes to going through the meat grinder of Hollywood and the globalists and the lies they spew. And I know for a fact they've had PIs and so-called journalists living in Austin for 2 years, going around trying to find somebody to make something up. And by the grace of God, they haven't been successful. But when you experience this and you experience them trying to make you an example to scare all the sheeple, and then you see other people that are being persecuted, you respect people that have skin in the game, and they become folks that are right there in the trenches with you. And when they demonized me and said I work for Russia in House Intelligence Committee and defense meetings, and they had to have kooks come in, leftist, policy wonk, not even real CIA people, not covert action people, but policy wonks, leftist foundation types, coming in and saying, Jones has got to be stopped, shut Jones down. You've seen the hearings. And then there's no proof. I've never been to Russia. I'd like to go. But at the same time, it made me pay more attention to Russia and really hear what Putin says and watch these 3-hour press conferences he gives. And I'm like, man, that guy's really smart. And he says the things that really make sense. And he's trying to promote the family and tax cuts for people that have children. And he's promoting Christianity. And he's shutting down the Soros foundations that are openly trying to overthrow their nation and trying to subvert their children. And that's what we should be doing. My God, we have Soros documents where they're trying to cause race war and martial law. You see what they're doing. These people are incredible dirtbags. And that's why I'm here today standing up against this garbage, because it covers up for the real racism. It covers up for the real sexual abuse that goes on. And it's a bunch of pedophiles in Hollywood trying to cover their butts right now because they know there's an awakening. They know we're angry. They know we're upset, and they want to direct us in on ourselves. But I'm telling them, you see nationalism rising. You see humanity awakening. And as Steven Seagal said, it's a two-way street now. And the sleeping giant has awoken.
And the sleeping giant is Steven Seagal.
Steven, I know you've got a lot to say and a lot of points we haven't gotten to yet, but just recapping all of this, let's get into Vladimir Putin and why they fear him so much, and why do they hate Trump so much as well, from your research and also personal knowledge.
Well, I mean, I'll just give you an example. Don't you think it's interesting that with ISIS, for example, do you think, I mean, ISIS is almost annihilated now. Who do you think did that? And how do you think it got done? And how many billions of dollars was spent doing it? I mean, 90% of getting rid of ISIS, as far as I know, was Russia and Vladimir Putin. Am I wrong?
It's probably over 90%.
Yeah, exactly, 99%. So, you know, those people who are worried about their way of life and their religion and the way they live and it being protected from people who are slaughtering women and children and Muslims and Christians and anyone, anywhere they can. You know, there's one man who did more to annihilate them than anybody, and that's Vladimir Putin and Russia. And so I just wonder, you know, what it is that people, what do they want to believe when they're being told all these things about him?
I mean, seriously, though, is Steven Seagal the most prolific human Earth has ever produced, or what? I mean, everything from the martial arts career, the music career, the acting career. And now he's this geopolitical master as well, writer. I mean, is there anything this guy can't do? I mean, he's educating these MMA fighters and champions. I mean, is there anything this guy can't do? He can make families on multiple continents. I mean, this guy's just prolific at everything he does.
That are negative. I mean, the fact of the matter is, somebody, I forget who it was, they said, yeah, Vladimir Putin is this kind of a terrible, rotten person. I mean, let's face it, he was head of the KGB. Oh, that's right. That must make him terrible. And wasn't George Bush head of the CIA? So what's the difference?
That's kind of a weird statement, though, because first of all, wasn't Seagal anti-Bush? And furthermore, wouldn't that equate Putin with Bush? That's kind of a weird statement by Seagal. Is he playing 5D chess here?
You know what I mean? It's just hilarious how these people think.
Well, continue, because you're a humble guy, but you're really good friends with Putin. And, you know, if Putin was promoting communism, if Putin was anti-Christian, if he was promoting radical Islam, I mean, Europe is openly flooding itself with 80% military-age men, 10 million plus. They want to bring in another 10 million. And Eastern Europe and Putin, because they got invaded so much during the jihads, and of course the Crusades were a response to that, that now he's the bad guy when it's, until Trump came along, it's only been Putin standing up to radical Islam.
Those are my words exactly. I mean, I think that's what I just said. And, you know, I literally talk to people on the street or wherever I go. Sometimes people say, well, you know, Russia, I mean, you can walk down the street and you can be kidnapped immediately. And it's this dangerous place where there are goats running down the street and people, you know, still, using horse and buggy. It's like, wow, you know, there's this kind of propaganda, and the propaganda is actually working. The fact of the matter is, you know, Russia's a very, very educated country. They have some of the best medical education in the world. They are very, very cultured. They have some of the best musicians in the world. They have the Bolshoi Ballet, probably the best ballerinas in the world. They have amazing medical system. They are very educated, very, very nice, polite people. Russia is one of the nicest places you could ever go, and some of the best scientists. And we can all benefit from this friendship, because if Russia and America get together and become brothers, there's no stopping us. We can be, you know, force in the world and have the greatest security and the greatest peacemaking capability on Earth. And that's all I've ever tried to do. And for that, I'm being demonized, you know, so it's funny.
Listen, I know you don't want to wade into a whole nother fight, but we know what's really going on. We talked about.
I mean, this is kind of crazy. I mean, Seagal, the embodiment of George Washington, Paul Revere, and now possibly even Gandhi, and some of these other peacekeepers. Now, I know there's a lot of controversy regarding Gandhi, but just in the NPC mind, is this, I mean, does this really cement Seagal's legacy here?
Geopolitically, China has bought up Hollywood. It's bought up most of the companies. It's China trying to censor things. It's China manipulating things through the Democratic Party particularly. And that's the real wedge there. People think China and Russia are close. That's actually historically not the case. And so for people that don't understand geopolitically who wants this wedge, can you give people your perspective, not on the Chinese people, but on the Chinese communist leadership?
Well, I mean, they are brilliant strategists, as you know. Some of the best in the world. And when they do strategy and look at geopolitical strategy, they don't, like some people in some countries, they don't look at today or tomorrow or next week or next month or next year. For a long, long time, they're looking 50 years ahead, 100 years ahead, 200 years ahead.
I mean, Seagal's geopolitical wisdom seems to be completely unmatched here. I mean, just absolutely unmatched.
And they've come up with a genius strategy, which is basically the point that they're at right now. They have tremendous assets, tremendous financial assets, and tremendous financial power. And basically, their strategy is to buy into everything and own everything they can. Therefore, they feel that at this point they will be able to control what they own, and right so.
I mean, here's Seagal blowing the whistle on China at the beginning of 2018.
So, you I'm not condemning them or anything else. I'm just saying that they're brilliant strategists and have set up a situation where they are able to enter into any of the countries out there in the world, or almost any, and do very, very well because of their strategy.
That's right, and now they've bought up most of our debt. They've got 97% of rare earth minerals. I mean, you talk about who's taking us over. The point is it's not Russia, it's China. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the final segment with Steven Seagal. He's been on with us for, an hour and a half or so. And again, I have been through some of the same stuff he's been through. I've experienced it. I sit there and I watch the news. I watch comedy shows. They attack me, then they attack Steven in order. And we've shown you the clips. We'll show some more clips of it.
One voice of calm in these troubled times is right-wing radio host and furious cashew Alex Jones.
We'll be right back with funny man Steven Seagal. And then I've got patriots in the Pentagon, patriots in other agencies that are like, listen, you gotta deal with this. I mean, you're under attack. We're under attack by a group that has been using pedophilia and other sex crimes to blackmail and control, just like they took over the Vatican. And that's turned out the last pope had to step down because of blackmail. And then the
Wow, Alex Jones calling out everything from Hollywood to the Vatican here.
Deputy pope just got arrested for trafficking 100 kids. But that gets almost no coverage. And then stuff from 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago with no proof. I mean, you got Gloria Allred with her client admitting she, made up the signature or the date on the annual, that she added it. I mean, it's crazy what these people have been caught in. So, Steven Seagal, maybe you've got some Aikido metaphors or other things, but you were just talking about the audience and the crew and the people and how we're in a revolution, against this. And I really kind of a call to arms politically. So please repeat what you were saying, because we have these great conversations, obviously, off air. Here in closing, just what you want folks to know and understand.
Well, I mean, as I said earlier, we're really blessed in the sense that recently a very, very big handful of very powerful people, high up in the government, high up in the intelligence community, also people with billions of dollars, are coming in and fighting with us. They're helping us get on the deep web. They're helping us find out everything we need to know about people who are paying people to lie and trying to crucify people that have absolutely nothing to do with what they're saying. And, the one thing that they kept saying to me is, now it's two-way traffic. And even though these lawyers and some of the people who've been paid to lie think, oh, well, my lawyer will protect me and I'm not doing anything criminal. Well, most of what they're doing is not criminal, but it looks like we may be finding some criminal activity. And so it's two-way traffic now. And we are investigating them. And we're already finding that some of the people that are writing articles and some of the people that are paying people are pedophiles themselves and involved in a lot of illegal activity with these different secret rings that we are now looking at. So guess what? We are investigating you now, and it's not going to stop. We are coming after you.
Wow. And that's the thing is,
has anybody called out the Illuminati cabal in such bold words as Steven Seagal? He flat out told them he's coming for them. I mean, he's flat out coming for them. I mean, the propaganda just really started getting rolling after this interview.
From our sources, but also the research, it's also clear, look at the news, they did not want us to get together. That's why they've been preemptively demonizing, attacking, and, it's just crazy that...
And scrub this interview from the internet. If not for AI, I would not have been able to even recover this.
You've been trying to get in touch with me. I've been trying to get in touch with you for a long time. And we're both so busy and have so many contacts that it kind of gets lost like a needle in a haystack. But I know talking that what they feared is now happening. And anytime you want to come on the broadcast, it's an open door. And I'm just very honored to have you here. And it was great talking to your wife earlier and your great family. And I think just in closing, when they attack us, they attack due process. They attack all of your rights.
I mean, is there a more powerful team against the Illuminati cabal than Alex Jones and Steven Seagal?
And they're attacking our children, aren't they, Stephen? I mean, I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm just repeating things that I wrote notes this weekend. I mean, would you like to speak about, you're a human being. You have a family, and they're not just attacking you with these lies.
Let me tell you something that I haven't told you. The person who wrote this article on this woman who I don't believe ever met me, who can't even produce a picture with me, can't even say where I really lived 25 years ago or whatever, this person contacted my children. So to me, that's war. And he also told one of my producers that he wants to make sure that my movies don't come out. So that means he wants to kill my children because he doesn't want me to be able to feed my children. So you want war, you got war.
Wow, making Steven Seagal annoyed is probably not a good idea.
That's what I never get, is these people attack and attack and attack, and then we go after them, and then they freak out. It's like, well, what do you expect us to do, morons?
All I can say is, you, Alex, and me, we will never do anything illegal, but you know what? We don't have to. We don't have to do anything illegal to be able to put people in jail or expose them to the world. And guess what? It's in the works. It's in the works.
Wow, powerful words from Steven Seagal. It's in the works.
Well, it's amazing, and I don't like the Snoop system, and I don't like the whole deal, but, you know, the patriots in the government have access to all these systems, and they know everything about me, and they know that I'm a person that really means what I'm saying, and I've been through a lot, and I'm not whining about it. And they've tried to destroy me, and they've literally tried to take my children from me, and they've literally said, you know, you back off and you throw Trump under the bus, and all the pressure stops, buddy, and you'll have your big Hollywood job, everything else. Well, I already turned down the money years ago. I did it all, and I'm not bragging. I'm just letting the listeners know this isn't a movie. This is the real world. We're doing it. We're talking the talk. We're walking the walk, and we're having an effect. But your prayers, your support out there, listeners.
I mean, it's no wonder they had to scrub this interview from the internet. I mean, this kind of interview, I mean, this much power together, Alex Jones and Steven Seagal, the internet can't handle this.
Viewers, no matter what color you are, where you came from, we're all in this together. And they're scared of what Trump's doing. They're scared of what Putin's doing. They're scared of what we're doing. There's no truth to the Russian collusion. The only truth is Russia is escaping from the same globalist nightmare. And any of us that have goodwill are the enemy, because we're not like Weinstein. We're not like Oprah Winfrey, part of her big eugenics cult she's in, you know, meeting at the Cold Springs Harbor facility, meeting with the Rockefellers. I mean, pull up mainstream news to depopulate the earth. I mean, these are sick, sick, sick people. And so I'm honored to be hated by them. I'm not saying I'm a hero. I'm saying we're in this fight now. It's real. Steven Seagal, the book, again, is The Way of the Shadow Wolves, the Deep State, and the Hijacking of America. Just like they can take you from 5 stars down to 3. I
mean, is Steven Seagal really a modern-day Bill Cooper? I mean, this guy's like Paul Revere, Bill Cooper, Martin Luther King, Gandhi, the Dalai Lama, reincarnated deity, interdimensional savant of every single category in history. I mean, this is just absolutely insane. I mean, how can anyone doubt Seagal now?
You can go read it and put it right back up there, I guess, until, you know, they pull something else. But it's just an ongoing fight. None of us are going to save the world together. I mean, none of us are going to save the world by ourselves, but we are going to be able to save the world together if we take action. We got about a minute and a half left, and just anything else you'd like to add?
Well, very simply that we are family people. We are men of God. We are people who bow down to the great people, not only in America, but in America and around the world, who serve our country, who serve God, and are about protecting our countries, our children, and our way of life. This is all we're trying to do, and we should not be punished for that.
I've got one last question, just because all the stuff that's been going on the last 3 days, we've been talking, and the sources and the people we both mutually know and others. You've obviously gone out and been a deputy and been on all these raids and have served your country. The media makes fun of that because they're evil and because they invert reality. But I know huge movie stars and you've been at the top of the box office, #1 movies many times. People like you get recruited as ambassadors when you go overseas by different agencies. And I haven't been told that, but I got a sneaking suspicion, Steven Seagal, that you've done more than what you've even said here when they make fun of your service to the country.
Wow, Alex Jones. Alex Jones mirroring my own sentiment here. I mean, in this expose of Seagal, everybody claims he exaggerates and he lies. But is it possible he understated everything he has done?
I'm going to remain silent on that and say thank you for your support.
All right. Thank you so much, Steven Seagal. We're going to go to break. I'm going to say bye to you here. I know it's late over there in Asia where you are. But again, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate Steven Seagal spending so much time with us today. I'm Alex Jones with Infowars.com and Newswars.com, and we need your support.
Okay, so that was recovered, a deleted video. Now, he had another appearance. He had another appearance on the Alex Jones show a week later. And I have managed to recover even that. So this is his January 2018
Ladies and gentlemen, we have breaking
appearance. I don't have the exact date, but it was roughly a week later. So let's look at this interview. And let's look at the specific allegations against him. Again, all coming on the tail end of him whistleblowing. He writes this book, this groundbreaking book, calling out the cabal. He appears on Piers Morgan, blowing the whistle on the cabal. Then he does it again on the Alex Jones show. And then all of these alleged allegations within this timeline. Is it all mere coincidence?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have breaking news here exclusively. Right before I went on air, I got off the phone with an individual who clearly, in my research and view, in my opinion, has been targeted by the deep state. I personally have been targeted by the operations of these systems. And so Steven Seagal joins us right now with an exclusive response to the queen of fake news and yellow journalism, Megyn Kelly.
Can you imagine the InfoWars ratings if Seagal was on Alex Jones every day?
And the pieces that she has been putting out, that's one of the top stories in the country. And his lawyer also joins us, Anthony Falangetti. So thank you so much for joining us. Gentlemen, whoever would like to speak first can, and you guys have the floor.
Well, thank you, Alex. This is Anthony Falangetti, and we appreciate the time to be able to come on your show and clear the air against these false accusations. And they are false. This woman has come out now again on Megyn Kelly's show to air these completely fictitious and made-up accusations about Mr. Seagal. And it's time for us to really go through what she's claiming, this fake story of hers, and start exposing that it's just a great big lie, and there's nothing more to it than that. A washed-up 40-year-old plus supposed actress with not a credit to her name.
Oh, no, he didn't. That was kind of harsh, though. That's kind of harsh.
Now is looking for her last chance, basically, to be relevant in an industry that she's had no history in. And that's what this is really about. She wants 15 minutes of fame, and that's why she's come out. That's why she's gone public. That's why she filed a police report for accusations, frankly, some 20-some-odd years ago, well outside the statute of limitations, all the while knowing that no prosecution can come of it. So why does she do it? She wants a desperate hope to be relevant again, a desperate hope to get 15 minutes of publicity. And that's what.
And again, if these claims against Seagal are legitimate, why would you use a lawyer who's already been exposed? Why would you use Harvey Weinstein's defense lawyer, who was exposed for these kickback deals on getting people to make up stories about Trump or whoever, while defending Harvey Weinstein against 80 plus possibly legitimate victims? I mean, it's just weird, right? Like, there's a lot of lawyers out there. You can find another lawyer that can make you look a lot more credible.
That's what this has been about from the get-go.
Again, that's the lawyer for Mr. Seagal, Anthony Falangetti. All I know, Anthony, and of course we'll get Stephen to pop in here live anytime he wants to, is that Lisa Bloom, it's come out in the news, even The Hill and the Associated Press and others have called it dark money taints women's accusations. And reportedly, now we learn that women have been offered by other lawyers and people millions of dollars to say things about President Trump, hundreds of thousands of dollars by Bloom. There it is, Lisa Bloom's infusion of dark money into world of sexual assault is a tragedy. That's The Hill. That's pretty liberal publication. And what do you think, just in general, this whole movement is about, Steven Seagal? And would you like to repeat any of the things you told me this morning or last night?
Well, I mean, what you're really saying is that Lisa Bloom has paid women to lie about phony sexual assaults. And, you know, we have strong reason to believe that this is happening again. We are investigating them, and we are getting on to something very special. You know, it's interesting to me, like what you were saying about Megyn Kelly. Apparently, the first show was getting 6 million people that went down to 2 million. She got fired. Then she got the magazine show. She got fired off of that. And from what I'm hearing, this show is dwindling and probably will end soon. So it's sort of a desperate attempt for her to try to come up with something to crucify people. She doesn't care if they're innocent or not, in my opinion, just so that she can get her ratings up. The thing that I find interesting is this woman is saying she was in my movie. There's no record of her being in my movie. She doesn't have a credit. We've looked through the movie. She's not in the movie. She says she came to my home in Beverly Hills. Guess what? I didn't have a home in Beverly Hills. So she gets the city wrong. Then Megyn says, well, is there anything you remember about the home? There was a table. There was a table.
Wow. There's a table in a home? I mean, I don't know. That's kind of convincing. I mean, who doesn't have a table?
Yeah. What do you think about that, Anthony, that there was a table there? I mean, you know what I mean?
Yes, Alex.
Yes, Anthony.
You know, I've been practicing criminal law for over 22 years, and I started off as a prosecutor in LA County, which I did for more than a decade. And when you do it as long as I have, you learn something about reading people's story, about reading their demeanor. And one of those things is truth lies in the details. And this woman's story, whether it's the one in print or whether it's the one that she gave to Megyn Kelly, the bottom line is it's bereft of any legitimate details. There's nothing genuine about it. And the lack of details shows that it's not authentic. Oh, what do you remember about his house? A table? That you're that insightful that you remember a table? And look at it in a picture of his then wife, another actress, Kelly LeBrock. That's not anything newsworthy. Everybody knew about that. So it's not like this woman has offered up any single detail.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you say a guy, an A-list Hollywood guy, I mean, if he's got a table and a picture of his wife, I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't dismiss that outright. I really wouldn't.
About the...
I mean, so what if she got the city of where his house was in wrong? I mean, I don't know.
outside of this house, about the inside of the house, or even about the actual accusations, nothing rings true.
Anthony Fallon, Jetty, I should also add, I mean, I've seen you in famous high-profile cases when you were a prosecutor, and I probably should have asked that question. I mean, as a former star prosecutor, so many of these stories, there's just nothing there, and it's always 10, 20, 25, 30 years ago, and then in so many cases, it does turn out to be a false, and then the media just gives it total attention like it's absolutely real. There's no standards of justice, no standard of proof, no standard of anything, and then whoever's been accused is supposed to be destroyed, their family's destroyed, they're supposed to be fired, they're supposed to be ruined, they're supposed to basically go commit suicide, and then the media, I mean, clearly has got some type of major agenda here.
Well, one of the difficult things,
the agenda
Alex,
is,
clearly.
The agenda is, oh, go ahead, Anthony, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Alex, one of the most difficult things is that these stories come out, they come out in the media, and as you said, there's no burden of proof. There's no professional ethic that guides the reporting or the detail of these stories. There's no constitutional protections in the media for people who are accused. And obviously what happens is somebody has carte blanche to wheel out these claims. They're not subject to actual critical questions. And the damage to a man like Steven Seagal is done without repair, without him having any form to bounce back or really to get his side of the story out in the same fair manner. Oh, and of course then, when it comes out, when the truth finally does come out, then the press slowly drifts away and acts like the false accusations never happened. And it doesn't really provide justice to the accused in any way. And as I said, this woman, as long as I have been doing this, you know, this is important to remember. When somebody is victimized the way she claims to be, when they're victimized, even 23 years later, they're going to remember real, genuine, and specific details, which she doesn't. Even when she describes the event, it completely lacks any details. She doesn't even claim that she said no to the advances, which tells you that she's desperately trying to fabricate a story that in some way will draw to the appeal of people. And now she's suddenly come out today with some claim that, oh, he was being aggressive. When accusations like this are so vague, my meter of dishonesty rings through the roof, because vagary like that is
through the roof by this veteran prosecutor here. Lord Zed in the chat says, if it's past statute of limitations, you should get penalty for accusing, time ran out. I disagree. I think there should be investigation without naming anybody publicly. Like real investigation by investigators. Not going to the media. And get the evidence. If the evidence is there, get it. Because, you know, if it's true, obviously the accused needs to be punished.
The telltale sign that someone's not being truthful.
So you're saying, as a former top prosecutor, star prosecutor, that this is classic embellishment. Like, who knows if the original story is true and has problems, but now it's getting wilder. Maybe there were 2 guys there, 5 guys. I'm not talking about her case, but just randomly things begin to change, sends up red flags. We got a 2-minute break, gentlemen. We're going to come right back and hear from Steven Seagal on the other side, exclusively here with his lawyer, giving you the response to this big top news story here in the U.S. I was talking to Steven Seagal last night and this morning, and he had some very heartfelt, very, I think, compelling things to say that just at a gut level rang true to me. Plus what we've seen was put down to the president, now admitted. Some women offered up to $2 million by big Democratic Party donors to say that Trump raped them. The women have recorded this. I know the FBI has it. We first broke that months ago. That's now been in the news. So we know there's a bunch of foul play going on. I don't know personally about this latest thing or what happened, and I want to think this person's a great person. I don't have a dog in that fight. I just know Steven Seagal and his lawyers, a former star prosecutor, what they're saying I followed. it has gone on. The story is very vague. A lot of it's wrong. Now things are being added. This is a short segment, longer segment coming up, so don't hang up. We go to break here in 4 minutes, Stephen. Steven Seagal, please repeat to the listeners what you said to me last night and this morning about what you believe is behind this, and you categorically what you said.
Well, I mean, I believe 1,000,000%, and it's coming now out now. It's in the news. There is a secret society within our government. This is a full coup d'etat right now. It's just secret.
Wow. Did you catch that? Another mind shock bomb dropped by Seagal about a secret society here. I mean, this guy's like a modern day JFK. I mean, this guy's channeling George Washington, Paul Revere, Martin Luther King. I mean, this is crazy. And JFK as well.
And Congress is interviewing informants right now that are talking about this, and they are completely confirming that the sole purpose of this secret society is to overthrow Trump and destroy anyone who is friends with Trump or supporting Trump, and particularly supporting Putin. And once they do this, their agenda is to be able to overthrow the America that is there now and start a war with Russia. That's what we all are starting to see.
Wow. I mean, does everybody realize why these interviews were scrubbed from the internet yet? I mean, he's literally talking about a secret society plummeting towards a war with Russia, January 2018.
I've never struck a woman. I have yelled at girlfriends, and I'm not a perfect man, but I'm a gentleman in many ways, I would say. We've had private discussions. You and I, if you want to repeat to folks, I mean, obviously none of us are perfect, but are any of these allegations true?
I do not believe that I've met any of these girls except for one who was in a movie with me. I am a gentleman and a humble, gentle man. And I believe I know where all of this is coming from. And, you know, as I've said to you before, you know, I think these are all made-up stories. And, you know, I not only resent it, but this is something that is designed to destroy my life, destroy my income, destroy my marriage, destroy my children and my children's lives. And it is evil what they're doing.
Well, I checked in a lot of folks that have known you for decades, and they say you're a gentle giant, super nice, super kind, super flattering, and that this is just all complete horse manure. Before I just had you on or started talking to you in the last month, I made some phone calls, and they said, Steven Seagal, that guy is like a total gentleman, just absolutely nice and friendly. And I asked, well, why is this happening? And they just said it's all part of the modern hysteria.
Well, that too. That too. But, you know, like I say, there's a deeper, darker picture here going on. And what's really happening, in my opinion, is not just the witch hunt and the McCarthyism, but it's also, I believe, and I shouldn't be the one to say this, but I will, and I'm sure you'll confirm it, I'm also being persecuted for my political views and my political affiliations.
We know for a fact that's happening to scores of people. We know there's a program, and we know Democrats who've been caught doing the things that they accuse other people of get a free ride. I mean, where's the media on Bill Clinton settling sexual assault cases? We're back in 60 seconds. Again, Murphy's Law, your connection's so clear at night and in the morning, but I think we've got you conference called in maybe on the same line with your lawyer, so there's a little bit of breakup. I want to be able to recap that, add any other key points, Steven Seagal, and then have former prosecutor there in Southern California and your lawyer, Anthony Falangetti, finish up some points as well. Exclusively, Steven Seagal responds to the latest allegations on InfoWars. Stay with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back live into the second hour. Steven Seagal joins us exclusively with his lawyer, Anthony Falangetti. And Steven Seagal is responding to the big national news story launched by Megyn Kelly, who I found to be an extremely deceptive yellow journalist, the true mold of fake news in a fake news world. I'm not going to go into all the things she did where she'd take a question, said 15 minutes before, and then put a whole nother answer on the end, so I sounded completely insane. But, I mean, I saw videos yesterday that they were putting graphics over on CNN where they were cutting up what the president had said in a statement to make him sound crazy. So all I know is she's a very disingenuous person, and I documented it. I never record people secretly, but I recorded her because it was so ridiculous when I'm obsessed with you, you're so handsome, you're so sexy. I said, hey, let me get to the office. I got to the office, I recorded her. You hear the gushing, the lying, the BS. So I find it very fitting. I don't know about this woman, and I'm just here, getting Steven Seagal's statement out here, and he's brought up some really cogent points. So is his lawyer. But I know this: Megyn Kelly attached to this with her show going from almost 8 million viewers to 6 million to 2 million, losing the Dateline NBC gig, now kicked to this morning program, and she can't even get along with all the leftists. So I think this is a desperate publicity stunt. To jump on the Me Too bandwagon by Megyn Kelly to try to make herself relevant, and I don't think it's going to work. What is your view on that, Mr. Seagal?
Well, I mean, I think you're right, but, once again, I hate to say this. I think that when you say yellow journalism, the thing that is very, very heartbreaking is that we have 90 to 95% fake journalism, fake news. 90 to 95% of the news in America now is fake news.
There you have it, straight from Seagal's mouth. 90+% fake news across the board.
So nobody, as I said to you before, nobody knows what's true and what's not. And when you're in a situation like that where you don't know what's true and what's not, how can you weather the storm? How can you walk forward? How can you do anything and know that you're right about what you're doing? How can you make a decision and know that you're right?
If I said that Donald Trump raped me 25 years ago, there are lawyers that would give me millions of dollars. Would anyone take that as credible? Because I'm a man, but and we know men do get sexually assaulted, and it's a real issue, and a lot of these women have courage that have gone public. But in so many of these cases, they've turned out to be fake. We have all the leftists caught burning crosses, poop swastikas, attacking their own dorms, the Air Force Academy, and the media runs with those. And almost every one of those has turned out to be fake. You said 40% last time you were on. Some of the law enforcement numbers are 50% of sexual assault reports are false. But again, your phone's very clear now. Would you just, for the record, Mr. Seagal, repeat what you said on and off the record about this, not just your case, but the whole firestorm?
Well, I mean, I think I quoted Michelle Milken when she went in and did, extensive research into FBI files and law enforcement files, and she got crucified for what she said. But what she basically said is, when people make reports and accusations and file claims, they often lie. Sometimes they lie because they're being paid to lie. Sometimes they lie because they want to assassinate their enemy. Sometimes they lie because they want to become famous. Whatever their reasons are, there are many reasons why they lie. And, of course, there are those people that are, really, really legitimate victims, and those people should be protected and supported in every way. But the people who are lying about claims for all these other reasons are damaging the credibility or the hope of the real victim.
Very, very powerful words there from the one and only Steven Seagal. I mean, again, these videos were completely scrubbed from the internet. I wonder why.
Anthony Falangetti, I want to go back to Mr. Seagal here in a moment, but any other points as a former prosecutor that you'd like to make about this case, this particular one that Megyn Kelly has picked up on?
Well, yeah, I would like to follow up on some of the discussion. In many ways, we are seeing in our criminal justice system today, real crisis of credibility. There are serious issues of credibility because people are so easily motivated to be dishonest. And I think culturally, as a society, we have to get back to reinforcing honesty as a fundamental virtue, because when we've steered away from that critical moral demand that we tell the truth, and the more our society steers away from that, the more we start thinking, if I lie about something for some other reason or some other good, whether it's the good of our country or the good of my own benefit, those motives, if we justify lying based on those motives, we will have serious credibility issues, and it jeopardizes a fundamental aspect of our criminal justice system. Our justice system relies on the idea that someone will take the witness stand and look over at the judge and look over at the jury and tell the truth. And it's obviously it's my job to work through the accusations of a client or the witness's statement to help determine whether or not they're being truthful, or if they're not being truthful, bring that out. And in this one, notice this woman goes on to Megyn Kelly's show. She was not cross-examined. You know, the reason why in our society the right to cross-examine is so...
Man, this guy's kind of sharp. Seagal's lawyer Fallon Jetty spitting facts here.
fundamental to the American justice system is that justice demands the search engine of truth, cross-examination, to be applied to accusations like this, because accusations like this can destroy people wrongfully and without a fair vetting of the accusations, without a fair vetting of the story. Good men like Steven Seagal get accused of things they didn't do, and the media runs with it. And that's not what American justice is supposed to be about.
You know what's kind of crazy, too? Do you think Seagal instructed Fallon Jetty to refer to him as a good man instead of a great man? Because, I mean, the downplaying of Seagal, his achievements, his abilities, I mean, it really seems like Seagal, just his whole life, has always been downplaying his abilities.
And on a particular area, this is a perfect example of what I find astonishing and completely absurd about this woman's accusation. This woman claims that when she was 18 years old, she went to an open call to be...
And I think in some versions they changed it to 17, which is kind of shady, almost as if to make it seem even worse. Now, if it really happened, it happened, but yeah, this is weird.
An extra in this movie, and because she was young and naive and so innocent, she had to be escorted to that open call by her brother. But then, lo and behold, in the moment that all these accusations allegedly come out of, she travels to Southern California all by herself and goes to a Hollywood rap party, allegedly was what she thought she was doing, all by herself. She drives her by herself. She doesn't go with any friend. She doesn't go with any escort. Suddenly, she goes all by herself. And the juxtaposition of those two claims by her really just explodes on the dishonesty scale. It's obviously contrived. And she wants to have it both ways. She wants to be innocent, and then she wants to be attending this party at the same time, or thinking that she's attending a party, and it's absurd.
Well, Mr. Fallon Jetty, that's the point I'm getting at here, is I believe Stephen. I've seen the climate. I've seen what goes on. But even if I didn't, which I do, he deserves a place to say something. He came on for an hour and 15 minutes 11 days ago. It got millions of views online. Millions of people heard it here. No media would pick up what he actually said. Since when do you not even get to respond if you're a celebrity or anybody else to accusations, and then no one wants to even put in the news what you said? That shows the massive media agenda. Mr. Seagal?
I mean, listen, like I said, she cannot provide a photograph of her and I together. Anthony described, how do you describe the photograph that they put out?
Yeah, the one photograph put out is kind of silly. It reminds me of a movie star walking down Sunset Boulevard and a crowd of fans gathering around him, and one star takes like a selfie of herself or have somebody take a picture of herself with this movie star 20, 30 feet behind with a bunch of other people. And that's her claim to corroborate her allegations, is this silly photo where it looks like she's just a fan trying to get an image of him in the background.
Well, we know this whole movement in general by the media is to create a witch hunt to bring down the president and the American recovery. I need to put bookends on this, gentlemen. We'll be right back to finish up with Steven Seagal. All right, folks, we have got Milo Yiannopoulos riding shotgun with us, best-selling author, researcher, needs no introduction. For the balance of the transmission, we've got reporters coming on live from Davos, former Davos board member joining us coming up, Ted Malik as well. So much big news. But finishing up with Anthony Fallon Jetty, the former prosecutor there in Los Angeles and also the lawyer for Steven Seagal. And Steven Seagal, we were going to break as we were making that last point about due process and the people that have been accused of things decades later not getting quoted even in the press. This is a whole new level. What do you think's behind this?
Well, you know, truly, Alex, in these instances, innocent people, due process is here to protect the innocent citizens of our society. Look, the public needs to remember that in this age where accusations are all that matter in destroying a human being, they need to stop and think that an innocent man like Steven Seagal, who did not rape this woman, who is innocent, should be entitled to be heard. And if it's a public relations war, which is what they're trying to wage now, 20-something years after the event, he should be entitled to equal time. And the press should have him on, and the press should acknowledge that he has a different version of events and he is innocent, and they should do their duty to ask tougher questions. They should actually do investigative journalism for once and look for the truth, as opposed to looking for headlines or to sell their paper or to sell their show. And our society needs to remember that in this flood of information, they need to start looking for the truth and asking questions about what they're told and what they hear. This woman is making fictitious accusations. They're total lies. Steven Seagal is an innocent man, and he should be entitled to be heard as such.
Exactly. I mean, I had some media that they wouldn't cover when he was on a few weeks ago, but say, how dare you have him on? I mean, that's like you don't even get a trial in the media now. As you said, that's it. It's a PR campaign. Forget this particular allegation in the equation. The whole thing is one-sided, and you never get to actually hear from the people being accused.
These cases were all dropped, by the way.
Just, they're guilty. It's over because the Clintons knew they had a problem. They lost the election because they were predators. They're all forgotten now. And it's all Donald Trump, and it's everybody else and any man. Amazing. Steven Seagal, I know this.
Even Milo Yiannopoulos can't believe this. I mean, yeah, this is crazy.
This is rough on you, but I appreciate you coming on and, letting folks actually hear directly from you. Closing comments, please.
No, I mean, I thank you, Alex, for hearing us out. And I pray for a time where America goes back to the way it used to be, where, the innocent or people were presumed innocent until they're proven guilty, and people's constitutional rights are protected. Nowadays, it seems like there's so many of these people that are extreme leftists that want to get rid of our Constitution. And, I'm just very, very afraid for the future of America living the way things are going. People are talking about McCarthyism, and this is a witch hunt. Several hundred actors have been crucified already.
Yeah, Dub in the chat here talking about the allegations of RAPED. I believe this is the only one. All the other ones, I think, were yes. Either some of them possibly didn't even involve any touching.
Where is this going? It's really, really heartbreaking to see this happen to America.
Well, I have to say it. I was the first to say it earlier last year, and I said they're going to burn their own, even before they did, to make it look legitimate. Everybody knows they're so illegitimate. Hollywood to start claiming stuff about Trump, and then they're going to build this snowball where accusations enough and then try to use it. But then even Al Franken later admitted, I've been told by Democrats this is a thing to build up credibility to get Trump. Well, I may not even resign now. He finally said that because this is bull. They're not resigning. I'm not going to resign. So that's really what this has come down to. And I think it hurts real men and real women and real children that are assaulted. I know privately you've talked about there are real assaults, real people out there that do bad things. You've got daughters, you've got children. You know, you're absolutely against that. And this hurts the people that are really being hurt out there. So Steven Seagal, thank you so much for the time. Mr. Falangetti, thank you so much. And hopefully the so-called media, the fake news media, will actually quote you at least 1/10% as much as they quote the people making the accusation. So, again, thank you so much for joining us.
No, they'll probably
Alan.
try to take what we say and move the words around and, manipulate the words and misquote us.
That's what they do. All right. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you, Alan.
You know, someone very profoundly once said many years ago that if fascism ever comes to America, it'll come in the name of liberalism.
These InfoWars edits are wild. Okay, so one more thing here is so they scrubbed these two interviews from the internet. It was very difficult to get them back. I had to build an entire custom AI just to get some of them back. But on the tail of this, they found another woman who was added to the allegations here. Now, here's the thing. So this was March. So this was that March. Now, by the way, these cases were all dropped. So this was March 20th. So this is about 2 months later. Less than 2 months later, they found somebody else. Now, you know what's weird? They only found these two? I mean, that's kind of weird. And why is she teaming up with Harvey Weinstein's defense attorney, who's caught taking money and kickback deals on people who are coming out with allegations all these decades later? I mean, out of all the attorneys out there, these two women picked her? Weinstein's attorney? Does this pass the sniff test, people? Does it pass the sniff test? And so this is the timeline here. Seagal goes on Piers Morgan. Seagal makes unfavorable statements of Obama in 2014. He goes on Piers Morgan. Some of this might have started after that in 2014, but the major stuff starts after he becomes a major anti-Illuminati whistleblower on Piers Morgan 2017. Then all of this snowball starts. I mean, this is quite weird. This is all quite weird. The coincidence stack a mile high here. I mean, wow. Just a mile high. So, unfortunately, we can't wrap this up tonight. I mean, we've been going for almost 4 hours here. We're gonna have to bring even more receipts in part 3. So we're going to have to finish this up tomorrow night if we can. We still got to get into the Gene LaBelle situation, the Bruce Lee situation, and then we have yet more unearthed interviews from way back in the day regarding Steven Seagal. I promise the most comprehensive, exhaustive Seagal podcast. I hope the MindShock listeners found that it delivered. And there's plenty more to come. I mean, who knows? Maybe the Seagal podcast series will become the longest running series in podcast history. There's just so much to go over here. I mean, prolific martial artist, actor, CIA, Illuminati whistleblower, author, musician, training UFC champions. I mean, is there anything this guy can't do? Is there anything at all? I mean, he even provides really good advice on how to handle a family member's boyfriend unfavorable boyfriends. I'm gonna leave everybody tonight with this clip from Above the Law of Steven Seagal handling an unfavorable boyfriend. Here's the blueprint for handling a boyfriend who is a bad influence on a female family member.
This is what it looks like, my friend.
Listen, Alex, my cousin Seagal.
Oh, I'm upset.
This isn't what it looks like. Let's start this all over again. He finds his is that his cousin in bed doing drugs, and it's not what it looks like.
This is what it looks like, my friend.
Listen, Alex, my cousin Seagal.
Oh, I'm upset. I didn't know they had all of this. Get out of here.
Oh, man!
Are you having a good time?
Pretty good time,
Come
man.
here. What is this shit, huh? You want to get high? Huh? You want to get high?
I mean, look at Seagal doing more good than the entire DARE program did in its entire existence in a single scene.
Just take it, baby. It's yours. It's $3,000, okay? It's a mattress. Surprise me, man. All right, man. Look, I'll give you something, okay? Something. Lawyer, I don't know. You don't know, man.
Fucking pray to God you ain't pushing me, man. Come back and tear your heart out.
That's how you handle unfavorable boyfriends. Hope everybody enjoyed another edition of the MINDSHOCK podcast. You want to help support the podcast? You can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.